Good morning, everyone, from San Felipe. I'm standing here with the beautiful Sea of Cortez right behind me, and it's already heating up out here. I'm Pam Hall, and day 2 of NORRA's Baja is rolling. These teams were up all night, fixing, wrenching, doing whatever it took to get back out on course, and somehow they're here and they're ready to do it all over again. Today they head deep into Baja through remote, rugged, and honestly, some of the most terrain you will ever see, all the way to Bahía de Los Angeles. It will be a savage but spectacular day. Here's Ken Stout.
Yeah, how about that, man? Hey, I got some toys from, because Amazon is available, so I got a ring light so I don't look so orange today. Like brightens things up just a little bit. Hey, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is day number 3 of 7 for, of course, the NORRA Mexican 1000. We're excited. Race day 1 is in the books, obviously qualifying in the books from Friday. I'm Ken Stout, Roy Ward sitting right alongside. As you can see, we have trucks sitting at the starting line, and the starting order today will be a good bit different than what we had one day ago. In fact, we will kick it off with an unlimited truck. It was a Frankenherbst truck that I believe Reese Millan was driving that will be first off, and then that will be followed up by 10 6100s with Ryan Arciero being the first one off the line inside of that category. As we scroll back down through the list, after the 6100s, we find Mark Post. Of course, Ricky Johnson was doing the driving, and the historic 3 truck, they will roll off in the 12th position. That'll be followed up by a Geyser Trophy truck and Guy Yoakum, Scott Bailey, and then our first Polaris Razor Pro R. Congratulations to Kristen Matlock. She did a fabulous job one day ago inside of the pros side by side. So looking forward to watching her continue on with her efforts to see if she can win this 1000. She'll roll off 15th off the line. Roy, it's going to be an exciting day, but as I understand it, I had an early conversation with Ricky Johnson. He said this is going to be probably the toughest day in terms of what the course will be for the vehicles to endure, but he said it's also a great opportunity for passing.
Yeah, the San Felipe section is always known for its wide open spaces. The sand washes are wide with plenty of lines in that first section. A little rocky, pretty little rough too. And here you can see it right here. Not a huge section. Goes out starts right along the Sea of Cortez there, and then it heads out up into the mountain sand, washes up by Matomi Wash and all that good stuff, and then comes back down by I think that's down there. Yeah. Anyway, I can't think of the name of it. Anyway, but the sand washes are pretty tight, rocky, and then you jump on that long transit section down to stage 2. But that first little section, they'll get to stretch their legs a little bit, and they'll have a good time.
So as we talk about the stages that they will compete in today, the first one out will be a special stage. Unlike one day ago, where the first 19 miles was a transit stage, they're going to go racing right out of the gate from San Felipe to Las Delicas. I'm not sure how to say that. Help me out with that, Roy.
Yeah. I'm no help over here, Ken. Sorry, buddy.
Well, they're going to go 65.3 miles here in this first special stage, as it were, as they roll out of San Felipe. So there's a look at the stages up there top, and you can see the transit stage to follow up there. A long transit stage of 52 miles. Then they'll go racing again for another 66 miles. A much shorter transit stage of 6 miles. Another special stage at 48 miles, almost 49, and then a final transit stage of near 30 miles for a total of 269.7. We'll go ahead and round up and just call that 270 miles.
Yeah, I like where your head's at, Ken. Yeah, and this is that truck that was it's part of a 19 Industries truck, and I think Reese Millan did some work on it too, and that's why they're calling it the Frankenherbst. So this truck, he was on a mission yesterday, but we didn't get to see much of him on the screen, and he was sneaking up through there, and got to the top of the food chain there yesterday. And
yeah, he had a really good run. Of course,
yeah.
Reese Millan behind the wheel, as we understand it. A lot of success, and he's had a lot of success in rally, drifting, hill climb, a little bit of everything. So we look forward to him doing what he does as he's getting ready to lead the line here first. And with more on what we're going to see here today, let's get it back over to Pam.
Here with Reese Millan at the start for stage number 2. Reese, you overalled yesterday completely over every single vehicle out here. You and Chibra, you know, you guys have a good thing going, but being the overall from yesterday, how are you feeling this morning?
Oh, super excited. You know, it's a new truck, kind of first time at pace in it yesterday. Kind of surprised, to be honest. We were just super clean, but there were areas that no one had really raced on before. So it was like, it brought me back to my roots of blind green rallying. You had to read the road, you had to be super clean and tidy, and then push where you knew the road. Chip did great on the notes. Today we're going to flip out with him driving the second half of the day. Yeah, we're in a good spot. Surprised.
Well, you're saying you're surprised, but you know this very well. Smooth is fast. So if you were taking it at a smooth pace yesterday, there you go.
Yeah, for sure. You know, a big credit, to be honest. You know, we were on a lot of graded roads and then technical roads. This is my first time racing on the new Falcon 40-inch race tire. The traction under braking and under acceleration is incredible. So really, kudos to those guys for giving me a tire that I could perform on.
Well, good luck out there today. We'll see you guys at the finish line tonight, and congratulations on the overall for day number 1.
Yeah, thank you.
Woo!
Yeah, uber talented guy, and as we heard, I mean, even from Rob Mack, where, you know, they went through that second stage yesterday, is a stage that nobody has ever been on before. So it was pretty cool for a lot of those competitors, and including, oh, is that Cameron Steele down there? Hey, buddy. So he's getting ready to go, fire suit on. That's cool. So yeah, that second stage was brand new for everybody, and that's what Reese was referring to. Sitting back, waiting to get the green flag.
Yeah, he should have a good run today. I expect big things out of this truck. He had a solid run yesterday, and there he goes. He's going to have a really good run. I expect him to be at the front all day.
Awesome. Excellent audio from one of those unlimited trucks. Of course, max horsepower up to upwards somewhere around 900, possibly even 1,000 horsepower. Unlimited bucks, man, for one of those power plants, and certainly one of those trucks. I mean, it's a high dollar truck, and he's getting the best out of it. Next up will be 10 6100s. And chatting with Ricky Johnson there this morning, of course, the historic trucks went off late, so he said he was behind some vehicles where he just had to be patient, was back in the dust for a little bit, but I think he was very close to overall in the final stage. So we'll look forward to some of those trucks in the back doing better. Ryan Arciero coming up here now in the 32, number beneath, backed Troy Lee Designs truck, the red, white, and blue truck, unmistakable. Had a great run yesterday, qualified 5th on Friday, but had a great run, was first in class and second overall.
Yeah, and even talking to Ryan, the way he was talking yesterday, he wasn't really pushing that hard. He said he was trying to keep a nice, comfortable pace, pushing where he could a little bit, but he realizes that this is a 6-day race, and he's got a long ways to go to get to Cabo. So you got to keep that truck together. You got to keep it clean, and try not to hit anything too hard so the crews have less work to do at the end of the day.
Yeah, nice clear shot there. Hopefully it stays like this. The onboards, unfortunately, we lose nav screens, it seems like, when they're at speed. Hopefully that is the case. He puts that in first gear there. It is paddle shifted, so that's why you don't see the shifter down there in the console area or up on the dash, if you will. That is a rear brake actuator, the handle that you're looking at there. So, and then obviously a lot of engine management stuff there to the left for the navigator to keep an eye on.
And the hair pick is still in place.
They've not needed it yet. Nice job.
And if you weren't with us yesterday, that hair pick is for if they get into the cactus, the choyas that are all over the race course here, and you get a choya stuck and you use that hair pick to pull it out so you don't get it stuck on your finger. So
I'm thinking there were other color options available. I decided to go with the purple, it looks like. Or is that lavender?
Yeah, I would have to question the person that picked that one out, but we'll save that for another day.
I think that's more of, oh man, I meant to get one of those. Does anybody have one? And live, you're like, yeah, I've got this here.
I say we blame it on Ryan.
Why not?
Going underneath the highway here, heading out into the big whoops.
Yeah, these guys are not playing around here today, and it's super cool. Of course, they had a chance on that long transit stage to right off the start, and San Felipe, in Ensenada a day ago. But today, man, it is race mode. You put the helmet on, strap the belts on, and when they give you a green flag, it's right foot down and hold on. It's time to go racing.
And I think Craig's this is Craig McCarthy's entry right here in his new 19 Industries truck, and I believe he's enjoying the heck out of that truck.
Yeah, so, 100%. At least that's a 48 truck. So the VMC backed machine had a good run one day ago.
Actually, the truck had a cleaner run than the chase truck did. They had issues with their chase truck. Had to do some welding on that last night to get that thing roadworthy for today, but they're all good, and they're ready to go for day 2.
Yeah, McCarthy gets the green flag, so he'll get after it here.
Yeah, you can see all the movement in that truck. That means those whoop-de-doos are pretty big. When you got a truck with that much wheel travel and it's doing that much movement, those are some big holes.
Second in class, 4th overall. So a nice job for him.
Looks like he's adjusting his GPS there a little bit, maybe sucking it in so he can see the turns a little better. They both have GPSs, as you can see right there, and the driver wants one just every once in a while if he doesn't think he's getting the information he's getting out of his co-driver, because his co-driver's got his eyes on everything.
In my conversation with Ricky Johnson this morning, he was super excited. He said, man, this was so much fun. But what he really loved, believe it or not, was the fact that he had no idea where he was going. As we look at Brent Fox. Brent Fox will be next up here. So I said Craig McCarthy was fourth off the line. He was 3rd off the line. Brent Fox will be 4th off the line. Brent Fox with a good qualifying effort as well, and the number 282. Qualified 2nd. Finished up 3rd in class.
Yeah, I think his only issue yesterday is he had a flat early, but he recovered well. And that's probably why he sits in 4th place and probably not a little higher, but still a great run. I mean, 1 flat tire for the whole day, that's not bad at all. Hopefully Travis Williams and his co-rider have good communications today, and he won't have to use his hands the whole time. Looks like he's practicing already, though.
And I believe Pam Hall is down with our race director. Pam?
Speeding.
Here at the start of stage number 2 with Eliseo Garcia, we are here. You're getting all the cars lined up, so we kind of got you in a little bit of a busy time. But Eliseo, day 1 yesterday, it went really smooth. A lot of the drivers are excited for the new roads that you created for them to go do the rally on. I mean, tell us a little bit of what they're going to see for today on day number 2.
Well, day number 2 is, I believe, the second largest day, but it has a long transit. It's 52 miles of pavement. Unfortunately, we can't race anymore because there was a highway built, but definitely today will be challenging. We're going to go through, on the first 60 miles, we're going to go through 3 different washes, especially Amarilla's wash, which is a really cool canyon, rocky canyon, kind of weird, like if you're in the moon. But it's a really nice section. I think fast cars will be doing 1 hour 10 minutes at most, 66 miles. Then we do that long transit that I told you on Highway 5 that will take us all the way to Huerfanito, which is kilometer 124, a little bit north of Gonzaga Bay. That section, the first 10 miles, will be way next to the highway. Lots of rollers, I would say some G out, big jumps. So that's very interesting for race teams, especially because there's not a lot of people there. So they actually enjoy flying on those jumps. Once we get to Gonzaga Bay, that section will be super fast on the west side of Highway 5. Then we go below Highway 5 on a bridge, a big bridge on Arrastras Wash. Then we get to Coco's Corner, and we got a new section there that will take us, I would say, like 10 miles on a loop heading towards what it was Frog Canyon, we called. We're not going all the way there, but it's just a loop towards that, and then we go back. So we circle back. So that section is really twisty, technical. It will slow down some of the fast guys. It will be kind of an advantage for the UTVs, like Kristen, that she's really up in the stage on the results. So then we go to Chapala Dry Lake. After Chapala Dry Lake, we have another transition. It's only 6 miles, 30 minutes we gave them. And the last section is one of my favorites in Baja because it's really narrow between a lot of cactus, and that's like basically the last 48 miles. It will be the same. Jump trees, and it's really, really fun. I think it's more scenic today than what it was yesterday, with more desert environment. So we got a great weather. It's not too hot. So I hope everybody enjoys it, and we'll see you in Bay of LA.
If I know that all the racers are talking about already being excited. So Elsa, thank you so much for everything that you do. The racers are enjoying every single minute of it. So we'll see you tonight at Bay of LA.
Thank you. I'll see you guys. Bye.
So some great insight there from our race director. Eliseo doing a good job as we watch Mr. Herbst take off. 263 of EJ Herbst, 6th off the line here.
Yeah, and EJ had
a day ago in class.
Had a little excitement yesterday, didn't he, Ken, with a couple cows?
Yeah. We all had a little excitement there with that.
I think it was EJ. It was either EJ or Tim. I can't remember. Looks like Ryan's coming into that. There's a little short course type area just south of San Felipe, a couple miles in. Pretty silty, pretty soft, but it's a good place for the spectators. But looks like the dust is just kind of hanging there, so they need to get that water truck out there.
See Tim Herbst sitting back in there as well. And just ahead of him will be the 250 truck of Zach Langley, ready to get going here. Qualified 8th. Will be 6th off the line. I'm sorry, 7th off the line. 6th in class. And racked up, ready to go, man. Some good-looking wheels on the back of that truck.
Full of air, and hopefully they stay that way.
Yeah, he's hoping he doesn't have to use those wheels and tires.
Yeah, you don't want to go back there trying to pick those things up off that truck. That's a young man's game right there.
Yeah, it certainly means that he's had to stop to do so. So as we watch the 48 truck out here on pace already. Yeah, and you brought up the point that they don't get a chance to pre-run this, so that was something that was a lot of fun for RJ a day ago. Said and especially running a course that he had never been on before. So he said he found it really challenging, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, RJ's usually used to all the other Baja races where they kind of use the same track over and over again. They do get a little bit of new stuff, but NORRA seems to every year sneak in some large new sections, and it really makes it a lot of fun because every year you're going, oh, it's not just the same old thing that it is in some of these other races, and they're not chewed up, and it's a nice, fun, smooth road sometimes. So
yeah, that's exactly what he said. It was nice to be on a track that wasn't chewed up, and yeah, man, look at that dust. Woo.
See, even the trophy truck drivers don't like to be in 4-foot whoops all the time.
Tim Herb's coming up here next. And I believe it was Tim that said, was it Tim or was it EJ said it was the first time out there had a brand new navigator, and it was EJ that did that, because obviously Tim is running with both of his sons out here, which is so cool, both Pierce and Thor. And they talked about Jeremy co-dogging, and they said, is he going to get a break? And I said, absolutely not. Jeremy gets to go every mile.
Whether he likes it or not. Well, I pulled up the map today, and it doesn't look like the map's showing the race course just yet. I don't know. I mean, it's showing all the racers on the map, but it's not showing the race course. So I don't know if they need to refresh their deal over there or what.
And Tim stands on the throttles. He takes off with his 6100 truck.
And this is the normal course for the 250 Baja race that they run out of here. I think it was in March they did it. So this is very familiar to most of these guys. But they will get into some new race course here in about probably 15 miles, stuff that they're not normally used to.
Let me ask you a quick question, because I believe they went counter rotation this year. And for the San Felipe 250, are they running that same direction, or are they going the opposite direction?
Well, that's a good question. I was at work that day, Ken. I didn't get to come down there and play.
Cracks that thing in there. And Connor Pyle coming up here next. Connor Pyle with a nice rebound after a rough day in qualifying, where he put it over on its side, but had a nice run on day number one.
Yeah, he
8th in class.
Yeah, he came from all the way from the back of the 6100 field after a little problem in qualifying, but man, he turned it out nicely.
¿Ya están mandando señal? Ahora sí lo vas a seguir bonito, güey.
So cool to listen to these trucks take off.
Oh, I think Danny Brown is next. He's from Australia, and if you remember, we were talking about Danny yesterday, and he had moved up from 10th place all the way up to 5th by the third stage, and
Right.
we were wondering how that happened. Well, I'm looking at the scoring, and our boy got an hour and 40-minute penalty.
Yeah, he got lit up, and
Yeah,
we
and
knew
he
that
knew it.
was- We
Yeah.
knew that was going to happen, and as we had discussed, it's a much larger penalty to leave early, to show up and leave early, than it is to leave late.
Yeah, it probably would have been. He probably only would have got a 15-minute penalty or 20-minute penalty if he got there late. But because he got there so early, it was 10 minutes for every minute he was early. And he had a real good run yesterday. He was on time. He was only 3 minutes out of the lead. So that little problem, or that little thing he lost an hour and 40 minutes, and I'm sure he's just kicking himself.
Well, and to put it in perspective, I mean, we have 10 trucks, 10 6100s rolling off here between 2nd and 11th off the line. He's going to roll off 129th. So a ton of vehicles between him and the class leaders.
Yeah.
And he said it yesterday. He said, man, it was a simple mistake. It was an honest mistake, but a mistake nonetheless. He said, you know what? We're just going to enjoy it and have a good time down here. At this point, it's all we can do.
You know, and as fun as this race is, that's the problem, because there's just so much going on that you just really have to be up on your game when you come down here and race. I mean, it's a fun thing to do down here, but just a little mistake like that can cost you big. And it wasn't an issue with the truck at all. It was just logistics.
Yeah, they looked at the wrong time and pulled up to the start of the stage, thinking they were correct, and they were not, as we watch Herbst go at it, man. And this is what we were talking about in the beginning. San Felipe, it's always a challenge. The San Felipe 250, everybody will tell you it's the toughest 250-mile race you will be in. It's brutal out here, and you can see the silt. It definitely builds a lot of temperature inside of the transmission, inside of the converter. You know, even we were talking about that dry lake bed yesterday, and Ricky Johnson said, I was only going about 120 because temps in the converter were building. It was getting hot, so he had to be careful. So everybody struggles with that from time to time, especially in this heavy, silty loam, if you will. And then there's no shortage of whoops in San Felipe. Your damper package has to be on point, and not only do they need to function properly, but the cooling of those oils needs to be set up properly as well. Otherwise, it's going to be a really long day.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. Jonathan Faulkner here, he's getting ready to get back to it, and he had a tough day in qualifying the other day, and he bounced back pretty good.
Yeah, he had some sort of mechanical where he left and pulled over, but fortunately for him, he did pull over before the timing loop started, so they were able to fix it. They did come back. They qualified deeper in the field in the 13th position, but still salvaged a little bit.
And the dust is going to be pretty bad in this area all day for everybody. But once they start moving south a little bit more in the sand washes, the dust shouldn't be as bad because this is nice powdery silt. So the dust should lighten up a little bit for them as soon as they start heading a little farther south.
Faulkner stands in the throttle and takes off. He's on his way as we go on board with EJ.
And you were talking about temps for RJ, and if you remember, everybody in the UTVs was kind of talking about that yesterday. They were watching their belt temps, so they were slowing down. PJ was having some overheating issues a little bit, so he had to slow down. So it's not just the UTVs, it's everybody. Everybody's got to watch it. And these soft sand down here in San Felipe is one of those deals that it will heat up everything, like you were saying.
Zach Langley there. Zach qualifying 8th.
And he moved up one spot yesterday, and so obviously he's just going through the paces.
Yeah, he rolled up there behind EJ at the end of the day yesterday, and as EJ was talking about, it was new for him, new with the navigator that they had over there, so they were learning a lot of stuff. We talked about the course being new for some of these guys. I think for the veterans or the people that have a lot of seat time down here with this dust, it will also be beneficial to people with experience that kind of know where they're supposed to be going. And good call on that, Roy. You can see now that Craig's kind of out of it a bit and now has some clean air.
Looks like his hood's missing.
Oh, that is a good catch. I was so busy looking up and out, I did not notice that the entire hood is missing off of that truck.
I bet you that surprised him a little bit, huh? Maybe somebody didn't tie that hood down.
Yeah, I mean, what's the downside to that? I mean, how much protection does that hood provide for all the elements that are underneath it, especially in conditions like this?
Actually, it probably helps him. For one, he can see because the truck problem that you have when you're racing a truck is you can't see over the hood that well. Now he can actually see the tires moving up and down, and he can see a little bit more in the corners. So this is actually helping him. Plus, the airflow through that truck, through the engine compartment, it will definitely help cool that truck down a little bit. So this is not a problem at all. It's just aesthetics. I think the only bad part about that is he has to pay for a new hood.
Well, maybe somebody can retrieve it. Yeah.
How much you want to bet all those guys that are watching the live feed that are in this chase crew right now, they're all looking at each other in that chase truck going, did you tie the hood down?
They'll get it sorted out.
Oh, yeah.
They'll blame somebody.
Somebody's buying dinner tonight.
Unless he hit something that, just really chunked it off, but I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, if you look at Tim Herbst, look over to the left-hand side, and you can see the red right over his dash right there. That's the front tire there. He can't see over that. And when you go back to McCarthy, all that's missing, and he can see another 5 feet in front of him instead of not being able to see 5 or 10 feet in front of him, directly in front of him. And that's in the tight stuff. That's where when the hood's missing, that's where that comes into play, because you can really get that truck closer to the edge of the race course if it's a tight area. Sure. So here's the map. Right now they're heading to the lower part of the screen right here, up and through the mountains. That's kind of by Matomi, in the Matomi Wash area, maybe Wanamote, Shinante Wash area. And then once they get through that, which there's a lot of lines to run in through there too. And then when they start heading back towards the ocean, that'll be a nice flat run up until when they get near Perceboo and make that hard ride along the ocean there. And then from there, it's a pretty fun little run. I bet you they're going to really enjoy, the guys that don't really normally race NORRA. They're going to enjoy that second part of that little section when it comes back to the ocean.
Yeah, a little bit of feedback here coming in from RJ as well. He said they are going backwards on the San Felipe 250 qualifying course. A lot of huge holes there, soft, deep landings, and really what I was kind of alluding to, and I wonder if this is what happened to McCarthy. He said if you do have a big G out, a really hard G out, it does push the hood up on the buckles and the valance, and that knocks the hood pins loose, and then air catches it and it flies off.
Yeah, and if he very well could have hit, went a little wide and hit a bush or a tree or something like that and jarred it loose. So that could have been part of the problem also. So sorry to blame the crew on that. Sorry, guys.
You're not getting a beer from them.
Nope.
Tim Herbst on a nice section here that is relatively smooth. Not going to get a whole bunch of that today in this first stage.
Yeah, I think he's heading out near the airport. That's a nice, smooth road up towards the mountains there, up into the sand washes.
Danny Brown.
Looking to make some of that hour and 40 minutes up yesterday. But you know what? He's going to have a good time doing it. And that's a brand new truck to him, from what I was told. So you know what? It's going to bring, even with the problem he had with that and that mistake he had yesterday, you'd have a hard time wiping the smile off of his face right now. He's having a lot of fun.
Yeah, and the information that I looked at this morning for those results with a time penalty had him rolling off 129th. So clearly they have changed that up here, and it looks like they want to possibly keep these classes together to some degree. But Danny Brown rolled off 10th. Back on with Ryan, and I think what you talked about, which is what I've heard from a couple of the drivers with Ryan, is he wasn't pushing real hard, but these guys, their natural pace, where they're comfortable with, as we spoke about yesterday, is so good. It's so fast. And there's so much talent in the 6100 class. We saw how close they were. But for Ryan, his natural non-push pace is very good. Wow, man, in a last
he might have
air off the track.
He's having a problem.
Flat tire.
Yeah, something. I was going to say, he's got the air.
Got the impact wrench.
Yep, got the impact. That truck's going to go up. See, and that's what Ryan's got his hand on, that probably on that jack button right now, waiting for him to get settled, and that the whole truck's going to rise on one side.
Yeah, I think he waits. He probably pops the lug nuts off of that thing before he lifts it up, and once they're clear, the truck will go up in the air.
And he's probably got the Bluetooth. He's listening to his co-rider right now, and he's probably telling him, okay, I'm ready. There it goes. That's what makes it nice about changing a tire in one of these vehicles. And that's what, these guys can do it in about a minute. And Travis has been riding with Ryan for years. These two. The
question is here, will they take the time to re-rack that flat or leave it there for a chase truck to pick up?
It probably won't be there when the chase truck gets there. I'm sure somebody else will be out there playing. But I don't know if they would re-rack it, to be honest with you. I think they'd probably leave it out there. And if anybody in San Felipe is watching this footage, they're probably already running to their truck.
Great on board there with Tim. Look at that, man. Should have put a stop. I should have started a stopwatch, but that couldn't have been any more than a minute.
No.
If that.
And good info from Tommy Morris. The reason that he didn't lift that truck up right away was because he's got to get that tire off the rack before he lifts the truck up. So that's why he waited 30, 45 seconds before he started lifting that truck up. Thank you, Tommy. Travis is scrambling to put all of his belts on and his Parker pumper and his communications, and
he's like, work here with me, Ryan. Don't do anything crazy. Just give me a minute.
Look at him. He's like, where's my belts? Slow down.
And, of course, Ryan's main train of thought is, we just lost some time. I've got to go.
Yeah, and Ryan probably is taking it easy. He's not going too hard. He's going to wait until Travis is completely buckled in, and then he'll kick up the wick. But he just wanted to get moving.
We saw the left rear fender fly off of this truck in the wash yesterday, right after he left the line. Working his way through this, the beginning of this course, and
that's Jonathan
Faulkner,
right?
Washes and the silt. Looks like the helicopter following the drone that's following the truck.
I'll get out of it and go back in.
So back behind Danny Brown will be Jonathan Faulkner and the 235 that we saw out there on course, and then the 3 truck. Not sure who's driving the 3 truck here. Ricky might be able to chime in and give us an update on that. Mark Post is in the truck. How about that? Pretty cool.
Yeah, Larry Ragland was telling me that he thought Mark was going to jump in the truck for San Felipe, but he wasn't 100% sure yet. So it was either going to be him or Josh Daniels today. So, or maybe Mark's going to go the whole day, or maybe he'll just go half the day and then put Josh in later. So maybe we can find that out a little later.
Yeah, I had initially heard that Mark would drive a couple of stages, but not push himself too far.
You can hear Tim and his co-driver talking to each other a little bit.
And my apologies, I was incorrect. That was not a helicopter following a drone. That was a drone following a drone that's following a truck. I thought I saw shadows of
Oh, they went the wrong way.
Yeah. And we saw this yesterday. I mean, it's going to happen without being able to pre-run.
My bad. Me, dude. I saw it, but it looked. I need to get out of this mindset of like trying to go back.
And that might be one of those deals that, you know, they just raced San Felipe and that's the race line that they're used to over there on the right. And the co-driver was maybe looking at gauges where it went into a Y and it went left and they went right.
Yeah, that was another comment that Ricky Johnson had made. He said that Baja Brian put together a great race book. He said it was really good.
And that's a key. I mean, if you can get somebody with logistical knowledge down here to come race this event, it's going to help you tenfold.
I would not want to be responsible for navigating this or trying to follow it at speed, but I love to watch it, man. These onboard shots, watching these guys navigate through these conditions at speed is nothing short of exceptional. Better shot of the GPS here today as well. You can see the speeds that they're carrying out here. Talked about this being a 3-speed transmission, so he's in high gear getting after it. A little up over 60 miles an hour there a couple of times.
Looking at the timing, looking at the split times at race mile 8, Ryan Archero did it in about 10 minutes and 57 seconds. Tim Hurst was a little faster at 10:55. And EJ was at 10:50. But it looks like the fastest one through there was at 10 minutes and 48 seconds was Travis Williams. So
and Travis with a pretty good hit yesterday as well. Look at that, 91 miles an hour through here.
Yeah, and look, he can't see too far. I mean, what, he can see 100 yards in front of him. It's clearing up a little now, but he's either catching somebody or that dust is just hanging a little bit.
Yeah, he wipes the visor off. Help me, but it's just dust that's hanging there. There, it clears up a little bit again. And the navigator pointing to the left, and he did that little
Yep.
point to the right. I'm like, whoa, that's too late. Don't do that to me.
Yeah. Here's Travis Williams, co-rider. He's still got his hand up in the air. I think he's just normal now.
Yeah, Trevor with Pete Toller was doing a great job navigating one day ago as well as they struggled with comms. Still has that left hand up as we go back to our map.
The map isn't working for me for some reason. I've refreshed it about 20 times, but nice to see it's working. All these guys are just going around that mountain on the left-hand side there, sand wash, tight, twisty. That's where Ryan had his flat tire up there, probably about where the 219 is right now, somewhere in there. And I don't see Ryan on the tracker right there. Is he not? Oh, yeah, he's ghosted back there behind the 204. So that means his time hasn't updated a little bit. So that's why it's clear. But everybody else seems to be moving just fine, heading back down. Once they get on that smooth road, heading towards Percy Boo and crossing the highway.
Yeah, he hasn't updated since 8/19, so it has been a fair amount of time. So I wonder if he's struggling, if he's lost his tracking.
In car with Grant Ingram.
Craig McCarthy first on road for the 6100s. As we go on board with Grant Ingram. Car all cleaned up there. Good, nice.
You must be heading to the start line or something. 2112.
Just out for a Sunday drive.
Yeah, he doesn't start till about 9:40. And I didn't even see if anybody got by Ryan. Somebody might have got by him because that doesn't seem like it was right in front of him. But if he just lost one position, that's still a great job by the coach.
If it was, it's Craig McCarthy, because they're showing him first on road for the 6100s, second on road overall to the unlimited truck. I do see some dust that's laying over there to the left-hand side. I don't know if that's being kicked up by McCarthy or if it's just laying there.
Right.
Some dust up ahead, it looks like. McCarthy at 49 miles an hour, so mile 33 as he sits right now. And that is a current updated time of 8:39.
Hey Ken, I'm gonna refresh my computer here, so you got
on board here once again with Ryan, making hay here, trying to get after it. These guys did have to pull over, change the flat tire, change it very, very quickly. Right back out and after it. Being able to watch the speed there. He's been in third gear for a while, ripping here, anywhere between 60 and 90 miles an hour as he is trying to close the gap on that time that he's lost. I don't know if you ever make that up. You lost it, you've lost it, but try and catch up with the trucks up in front of him. As we take a look at the 57 truck there. Yoakum now, doing a good job.
I think for a couple years here, he was racing a pre-runner.
Category.
Yeah. I think he was racing a pre-runner, a luxury pre-runner for a few years. And he decided to move up to a full-fledged unlimited truck.
And these trucks can look very similar, the 6100 trucks and the unlimited trucks. Big difference there, obviously the power plant.
Yeah, they're very deceiving to the naked eye. It's kind of hard to tell a spec truck from an unlimited truck because it's basically the motor and transmission.
And again, Ryan pulls over again.
That's no bueno. So like I said,
with a day that went perfect one day ago, they've had trouble twice now. I didn't see the impact gun in his hand that time when he climbed out, but clearly he's put the jack up here and put it up pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's not happy.
There's the frustration.
Yeah. And Ryan doesn't show a lot of emotion. He is, yeah. Yeah, the tires.
Wheel lane back there, not a good sign.
Yeah, that was sitting back there kind of funny, wasn't it? Mark Post through the little short course area.
So I mean, is there a chance that wheel fall off? I mean, how did it get off and lay out there so quickly? Unless maybe we just missed something, but we saw the co-driver climbing out of the truck. Either way it goes, he's not going to have any spares left on the back of that thing.
Yeah, because when they got done with that other changing the other tire, I did notice that the spare was on the top that was still there. So he might have pulled that spare off and just threw it off the truck and then went ahead and started doing that. But I don't know why you would throw it off and leave it behind you and then go change the tire and then go walk back over there and go pick it up. So it might be something a little more. Travis is a pretty seasoned co-rider. He's not going to make more work for himself. So there might be something more going on, but
they've been dealing with, I guess they've been dealing on some of the big trucks with studs that have been breaking. I wonder if they had an issue there. I guess it is possible, like you said. I mean, these are seasoned guys, so you wouldn't think this would be you wouldn't think this would happen. But I mean, maybe there was something between the wheel and the hub where it goes on, and the lug nuts were not able to get the wheel on.
Jim, I'm going to say you're
snug
enjoying
and tight,
your job
and
right now.
it worked its way loose and broke some studs. Whatever the case is, they clearly are having a tough day here early on. And Pam, we hear you have a little more info.
It is, Reese.
Good morning, you guys. It's been a great morning here in San Felipe, but I know you guys are going through the starting order and everything. I don't know if you guys have been made aware of it yet or not. So the way the starting order worked, obviously we had our overall starting out front today, which is Reese Millan in the driver's seat once again. And then we did our top 10 6100 trucks. And then after our 6100 trucks, we went into time again. And then you'll see some 6100 trucks deeper into the field today. But tomorrow, we will be having all of our 6100 trucks starting up top. They'll be doing the overall once again today or tomorrow as well to start. But there's a little mix up, I think, in communication. I was talking with Robbie about it this morning. He wanted me to make you guys aware. But so far today, though, I'm sitting here watching you guys, and Ryan Arciero, it looks like he's having some issues. And you guys said he was stopped a couple times.
Yeah, he's actually pulled over a second time. They flat early on and then had another issue where they just pulled over. And I thank you for the clarification, because I did go through and look at the overall order, and I updated all of my notes to see where people finished in class and where they were overall, and clearly did not jive with what they were doing off of the line. I suspected that they put together the top 10 6100s the way they were lined up. So thank you very much for the clarification. I did not realize when they went back to the 3 truck that rolled off 12th that they went back to time. So it's just odd that they sent off the unlimited truck first and then went to the 6100s and then back to time. That definitely threw me off.
Yes, and that's exactly what Robbie was wanting me. I was chatting with him as right before we were leaving, because we're already on the road, if you can't tell, headed to Bay of LA. So he was wanting me to just clarify that with you guys. He was over at the start line this morning, and it was just miscommunication, or I'm not sure exactly how to word that. But tomorrow we'll be back to what you were thinking it was going to be and what it was supposed to be. So yeah, but all in all, I mean, you guys are doing a great job. Everybody's giving you guys kudos for all the information you're giving out to everybody, and it's been fun down here in Baja.
Thanks a lot, Pam. We appreciate it. Talk to me about the social then. We're on board with Travis Williams. They're ripping through the desert, but talk to me about last night. What did you guys do, and how was the atmosphere? According to RJ, it was absolutely stellar.
Oh, it was for sure. I mean, the views coming into Pete's camp was absolutely beautiful. All the racers at Pete's camp, there's RV spots that you can line your RVs up and plug in and everything. Well, we utilized that, and that's where all the drivers came in. They backed their vehicles in after they came through the arch. And the after party, the fiesta, there was tacos and chicken and drinks, and all the fun stuff was happening last night with the beautiful views and the conversations. Sorry about that. So all the conversations that were happening about the racing, hearing people laughing about the fun stuff they went through, or the views, the new course the LSA put on. But Travis Williams, talking about Travis Williams, I asked him this morning on the start about his comms, because obviously he was having issues yesterday. But all in all, the racers last night were just, smiling, laughing, having a good time, and just gonna look over their vehicles and make sure they're all good for today. But there were quite a few racers that were looking for parts. So trying to help be a liaison with racers last night for parts that they needed to get. Oh, they lost a bag. Sorry, they lost a bag. Let's stop for that bag. Stop for that bag. Sorry, guys. This is live going to Baja. There's a chase truck in front of us. Just lost a bag off of it. And what we do down here, we take care of everybody. So we're going to flip around and go get that. But anyways, I'm gonna get off the call with you guys, and we'll try back in later because we're gonna take care of this here. But last night, Ken, was amazing. I really wish you guys were down here with us, enjoying it with us, because I think you would absolutely love it. So we'll chime back in here in just a little bit, and I'll be watching you guys all day, keeping up with what's going on.
Thanks a lot, Pam. Thanks for the update. Nice report. We saw the first Class 10 car that had a good run yesterday, Eduardo Laguna. Taking a look at Brad Bauder here. Brad Bauder, by the way, a seasoned helicopter pilot. Owner running that black 60, is a 6100 truck? It's an unlimited truck, isn't it?
What was the number on him?
Bauder. Yeah, that's an
Evolution Unlimited truck
for Bauder.
Well, he's back up and running. Ryan is, and Tommy Morris said that people have been having some issues with the wheel studs braiding on several of the unlimited trucks or the spec trucks. So that could be one of the issues that maybe he had.
But if they broke the studs off, they wouldn't put the wheel back on and get going again, I don't think. So maybe it was just a fluke deal with a couple of back-to-back flats.
It could have been. It took him a while to change it, so who knows if he was having some problems getting the tire off. Maybe the tread got wrapped around the brake caliper and he had to, fight it for a little while. But Ryan stayed in the truck, so obviously Ryan figured he could have it, or he could figure it out. It could also have been a driveline. That's one of those things that takes about 5 to 10 minutes to fix. So Ryan's probably trying to clear his head of that, and you can see he's agitated a little bit. Travis is probably like, hey, I'm just trying to put my stuff on here, and you can yell at me later.
Yeah, the hand signals there certainly indicate the frustration, but you got to shake it off and just focus on the task at this point. There's the hood missing on the 48 truck, as we had documented that a little bit earlier for Craig McCarthy. And back to the 207. Matt Cullen making his way through.
And Matt's been in a bunch of different race cars himself. I think he started in a Class 10 car, moved into the unlimited car buggies, and now he's into the spec trucks.
And here we go with PJ Jones, who was first in class for the Pro Side-by-Side FIs.
And
as you documented before, talking about dealing with some heat issues and learning a little bit more about these cars from the factory Polaris cars. They do have a water spray, according to Tommy Morris, to help keep that belt a little bit cooler. They actually have a separate tank with a solution in it.
That reminds me what they used to do with the shocks back in 20 years ago to try and keep those cool. They'd take one of the spare tires out and put a water tank in where the spare tire would go, if they'd had two spares anyway, and they'd put some sprayers on the rear shocks to try and keep them cool. I mean, that was just stuff they would try and do back then. And he's looking for a smooth line here. He's jumping from side to side, looking for the smallest whoops out there, but he's not going to find them. Brent Fox.
And back on board with Travis Williams.
And it looks like Travis had the fastest time at race mile 8.3. And the top 5 guys through race mile 8.3 was Travis Williams, Brent Fox, EJ Herbst, Tim Herbst, and Ryan Archero before he started having some tire issues.
Yeah, and back to, as we go on board here with Mark Post, update on that from RJ as Mark Post will be in the truck all day long. Good news, good for him. Legendary driver, of course, a legendary truck as we documented a day ago. And one of the Class 1 cars.
Yep.
He
ran over
the tire wall.
That's one of those tires that's on the side of the short course area. It threw me off too. See all the tires buried on the side of the course there? It's kind of like a little berm there. He just clipped one of them. I thought he lost a tire myself. So he's still got his spare tire tucked in there. It's right behind the number plate there, between the number plates in the rear. So he's still good. Looks like an old Jimco. Looking at the split times at race mile 23, EJ Herbst looks like he had the best time going through there, followed by Brent Fox, Travis Williams, Craig McCarthy, and then Tim Herbst.
By the way, that was Greg DiStefano, and Greg had a good run on day one. Oh, a little off course here for Herb.
I said left.
He was going left. It just
took a while. Yeah, that'll happen all day. And see that if you look, that course isn't as burned in as the stuff they've been on. So that's one of those deals. They were on a really burned in race course, and then NORRA said, "Hey guys, we're going to make a left here on this course that hasn't been burned in that much." And you know, it's very deceiving because you're just used to a burned in course and you just follow the ruts. And when they throw you off on one of those, as you can see, those 6100 trucks are starting to make that course a little wider now.
Man, it's brutal in there.
Yeah. The UTVs are going to love that little spot because they are going to be able to dice through there a lot quicker. And it's soft. So those UTVs with that four-wheel drive, it's just going to pull them right through there. They'll have a lot of fun through there and make up some time.
53 of Wade Porter making hay. Vicky down there with him. Logan Ponce also helping out with that effort in the 53 truck. So guys are pre-runner. Again, a bit of an overhead shot, a little wider section there, but as we know, it gets much tighter and much more difficult. EJ Herbst, the cousin of Thor and Pierce. Brutal.
Yeah, that's that That's one of those, that news section that NORRA likes to throw in. And this is probably one of those little play roads that all the locals use for their UTVs and everything down by the beach area, because that's where I think that's about where they're running right now. And it's a lot of fun in a UTV, but a big 6100 truck where it's soft sand and everything, that's a really tight little section.
Yeah, and EJ's tracking is not updated for a bit now. About 8 minutes.
Yeah, so that's probably where he's at right now. He's probably stuck in the middle of those cars. So
and that's PJ Jones. By the way, we had her on camera a little bit ago, and I wanted to talk about her, but there was something else going on, but wanted to give some love to Kristen Matlock. Kristen doing a great job one day ago, and in that 7154, the pro side-by-side. She was the first side-by-side one day ago, first in class, first across the line as well for the side-by-sides. She had a great run and acknowledged by Robbie Gordon in a great interview side-by-side with the two of them one day ago, where Robbie said, you know what, I got on the road on the highway with a 37-mile-per-hour speed limit before you, and I had 15 seconds on you. He said, and you had caught me by the end. He said, I clearly did not run the corners at speed, and it cost him a little bit.
You know what? And that's just one of those little things. And we're watching PJ Jones right here. When I was racing in an old single seat Larry Ragland car, I had caught PJ in one of those type sections, and he was doing 20, 25 miles an hour in these corners. And I just kept that car locked at 37, and I passed him, and he was not happy with me. He kept trying to, so, and that's the thing. You get sleeping, you're sitting there talking with your co-driver or whatever, and you're not paying attention in those timed zones. You have to keep it at that 37 mile an hour or whatever mile an hour they got you at. And if you don't, you are going to lose time.
That is the Liqui-Moly car right there, the Augie Renazetter entry. Augie and Carl drove the end of it yesterday. Augie started things off and had one of the best to ever come down here and compete with Rob McCachran sitting alongside. So he was learning from one of the best, and then it was Carl that got in along with Rob Mack's son-in-law, Franz, who hopped in the navigator side. So a good family effort, and two absolute legendary off-road racers that competed against each other viciously previously, and Rob Mack and Carl Rennes that are having some fun in that Polaris Pro R as we go back on board here with PJ Jones.
Do we know who's driving that one today?
I'm checking right now. I'm going to check in with Rob Mack, and I will give you an update when he gets back to me.
Yeah, PJ probably can't wait to get to that nice, tight, twisty stuff along the ocean there, because that's where he can start making up some time. Those big holes down there in San Felipe are not nice to the UTVs. They're not nice to anybody, really. I mean, it's hard to get up on top of those things in the first place. But with 35-inch tires and not having 40-inch tires, that makes it tough. So there's Ryan minus his tires in the rear. He's probably got to take it easy now that he doesn't have any spare tires sitting in there. He's going to have to take it easy till he gets back to the time zone there, the transit stage, so his guys can put some tires back in there.
And we're going to pop up this map here one more time, and wow, who was that sitting there? Did you
that
see
was
that?
Bo Briggs. So there's your leader. He's heading back for this short little section before they get back to the highway section. He's probably got about 10 miles to go before the end of the transit, or before the end of the super stage. Brent Fox getting ready to cross the highway there. That's where they were, that little section back there to the top of the page there where it runs along the ocean. That's that tight, sandy stuff that we just saw EJ going through. Not very friendly for the 6100 trucks, but it's actually going to be a lot of fun for the UTVs Ryan Archero's just getting ready to go into that section right now. I'm wondering if he might stop at the highway crossing and get some tires, but I doubt it.
Some stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he will, just because he's only probably got about, this is short super stage, so he's probably thinking, I just need to keep it clean for the next 10, 15 miles, and then I can get back to the highway and not lose any more time, because he doesn't want to lose any more time.
Yeah, it's a great point. This special stage, 47 miles, and he's picking his way through probably the better part of the front half of it anyways. When you stay clean for a little bit, maybe he can make it to the end, and then they'll have a little bit of time to re-rack some tires. Again, back on board here with Tim Herbst and racing with his two sons. Always special. And, of course, they've been outstanding as they begin to cut their teeth, taking over the business here for the terrible Herbst as well, with the fuel stations and the permitting that it takes to get things done. So they are the successors to that very successful business.
As Tim Herbst navigates right next to the ocean there.
And in the interest of fair reporting, I mean, I just want to throw it out there. It's difficult for us to thank Ricky Johnson, Tommy Morris, Rob McEachern, all the people that we get help from. I know, Roy, you get a bunch of help from a bunch of people that are chiming in as well as we go back on board with this historic unlimited truck, and Mark Post. We can't always say thank you, but we really appreciate all the info. And for those of you out there, if you want to send us some info, we are all about it, because there is no way we can keep up with all of these competitors, and there's so much great info out there about them. We want to thank everybody that's been helping us out.
Yeah, we kind of feel like a navigator running with this race too, because we've got all these screens to look at. We got our phones to look at when we're getting messages and going through the map and all this other stuff. So we're a little busy over here ourselves.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's 240 entries. What those 240 entries, there's the better part of 700. Last I looked, 690 names associated with those 236 entries, I think it is. So, I mean, it's a ton of information. I have spreadsheets for every single card, every single class, but to navigate through them all is very difficult on the computer. I printed out a total of 5 or 6 sheets. I have them taped together. Some of them are the better part of 1.5 feet long, 2 feet long, that I try to navigate through. We're trying to keep up with the maps as well. We go on board. We try to keep you up to date with all the onboard stuff. I have program in front of me on one computer. I have stats on another computer. I have tracking on another computer. So, and then we have Tommy texting us as though we have nothing better to do. So, and Tommy, dude, I love you to death. So I'm just busting your chops a little bit. Do not take that personally. Keep the information coming, but we try to respond back on text messages with all the stuff that's going on. So it's very, very busy in here, but we want to get as much accurate information out there. And as I say silly stuff along the way, these guys are correcting me so we can get the right info out. So thank Tommy, thank all those guys that are sending us the information. But if we don't get back to you right away, it's because there's a little bit of stuff going on here.
Yeah, we're busy.
And I got to work in a cup of coffee and some tea.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to tie my brain to my mouth here, trying to get words out. So it's early, and I haven't finished my coffee. So
yeah, that's difficult at any time for me. So you talk for 9 hours straight, you're going to say something silly somewhere along the way, just the way it goes.
Yeah.
There's a good look at the Whipple truck. Speaking of Tommy feeding us some information, fed us a little bit of information earlier on that one.
A little bit of clean running there. Tim's enjoying that. Just and this is probably 3 miles away from where that real tight sand stuff. So you can see how quick that race course changes in just a couple minutes. Little split time at race mile 37. Travis Williams had the fastest time, followed by EJ Herbst, Craig McCarthy, Brent Fox, and the physical race leader, Reese Millan. But that could all change with the more cars that go through that, because there's a lot of cars that haven't made it through race mile 37 yet. So that could change. But at the moment, Travis Williams is the fastest through that section. Yeah, see, Mark's back there. He's still going around the mountain in that sand wash, not too far off the start. A few miles, I'm guessing. Race mile 10, 20, somewhere in there. Yeah, that dust is just kind of hanging there.
Yes, sir. Oh, that is the prop from the drone. So what I thought was a shadow from a prop was an actual prop. So that's why I thought it was a helicopter earlier. I thought I saw a shadow of a prop over there, but it was the actual prop from the drone. So
yeah,
I didn't want Tommy to think I was going completely nuts.
Nice little four-seater.
Yeah, really nice car there. I remember seeing that yesterday, the Milwaukee back machine. It's like they got some support from WD-40 as well.
Yeah. Just a couple $100,000 sitting there.
Yeah, and as we talked about a day ago, they're so compliant, man. It is just absolutely amazing how comfortable these vehicles are in this very rough terrain. Man, oh man, that is just crazy. Well, that was Randy Menier. That's a 995, I'm pretty sure, of Randy Menier. Randy Menier, another short course racer, has done good and did great in the buggies, and as memory serves, ran a Pro 4 for a little bit, and he had one of the nastiest accidents at Lucas Oil Speedway on their short course, which is where they're running some short course races this weekend, up over the big flyaway jump. It was pretty scary, but glad he was okay. Tore up a truck, but he's okay, and he's back out here having some fun. And great to have Randy with us.
Reese Millan just
that?
finished.
The unlimited truck, the first one off the line at the end of the first special stage.
Yeah, so he's just finishing his first special stage, and he's going to jump on the highway. Maybe he'll stop and get some fuel. Usually about halfway down the transit stage, everybody sets up to set up for fuel and everything. And maybe that's when he'll top his truck off with fuel. But he's got a 52-mile transit stage in front of him, so he's got some time to relax.
Another great drone shot here, watching these trucks deal with this very tough terrain.
I'm going back and forth here on my tracker and everything, trying to get all my stuff. Oh, look at that. It finally showed up. My map finally showed up.
previous 8:55 was Tim Crunch, by the way, out of Durango, Colorado. Followed him a little bit yesterday as we watch one of our side-by-sides. And they actually do get through that really heavy, thick silt much better than I would anticipate them to do. Seems as though they stay on top of it a lot better than some of the heavy trucks.
Yeah, like we were talking about, the four-wheel drive in those systems, plus they're not as heavy. So, the UTV's showing a little strong suit here on how they can perform out into the desert here, and even the little tight short course stuff.
And that says it's Max Gordon. That is not. That is Robbie Gordon today inside of the number 7 truck. They were switching off. Max is in the side-by-side. So Robbie inside of the 6100 truck. Max unfortunately had some issues with that truck, as we know, during the middle of the day. They had a vicious electrical issue, and they had to sort through it. They were able to do so, much to their surprise. And then in the final stage, I wanted to look. I never took a chance to look to see who was quick overall in that third special stage, but Max felt like he had the best time. He said, man, that gas pedal was just a footrest for me, man. I had it planted, and we were on board with him a lot. I mean, he was absolutely ripping. And to follow up on that story, because he was so deep, we have to talk about how they do timing and scoring here at NORRA. Robbie certainly made it a point to bring it up as well, but it's different, it's cool, but because Max had so much trouble, he came across a line much deeper than third place. I mean, more than 20 minutes. So if you finish after third place and not 20 minutes back, then 20 minutes behind third place, then you get to keep your designated time. But if you're more than 20 minutes back, and everybody that is more than 20 minutes back behind third place, that is where they will start, 20 minutes back. If you're an hour back, but you finish the stage, you finish the day, then you're only 20 minutes back. And if you don't finish it, then you're 30 minutes back behind third place. It may sound a little bit confusing, but that was the situation. So it really helped the number 7 truck in their starting position today.
Well, I can comment on that time. I'm looking it up here, and the fastest vehicle yesterday for stage 3 was Mark Post at 51 minutes and 44.9 seconds.
Well, that was Ricky Johnson, 100%.
Right, right.
And Ricky said he knew he had ripped that third section really fast, but I was talking about in comparison to the 6100s.
Right. Well, and that's where I'm going with this. Max Gordon was second, and following Ricky Johnson's 51:44.9, Max Gordon was 51:45.2. So 0.3 of a second behind Ricky Johnson in the 6100.
And you did it. You really called it. We were watching it, but Roy, you called it. I mean, he was ripping. There is no doubt. Max was on the pipe.
And he was 400 horsepower less than Ricky Johnson. And that makes a big difference towards the end of those stages, where you can be going fast. And I think Ricky was actually was definitely not driving as hard as Max, because I'm sure he was driving very fast, but he wasn't pushing it to where 125%, you know what I mean? But he was probably all the way into the 95%, but Max was definitely over 100%. He was working through some issues.
Yeah, RJ did say he was having some heat issues across the lake bed, so he was not pushing it there. He said he was 119 miles an hour, which
exactly
was getting it done, but that's 6100 speeds. I think most of the 6100s were probably around 110, but nonetheless, yeah, not wide open all the way through, but a great run for both of those guys to be at the top of the charts at the end of the day. But Max making up some ground there and was able to finish the stage. So the 7 truck started 20 minutes after third place today. As we go back on board there with EJ Herbst, we saw Robbie Gordon inside of the number 7. We saw Brent Fox as well make it to the end of the stage, I believe that was.
And I got an update on the 48 truck of Craig McCarthy. How he lost that hood is he went over a jump a little too fast, landed on the nose a little bit, and he hit the sand with that balance on the front, and it popped the hood off. and had a couple very happy spectators that got away with
Gladly
that
picked
one.
up a souvenir.
They sure did. A nice little gift from Craig McCarthy.
So he was busy yard darting that thing, and they got a souvenir out of it.
Uh-huh.
Quick shot there of Robbie Gordon and the 7 truck, now back on board with PJ. PJ, who builds a bunch of cars as well, I believe also with a rental program.
A very good rental program.
.277 truck waiting patiently to take off. That is Travis Williams.
He's got 2 different colored gloves. See that?
I'm sorry, I did not get that. What'd you say, Roy?
He's got 2 different colored gloves on, the co-driver does, so he must have wore out that other glove yesterday from giving all those hand signals.
He's taking off here at a very modest pace.
Yeah, he's
over to the start.
He's in the transit section now.
Yeah, he's in that little transit section.
Yep. So,
and it's pretty long. That second transit session stage, I should say, is 52.5 miles long as we watch Robbie Gordon. Clyde Stacy truck, and of course, Clyde Stacy also owns the unlimited truck that they compete in, the dual engine truck. 2 engines, 2 transmissions. It's quite a unique beast and very, very capable. Fresh off of a win with that one at the previous event. And Robbie doing a great job, as you would expect right there. I mean, that's on the pipe, carrying good mid-corner speed right down where he needed to be, not up into the heavy loam. And starting to air it out.
Put the Clyde Stacy 6100 truck through its paces today, and probably having a great time doing it. One of the Herbst. Jay? And Kevin Murphy's going to be the driver of the 48 today, not Craig McCarthy. So Craig's probably yelling at us saying, hey, I didn't do that. I didn't nose that truck. It's Murph's fault. So thank you, Pam. Oh, but Craig's in the co-driver's seat. Oh, okay.
So Craig was able to yell at him right away. Is that what you're telling me?
I think he's going to bill him for that hood is what I think he's going to do.
There's an invoice coming your way.
That's right. Little old school C10. Got that NORRA feel to it. I love it. Yeah, look at how deep those holes are getting already. As we watch Guy Yoakum go by.
Yeah, pretty cool to watch the old trucks be revived and saved and put back in condition strong enough to come out here and compete as we go on board with Nick McPhee.
3 double caution deep water crossing in 574 feet. 024 double caution water crossing.
That's that lead nav talking to him in his headset.
024 double caution water crossing. In feet. 0 water crossing into whoops either or.
Nick with a good qualifying effort back on Friday.
And he's catching somebody. His co-driver's giving him a different line to take. See if he can keep him out of the dust and try and catch him. I think he's getting ready to come into that short course area. And that dust is not going to get any better for him in there.
In 646 feet, 026 deep whoops.
You've got to think too, when you're in the middle of that dust and you don't see all the bumps that you're about to hit. So physically, you kind of prepare yourself whenever you see something coming. But if you can't see it coming and the car hits it, it just becomes more difficult on your body physically.
Yeah, you're driving blind. You really are. In that dust, you are driving blind. It looks like, I don't know if did he pull over for him? No, he's still some dust.
I don't think so.
Just some pockets of dust is what's happening there.
Just trying to find another way around every opportunity. Navigator working overtime here, and this is where they earn their money. Try and find another route, get you out of the dust, get around the car in front of you, if there's one available.
And and if the terrain isn't bad enough for you to be, dealing with, the dust just makes it that much worse. You can't see the rocks, you can't see the holes, you can't see the corners, you can't see anything. But you don't want to slow down too much either, because you don't know if there's somebody right behind you in your dust. So it's very dangerous. It's very challenging. Oh, somebody pulled over for him. And here's Gilberto Rodriguez in the 108 Kenneth Magnum A-Arm car. I believe an ex-McMillan race car from the 90s or 2000s. He's got a V8 GM motor stuffed into that thing.
You talk about the dust here as we get back here to Nick McPhee. And for the fans at home that are watching that maybe they've never experienced what it's like to be in the dust, the best example is to tell you what it's like whenever you're driving in a real heavy and thick fog. It's really identical. It's just pretty much the same thing. I mean, it's just a terrible feeling. And somehow these guys start to get used to it. I mean, people like, I know I've had conversations with McCachran where there's little things that they look at. They look at different, maybe they'll look out of the side window and to just make sure that they're still on the road to see what it is, because they really can't see anything in front of them. But their senses become very keen. And over the course of time, and certainly for someone like that, many, many years, they just have little tricks that work for them. And somehow they're able to maintain some speed in the crazy thick dust.
Yeah, and Rob's probably one of the best at driving in the dust. And he's also, a lot of people probably don't talk about this, Rob has a photographic memory. That guy, in all these race courses that he's been on, I mean, he can be explaining to you, hey, yeah, in that one corner where that rock's on the left-hand side and then that big tree with the two branches that come out like this, that section right there, yeah, you got to stay to the right on that. And you're like, what? What are you talking about?
The one with the bird sitting on it.
I tell you, the guy has a photographic memory, and let's see. Right? Yeah, he's missing one tire. I wanted to see if he was missing both, because they said he might have got stuck. So I don't know if he got stuck because of a flat on the second time, or if he actually got a flat and then got stuck. Yeah, both tires are missing, so that's what it was. But good job for him to make it through that stage and not pick up another flat, because when you're having a bad day, you're having a bad day.
Well, at least they made it to the end, like you said, and they took a chance there, had no more spares, and it did take them a little while to change that second one, whatever happened there. They'll have a little bit of time. Hopefully they can get to the end of this transit stage and have a look and re-rack a couple of spares and get ready for the next special. Tim Hart's making it to the end of the first special, and he's going to have some company that's going to roll up right behind him as well. Rolling off.
That's a cops Langley, isn't it?
And that means Herb's got around Langley, because Langley took off before Tim did. Or was that EJ or was that Tim? If that was EJ, then they're in line.
I'll tell you here in a second. Maybe. Yeah, it's 219, right? So.
Yeah, the 219 is Tim. If that's the case, Tim got in front of. Yeah, and on board there with Tim as he starts his transit. So talking about the speed there on the road, they do have to follow the road rules, but 75 miles an hour. And it sounded like they had a stereo going.
It did. Got a little music.
It's just crazy because these trucks are so comfortable. They're so well built. And it's like, hey, well, why don't we just put some music in this thing?
Yeah. Does that seem like the music that Tim would listen to, or would that be one of the boys?
Well, maybe the navigator sitting over there has control. Maybe it's coming through the phone and the navigator has control of that.
Yeah. I don't want to make fun of Tim's age, but I'm sure Tim would be like, hey, will you shut that crap off?
I thought he was waving to us there for a minute, but I think he was just getting the fingers loosened back up after hanging onto that steering wheel.
As you can see, the co-driver didn't have gloves on, but he did have a set of gloves. I don't know if you saw that. I think he shoved them right next to his left leg. There's probably a little pocket there, so if he had a flat tire or something, he can grab those gloves and put them on, because those tires are going to be hot if you have to change them. That's why I was always wondering about those guys with no gloves that are on the co-driver's side.
Yeah, and I think they both took their gloves off the second they hit this transit stage.
Yeah.
It's an hour and 20-minute minimum transit. Oh, okay.
So there you go. So it's a 52-mile drive in this transit stage, and they have over an hour to get it done.
Yeah, what did he say? An hour and 20-minute minimum. So you cannot check in. You cannot check into stage 2 before an hour and 20 minutes. If you do, you're going to get a penalty. So even an hour and 19 minutes, if you went 1 minute early, you're going to get a 10-minute penalty. And then there's also going to be a max. So it's an hour and 20-minute minimum and maybe an hour 40-minute maximum. So you'd have that 20-minute window anytime in that 20 minutes to check in to start your section 2, and without getting any kind of penalty at all.
I couldn't even follow the map.
In 819
Factory Pro R going through.
There you go.
042 John. In 862 feet. 043 keep right, more or less visible road.
Straight. There you go.
043 keep right, more visible road.
And that's probably the other reason they don't. Thank you, Pam, for that. The touch screen on those GPSs, you can't have gloves on for that, or you have to have special gloves. So that's probably why they're not wearing gloves. If you didn't say that already, Ken, I'm sorry.
Well, we touched on it yesterday. We saw one of the guys with the gloves on actually touching the nav screen with the glove. And I agree with you. I mean, you have to have a special glove to do that. Even so, that it's still very cumbersome. So it would be much easier, especially when you're at speed out here and you're bouncing around, to do it with no gloves on.
Good job.
There you go, waiting patiently, trying to make a pass here on a side-by-side, and the side-by-side wisely moves over.
Yeah, having a little traffic here in downtown San Felipe. Connor Pyle finishing his first stage in the trophy light. R8.
Not you. We put your right finger. For a while. About a half mile.
Oh, Nick's probably happy to be on some smoother stuff for a little bit.
And to be able to see where he's going.
Yeah. Even though he's still got somebody in front of him a little bit, he's hitting pockets of dust, just enough to annoy him. And that's why you work so hard when you get into somebody's dust, you work so hard to try and get through it and get in front of that guy, because the longer you're in somebody's dust, the more stuff can happen, the more bad stuff can happen. So that's why people get so aggressive driving through the dust, because they want to get out of it as soon as possible.
Well, you mentioned before, it's just so risky.
It is, but what are you going to do? Sit in it all day? You know, I mean, you got to do something. So, and you got to pick your times to do it also.
Yeah, well, I was referring to it's so risky to be in the dust, so you're willing to risk a little bit more to get out of it.
Absolutely.
050 double caution, keep straight div.
Keep straight. You're good. Good job.
I think we're going to bring in the tracking map here and see if we can find a couple of the side-by-sides.
Yeah, see what we got here. I don't know where do we got the fastest UTV? Where's the top UTV right now? Looking that up.
Yeah, I would think that the initial start would be Kristen Matlock in the 7154.
Yeah, she was the first one, right? So she's actually in that section right along the ocean after they cross the highway there by Percyboo.
Yep.
And she's running through there, and then
mile 48 I have her at, and looks like it updated just recently. I mean, right now.
Yeah, and she's even in front of Mark Post. Looks like, well, if the tracker hasn't caught up to that yet. And then moving back through there, see what kind of lead she's got over second place.
My guess is Mark isn't pushing too hard, but with that said, she started off a couple of spots back behind him.
Yeah, and then you got Max Gordon back at about race mile 32. And then Dodge Pullman at race mile 32, either right on him, but this is with the tracker. We're not sure. Nice little group of them. Even Augie's right there. They're all together for the most part.
That is Augie driving today. Augie and Franz are in the car. So the two young guns are in the car having some fun.
And how could you not have some fun out here, right? Joel Whitted a little farther back.
Ziegler
in the
back
2990, yeah.
With the 6100 truck. And
I'm following my screen, not yours. Sorry, guys, if I'm throwing you off a little bit. Ryan Pullman in the 2062. So they're all going around that rocky sand wash right now in that area. So they're working their way to Percyboo, which is right across the highway there, and that's where they run on that short section along the highway or along the ocean. That's that tight, twisty sand stuff, and those guys are probably looking forward to that.
Yeah, it looked like Randy Manier was right there ahead of Pullman as you were talking about that. So Randy with that 4-seater.
Yeah, this is a long drive right here. This 52 miles is at least you got to do some racing, but there's almost no other way around this. There are some side roads there, but probably dealing with landowners and everything is probably just a pain. So, and here we go. Day 2 Super Stage overall update.
A good run. Go ahead,
yeah.
Roy.
No, go. You got it.
Brent Fox up top, as you can see there, very close here. Once again in that first special stage, as you would expect. 18 seconds between Brent Fox and E.J. Herbst. E.J. having a good run there. Travis Williams and Craig McCarthy. We know that Craig is co-dogging. So, yep, good jump. Good start for him. I believe not sure if that's Reese is in the 76-67 or not. But a little bit slower there with the unlimited truck that was first off the line.
Yeah, and that might be just because he started first. So he's probably trying to figure out what pace he wants to run. He was chasing dust all day yesterday. So that's, sometimes you pick up the wick a little bit, but when you're leading it, maybe you're just not too sure how hard you want to push it. And look at Ryan down there. He's lost 15 minutes.
I mean, you got to think he would be right there with that time of Brent and EJ, but some 14 minutes off pace. So yeah, they definitely struggled there in that first special.
And 15 minutes isn't too bad for the problems he had 2 flats in a row and being stuck a little bit. That's still pretty good. I mean, I'd have probably still been digging.
On board with Robbie, having some fun in 6100 today. He just came to a stop.
He sure did. He's backing up. So he missed a corner. Or did he? What's going on here?
The flashing yellow light over there.
And co-driver's pointing to the right there. Oh, and the dust is just, he can't see anything right now. He's probably afraid to get stuck, so he's being really careful.
Is he stuck?
He might be, yeah.
He put it in gear, and I heard him giving some throttle. It's moving a little bit.
Yeah, he's moving a little bit.
I mean, going back and forth would indicate to me that he was trying to get out of a hole.
Yeah. There he goes. He got it, whatever it was. That co-driver was going, oh, great. Now I got to get out and grab the max tracks and shove it underneath the tires and blah, blah, blah. So he's a happy guy. Robbie's happy, but that co-driver is much more happy. I wonder what happened there. I didn't see what
It was odd.
led to that.
I mean, I've got to think what you said, which was just an initial wrong turn, possibly. It's weird. He never really made a big adjustment that I saw.
And that could be another one of those issues that one of those well burned in tracks. He's on a well burned in track, and then NORRA made him make a left or something like that onto a track that isn't burned in just yet. And I think we heard a couple of the lead guys talking about that yesterday. They were first couple cars on the road, and they were missing turns because they were the first ones making tracks on off the burned in course to the non burned in course. And those guys are making it a lot easier for everybody else behind them because they're starting to see, oh, there's that turn. Just follow those ditches, or those ruts. But there are no ruts for the leaders. And what their maxes? What was their number?
In 0.3 miles, 064 keep left embedded rocks.
They started, so Robbie started 42nd in the truck. So he had quite a few cars in front of him. That's the other thing. He's fighting through all the dust on those slower vehicles because there is a lot of slower vehicles in front of him.
Yeah, well, that was third place plus 20 minutes. Jake
Right.
Johnson, too, as we recall, our number one qualifier in the 6100 truck, he had some issues yesterday, and I wonder if we didn't follow up on that. I wonder if Pam might have any more information, if she had an opportunity to speak with Jake or somebody from the team. I don't know that we ever heard what happened to Jake, but he was down for a little bit and got going. But he started right in front of Robbie Gordon today in the 41st spot off the line, and it was because they had some issues. So probably the same thing, 20 minutes after third place.
Yeah. And our fastest qualifier in the UTVs the other day was Trey Hernquist, and I got to talk to him last night a little bit. He said he got a flat tire early, or excuse me, on the second stage, and then they had some GPS issues. It seems like all the trails didn't get deleted from their GPS from a Baja race, and they got lost following an old race course and lost about 10 minutes doing that. they got that all figured out, and he lost about 5 spots doing that. And then once he got back on the road, right after they started stage 3, they heard a clunk and lost a drive line. So they had to load it up on the trailer and bring it in. So they missed stage 3. So they'll be starting back a little ways today. But Bill, his dad, will be driving today. So we'll see what he can do.
I noticed the gear selector on both of those. You know, they weren't working yesterday. We made a joke of it yesterday. Obviously, with Max was out there ripping.
Yeah.
And look, I said it's clearly not in park, so it looks like it has still not been fixed. But no harm, no foul on that. Not a necessary item.
Was that Augie that just went by?
That was Augie that went by. Augie and Franz.
Jonathan Faulkner coming in, getting ready. He just finished his first stage. Looks like he's working on that front fender, trying to rip the fiberglass off the side of the door in the front now, trying to match the rear.
Yeah, and that's an old school Brenthel truck with a mid fuel cell. He's done a lot of work to that to update the vehicle himself. Also does some co-riding with Rolf Holland.
It's a clean truck. If anything, he just made it lighter.
Yeah, that left rear fender missing. Yeah, we talked about that as he went sailing through one of those jumps there in the wash and ripped that off first thing yesterday.
Alec Coleman, 132.
Alec, with that thing on the pipe.
Yes.
As we watch the 57 roll in.
Guy Yoakum. Trading in his luxury pre-runner.
And I wonder if Cameron Steele's driving today, because we saw him in the fire suit. Give us a little hello, and that looks like Cameron Steele gloves right there. So quite possibly.
Was that who he was riding with, Guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Pap might be wheeling that thing there today. I don't know if he was driving or if he was going to co-dog. RJ was talking about the camaraderie between as PJ is out of his car. Did see?
He's in his time zone, so he's
Okay.
In the transit section. So maybe he's got some stuff underneath his gas pedal or something. He's digging under there. Doesn't look like he's worried too much about it.
Yeah, no, I think they look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time too. So as of right now, looking at the results from stage 1, day 2, Brent Fox had the fastest time at 1:08:58, followed by EJ Herbst at 1:09, Travis Williams at 1:09, Craig McCarthy at 1:10, Reese Millan at 1:10. I'm not giving you seconds, guys. Sorry, just hour and 10 minutes. And then Guy Yoakum just finished it an hour and 11 minutes. So probably about 2 minutes are separating the top 5 guys. Just in case you missed that the first time.
Coleman, who qualified 11th in his 25 Polaris Pro R, on the pipe there. He and Steve Smith out of Escondido.
Hey, tight through here. Nice and easy.
0.3 miles to waypoint.
Yeah. Nice.
247 miles to target. ETA 10.4 hours.
Ugh.
Good job. Good job.
Sometimes you don't want to hear how long you got to go. It's a little too early for that information. And they're at about race mile 20 right now. Look to be anyway. Let me refresh my map here.
692 feet. 082 deep whoops.
Stay out of the whoops. Good job.
Yeah, race mile 23. Nick's at. Just at the
082 deep whoops.
the furthest point of the mountain
688 feet.
in the
082
San Wash.
Twisty and narrow rocky canyon.
Looking good. Still on course.
And it looks like
082
Max
Twisty and
just
narrow rocky canyon.
is getting ready to cross the highway there at race mile
760
42
waypoint. In 500
in the
feet,
UTV, the speed
084
UTV.
Twisty and rocky canyon.
Twisty. Very tight.
084 Twisty and rocky canyon.
This is where we'll catch the truck. We don't want to get too close. Want to be able to see this. Good job.
$374 feet. 05 keep right step up.
Take care of the car. Take care of the car. Good job.
085 keep right step up.
Right. Yep. Straight.
In 345 feet. 086 whoops. 086 whoops. In 486 feet. 086
Kristen Matlock is probably about 6 miles from finishing her first stage for the first UTV. And she's back there with Mark Post, sandwiched in between Mark Post and Scott Bailey. A couple of
That's great onboard stuff, by the way. Obviously, the navigation and the comms between the navigator and the driver. So a lot of information there in that really tight, twisty area as we go on board with Mark.
Yeah, you can tell the co-driver was just talking to his driver, trying to keep him calm. Hey, how do you tell him you got a long ways to go without telling him, right? He's just, hey, just take it easy. Want to make sure we can see what we're doing here. So,
Yeah, keywords: take care of the car.
yep.
Some incredible drivers there in the Mark Post number 3 truck,
straight whoops.
as we've
In
documented a couple times.
717 feet. 092
Some of the
embedded
best, some of the
rocks.
biggest names in the industry.
092 embedded rocks.
Josh Daniel, Larry Ragland, obviously RJ. RJ drove opening day, and then that is it for him for the week.
It'll be interesting to see what Kristen Matlock's the Matlock entry anyway. I don't know if Kristen's driving today or if it's her husband, but it'll be interesting to see when they get to the finish line with that entry, what kind of time that they pull in, because that was a pretty tight and technical section. There was some big whoops, which might slow them down a little more compared to the 6100 and unlimited trucks, but they might be able to make up for it in all that tight twisty stuff too. So. It does not seem to be that breezy out there today, too. So that's going to be an issue all day.
We were on board with Grant Ingram and the 2112 as they were making their way to the race course this morning. It was kind of fun to watch them roll through town.
Yeah, that's a Reese Millan built Jackal 2024. I believe that's a 4-wheel drive vehicle.
It's fun to watch the navigators with different styles. This navigator has this style and did it all day yesterday with both hands up there on the handles, and obviously the road book down there in his lap. But we've seen some of the other navigators just with their hands crossed, down on their lap, holding the book. Everybody has their own way of getting it done.
I would figure your arms would get tired just holding on to that thing all day. Kind of like a steering wheel. And Grant's pretty comfortable right there. He's got that in third gear most of the time. That's probably your workhorse gear right there, you know. Second and third gear. Mark's making his way through this tight, twisty stuff. Almost to the end of his stage.
Yeah, they've got him listed out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I don't know if he moved or has a house there, but for a long time was in Huntington. I believe had a restaurant there in Huntington.
I just got a text from my buddy Mark McMillan. He just found out that I was announcing today, and he said make sure that we talk about the 2027 NORRA, and that we're going to be going back down there. He said if I give him a shout out, then I get to drive McAdoo. So
Wow.
There's my shout out.
Yeah.
It's official.
I would make sure I would have him confirm that he heard you too.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that all day. By the way, thank you, Mark. I guess he's heading down here
That's
to
super
Mexico.
cool.
Yeah. Great family, the McMillans.
Oh my goodness, so successful.
And it's, yeah, and it, you know, I'm sure he wanted to be down here racing this year, but business, you know, got in the way, so he's got stuff to do. But he said he wanted to do it next year, and next year is going to be quite the run. If nobody out there is aware, next year it's there and back. So not only do, I mean, 1,000 miles or 1,400 miles isn't enough this year, next year they're going to double that. So next year's going to start saving your money, because it's going to be a heck of a ride.
That is crazy to think. And there's a look at Kristen as she sails across. Nicely done by Kristen Matlock. She was first overall in class. First overall in class 1 day ago. Had a great run, and looks like she will follow that up here. Very successful side-by-side competitor.
Yeah. Now, is that Kristen behind the wheel, or can you
great.
tell?
But, I thought on that interview, I got the feeling yesterday in the interview that
Caution, keep right, rocks on right.
she was going to be driving, but
I thought her and her husband were switching seats.
well, you know
quite
what?
sure.
She did mention something about that. And there was one day where she wasn't going to get in, and then maybe that was day 5, and day 6 she was going to drive all day.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, maybe he's in here today.
And that vehicle that they're driving, I believe they say that's a Dakar version of the Pro R. So they're down there testing that for Polaris, I'm guessing. And it'd be interesting to find what the difference is between their desert racing Pro R and their Dakar racing Pro R. What kind of little nuances they've got different on that. So that'd be interesting as Mark Post pulls in for the finish. Stage 1. The lines of that truck, it's just gorgeous. Hard to believe that thing was built in 1994.
It's a beautiful truck. It's legendary truck, the Black Diamond. Yeah, and I obviously really updated. Talking to Ricky this morning, he said they had no pre-race meeting, no nothing. They pretty much climbed inside of the truck, and he said he hit the drink button for his drink tube, and nothing happened. And the co-rider hit his drink button, and Ricky got whatever the solution was that cleans the tubes out in his mouth. He said, but it did work, so they had they had some communications when they wanted to drink, but they were literally pushing buttons trying to figure out which button did what all the way through the stages.
It's definitely not the Formula One team, right? It's like the Gailey entry behind him in the ID Designs truck. Don't know if Larry Job's driving today or not. I don't know if they're splitting the driving today.
Yeah, maybe Scott got back in there and is wheeling it today.
They had a nice little run yesterday, too. Ken, Mark wanted me to make sure that he knows that he says hi.
Mark, as in?
Mark McMillan.
Oh, awesome. Hello, Mark. Thanks for watching.
Travis Williams. Cruising at 75.
About,
yeah.
Mark Post Restaurant. It's called Javier's. There's a couple of them. Great Mexican food. Had the pleasure of going there one time on the coast in SoCal. Beautiful place, as you might imagine.
Thought he had one down there in Cabo, too, at one time. I don't know if it's still there or not. As Trevor Glidden makes his way through in the Class 8 truck. This truck was built in the late 80s, early 90s. An old Dave Westham truck. Been updated a couple times. Looks like he might be catching somebody here.
Side by side, ripping by, and I did not catch the number despite my best efforts of trying to find it.
It's a red Pro R. That's about all I got.
We were on board with Zemeck a lot one day ago.
Yeah, this is that. I believe this is another four-wheel drive Jackal.
The Jackal, yep.
Yep, with that iconic Porsche Rothmans livery on it. And there's Jake Johnson.
And his daughter Isabella doing that in that Jackal. And yeah, there was a #1 qualifier on Friday. Unfortunately, had some issues along the way. We go back on board with the father-daughter team. We talked about this yesterday, but just what a great experience down there. And I had that conversation with Ricky. Ricky said, man, I can't stress to you enough the feeling, the vibe that it is that's down here. He said, we get out of the truck, we're hanging around, we're eating some tacos, we're having some beverages. He said, Rob McCachran's here, Carl Renazetter's here, Cameron Steele's here, the biggest Mark Post is here, Larry Ragland's here. I mean, the biggest names in the industry, and everybody, instead of duking it out and being in full race mode, or in full comrade mode, if you will. I mean, everybody just hanging out, having a great time, talking about the stories that went on during the day. It's just such a great vibe. So to come down here and do it with your daughter, I just can't imagine it being any better. Casey and his father are down here competing, and I told him I'd love to come down here and do this with my son. So we'll find out if that's an opportunity next year. But man, what a great opportunity. And I know these guys are hardcore racers. It probably wouldn't be that for us. I'm not good enough to do that, but just to have the experience to come down here and enjoy Baja and a different vibe and a race car, I just can't imagine there's a better event.
Well, and you're talking to Ricky, and he's only down here for one day, and look what he was talking it up. And this is 6 days. Times that by 6 times. You know what I mean? You're down here, and every day you get to do that. And at the end of the day, if when you're done, you get to hang out with these guys and go when you're having a taco after the race in the big tent there that they have at the finish line. You get to go walk around and talk. Hey, how was your day? How was your day? Oh, we had a great time. Blah blah blah. And then you get to do it the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. I mean, that's why this race is just getting more and more popular. The NORRA 1000 has been our little secret for a little while, but I tell you what, it's getting out. I mean, we got guys coming in from all over the world, New Zealand, all over the place.
That was a 61.42 of Richard Ciconti, one of the rookies, one of the guys that are new to the sport. Came out here, put a qualifying lap in, and finished up the stages yesterday as we watch Wade Ford take off.
Yeah, Richard had some problems early, if we remember correctly, early in stage one. He had some problems there for about 20 minutes, parked on the side of the road, but he got everything going as we're follow along with Casey Curry again, him and his dad probably. Should be Matt Cullen, the FNL Racing Fuel sponsorship. That's a good sponsor to have in off-road racing, let me tell you.
Any sponsor is a good sponsor.
I don't know what race fuel goes for nowadays, but sometimes when it's delivered down in Mexico, it's in the $15, $20 a gallon range. So 1,400 miles, and these things get about, 2-3 miles to the gallon? You can do the math. I see the cup holder is empty in Casey Curry's UTV. I'm sure he probably stopped, get a monster, and throw it in there. Little sponsor plug for him, right?
Looks pretty comfortable here in this first special.
Yeah, not getting jarred around too much.
Yeah, they had a good run as well one day ago.
Yeah, and Casey's he's been doing this for a while. He's not going to get too excited about anything. He knows this is a long 6-day event, and this is only day 2. So he's just going to make sure, he's probably seeing where he's going to be at the end of day 3, just to kind of keep an eye on things, and then he might start pushing a little harder when he gets to it. But no reason to go 100% in the first couple days.
Yeah, no, he did great. And he finished up 7th in class one day ago. So they made some good time.
And that's good. That's a nice solid run. You know what I mean?
Oh, no question. I don't think he qualified in the top. I know he didn't qualify in the top 10. I'm not sure if he even qualified the top 20. So came out there and made up a lot of ground for sure. So a player in the class already.
Yeah, and in qualifying, he might have been thinking, I'm not gonna go hurting my car right off the gate. You know what I mean? I'm gonna put in a respectable time, but I'm not gonna do anything crazy. I just need to get this thing qualified. If I can get in mid-pack, whatever, get in front of maybe the slower vehicles, then I don't have to fight through the dust as bad. And then I'll just pick them off one by one over the next couple days.
Yeah, that sustained pace, as we have talked about, is really the key to success.
Poor Nick keeps getting updates on how long he's going to be into that car.
138 double caution, step up, keep straight.
Step up. Out of the rollers. Out of the rollers. There you go.
In 759 feet, 139 washout.
All straight.
Yeah, see him. He's driving on the side of the course there. He's trying to get out of those big holes a little bit. So sometimes when you get on the side of the course, and then the driver's side tire can drive right there on the center of the rut there, it kind of makes the holes a little smaller, but it's hard to try and keep that vehicle off kilter for too long.
We're coming up to the highway section. We're going to cross it.
140 whoops.
It's going to be a minute, but we'll be there in a minute.
So Pam's going to follow up with Jake a little bit later on tonight. She'll see if she can get some answers from him. Did not have a chance to speak with him last night. And a little update on the two different gloves there for Travis Williams. I think it is Travis because he's not driving today, so he might be co-dogging. But they're red, white, and blue, so looks like two different colors.
141 triple danger traffic merging.
And a little update, Brent Fox, he's already down, getting ready to stage for stage 2, but he has not pulled into he's probably still waiting for his time to click off because he had an hour and 20 minutes to make it all the way from the end of stage 1 to for the transit section. So his hour and 20 probably isn't up yet, so he's just waiting for the time to go by. Is that Augie?
I saw Augie coming down there. Augie waving to the camera with a Liqui sponsorship. Augie and Franz there. Clicked on Brad Botter as well, and it looks like Brad has been sitting in the same spot for a while with the 10 truck.
Well, that's not good. Or he might, or it might be one of those deals.
He's past the finish of the stage, isn't he?
So yeah, he is.
He's waiting to start the next stage. Okay.
Yeah, and he might. It looks like it's kind of a clear. The way it's on there, it hasn't updated in a while. So maybe it hasn't pinged yet, and he's probably on the highway down a ways. So, and that's what happens. These trackers aren't super duper reliable. They're really good, but every once in a while you'll lose one for a while. I mean, I think we lost Ryan Archiero yesterday. So.
Bill and Isabella, and we know it's Bill driving again today because he has that same terror cloth towel hooked over the thumb.
You know, and that was a good call yesterday. I have never seen that, and what a great idea that is. Because you don't know.
Now that I see it.
Yeah, you know how many of those yellow towels we find underneath the seat of the race car at the end of the day? Because usually you'll have a pack of them. You'll have like 5 or 10 of them in a Ziploc bag, and you can, once that one's dirty enough and it starts scratching your lens, you grab a new one. But that's a great idea. Cut the hole out for the thumb, and that way you're holding onto it right there instead of trying to stuff it underneath your leg. You know, and next thing you know, you go down to reach for it and it's jarred out. Now it's lost underneath the seat.
Yeah, looks like he has the other end of it stuffed underneath his sleeve cuff there as well. Gave big props to Isabella, said she was spot on all day yesterday. And as we know, man, the navigators are everything here, especially in a course that you don't pre-run. And, oh, man, they had to really check up right there. Pretty rough little area.
It would be great to hear the conversation between father and daughter because, you know, you having kids, you know how it can be. A little bit of arguing probably going on in there, but the fun banter type, you know.
Maybe they should have a husband, wife, or boyfriend, girlfriend race, and just monitor the onboard. It would be a show of its own.
Somebody would be too busy beeping that thing out, I'm sure.
That's the HBO special.
Right, yeah. You're going to have to watch that on cable. She's probably hoping to get in that left seat, so maybe she'll feed him something tonight. Maybe his tummy will start getting upset. And, you know, Dad, I could probably handle it from here today if you wanted me to.
Well, they are in some pretty serious dust here.
Yeah, and they're just hitting pockets of it. So that's why it kind of seems like it's probably a little bit breezy out there, not crazy breezy, and they're just hitting pockets of it, and then they get an opening, and that'll happen, especially when you get like a little valley like it looks like they're in right now. So the wind doesn't move as well in the valleys, so you'll get pockets of dust, and then it'll open up, and then there'll be nothing for a mile. He's got a sequential transmission there. You can see.
Reached up there and pulled a gear, didn't he?
Yep. To shift, you either push forward, or to upshift or downshift, you either push forward or pull back. It's not an H pattern, it's just forward or backwards.
Great car, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, he missed that corner.
I'd love to go race a Class 1 car. Oh, it looks like he moved out of the
that's-
way there a little bit.
Yeah, did you hear the beep? That beep was he got buzzed and he went off the course. I thought he was having an issue, and then there went that 6100 truck by him. So he's playing nice. You know, if you get caught in the dust, you got to understand. Look what he's dealing with right now. That's what that 6100 truck was dealing with, and he fought through that and got to his rear bumper and buzzed him. Now, he did the right thing by pulling over and letting him go. Sometimes you'll get guys, we call it jackrabbiting. So you'll get caught, and sometimes if you don't respond to that buzzer, in other series, you're allowed to nerf them, which means you use your front bumper and hit their rear bumper. But I think nerfing is not allowed at NORRA, so that's why they rely on the Stellas. But in a different desert series, if you jackrabbit on somebody, if you get caught and you don't take off, and then you pick up your pace and you take off, when that guy gets back to your bumper, he's not honking, he's not giving you the Stella buzzer, he's using his front bumper, and it is not going to be a little tap, it's going to be a big one. So that's the etiquette of desert racing. And if you jackrabbit, just understand that if that guy catches you, it's coming.
You know, I was trying to figure out where he was in tracking to possibly figure out who it was that passed him, but struggling trying to find the 935 here.
Andrew
Correct.
Brown in the 145. Now I think that's another guy from Australia, because I think that was a right-hand drive unlimited car, and I think he's down there with Danny Brown in the 204 truck. Well, there's that 6100 truck that had passed him, Bill Zemek.
Yep. Yeah, that's. I was trying to find them on the map there, and they were all jammed up together, so it's a little difficult when they get that tight.
And you called it. I don't know if you saw it, but Bill's daughter, she was pulling those gloves off as soon as they pulled into that. As soon as they pulled into that transit section stop, she wanted those gloves off. So. Bob Briggs looks like he got his truck running. If you remember yesterday, he started stage 3 and only went about a half mile to a mile and pulled over on the side of the course and was sitting there for quite a while, at least an hour. So this is that ex-Dale White truck that was restored by Todd Richards. This truck won the Baja 1000 in the mid-90s in Class 8. And definitely a really good truck. It's been updated since Todd got it. Todd sold it to Bob Briggs here. Bob Briggs updated it, and it's a very capable truck, more so than it was. Oh, buzzing with the siren. Now, if you see, he just reached up there, that green light came on, he just buzzed the car in front of him. So if that light goes off and then he gets a different color on his screen, that means he gets a response from the guy in front of him to say, okay, I hear you, I'm looking for a spot, and I'll pull over. But
what a
nothing
great
yet.
Device, man.
It is. It really makes a difference. But sometimes they don't work either. Sometimes you'll get a malfunction in them or whatever, and he looks like he's off the course, though. He's trying to find some clean air, and it's not working.
I love the layout of that dash. I mean, it's just so clean.
Simple.
All the information right there, and like you just said, I mean, to have the truck completely updated like that, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and Trevor Glidden, this is the same class, and this is an old Class 8 truck itself, so these two are going against each other.
Look at that Ford back there. I got to tell you, man, I'm not sure that's not my favorite truck out here so far.
That's the 76 Geyser truck, remember?
I love it.
And that's, you know what? I love that. I love when guys will go do something totally different with their vehicle. I mean, that truck was probably built for a body like all the other trucks that are out there. And here they probably spent a pretty penny to get that body made. I'm sure probably every bit of 20 grand just to put a different body on that thing. You know what I mean? So kudos to him.
Back on board here with Grant, and as you can see there, fourth gear, carrying a ton of speed. Passengers, please hold tight. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle. Yeah, these guys are ripping.
And he looks like he's got a pretty good grip on that thing too, doesn't he?
Well, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it.
You know what? It might have to do with that dust too. He can't see and he can't control that vehicle, so I'm sure that grip might not be that tight if he's got a nice clear view ahead of him. But it's a little unnerving sitting in that right seat, not having control of nothing. You're just a dummy in the seat sometimes is what they call them. And of course they are definitely not. Those guys are just, if not more important than the driver. They've got so much stuff going on.
And he is ripping, man, up to fifth gear and now back down to fourth.
Yeah.
And honestly, the cameras, it looks pretty bright up there. So the iris setting on those cameras sometimes will blow it out when you look forward like that, because it's getting so much light into that windshield, even though the camera's sitting back inside of the cab where it's darker. So it kind of confuses that settings to some degree. So it might not be as bad as what we're seeing.
Right. Actually, the weather, look at the overcast. It looks like it's still overcast a little bit down there. The weather's probably gorgeous today.
It didn't get an update. Maybe Pam can help us out with that. I know day one, as we talked about for qualifying, it was just gorgeous on the other side of the mountains. And then they worked their way over there to San Felipe, and it ended up being extremely warm one day ago in the 90s. And obviously starting off there in San Felipe, the temps are probably building there pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, I think it's probably, I mean, like you say, it's hard to tell with these cameras, but the northern part of that course where these guys are just starting seems to be more overcast. And then the farther down we start moving down the course, it looks like the clouds are breaking and the blue skies are coming through. So that's probably going to start getting a little bit warmer the farther we go south.
Yeah, and it can take a few hours for that marine layer to burn off, depending on how thick it is.
Yeah, what do we got? 10:20 in the morning right now. Bolton Racing entry.
Yeah, the 1805 there with a number of people along with Joe Bolton out of Corona, California, qualified 18th with that 23 Polaris Pro R. Has raced NORRA 8 times and was down in Baja as well.
And they're down in that area next to the ocean, it's kind of in the Percyboo area. And down in Percyboo, if you're ever down there, there is the Cheneth Legacy Lodge. Lynn Cheneth, an off-road Hall of Famer in his own right, chassis builder. You'll see a lot of Cheneths out there racing. He's pretty much retired down there, and he built himself a nice little museum, an off-road museum, right there on the ocean. Got some hotel rooms that you can stay out there. So if you're planning on doing a trip down to Mexico and want to go south, that's a great place to stay. You can check out the museum. They've got a bar, some hotels right on the ocean. It's beautiful, and I'm sure Lynn's down there watching this race from somewhere. So hello to you, Lynn, if you're down there.
By the way, I want to throw Joe Bolton some love and navigator Ian Lyons. They are fresh off of a win at the San Felipe 250. So congratulations on that. And looking forward to a good race week down here in NORRA. Been doing it for the past 38 years. So a lot of experience there for that team.
And they're probably enjoying this San Felipe course more than they enjoyed the San Felipe course they were on a couple weeks ago. This is, I mean, even though this is a rough section, this northern section of San Felipe, it's NORRA was being very nice to these guys to keep them out of the really bad stuff. And trust me, there is a lot of really bad stuff out in the San Felipe area. So it's hard to find some smooth roads in San Felipe, but NORRA did their best to find them.
So in the 80s at San Felipe today so far. Probably warm up by the afternoon, but starting off as a beautiful day, but really cools off as they get to the Bay of LA a little bit later on. It's down in the 60s.
I was kind of waiting for James to get up there with the blue screen behind him and go ahead and give us a little weather report, but I guess he's not going to do that. I think Casey Curry's coming into the end of his stage now.
Former Pro Light champion, short course off-road.
Amongst other accolades.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, actually, I take that back. Yeah, he's getting ready to come into the first highway crossing. He's at race mile 41, getting ready to come in near that Percy-Boo area.
And of course, the Casey, the company there, have been building high performance rear ends for almost all off-road vehicles, NASCAR style vehicles as well. Over 60 years they've been doing that. Casey starting off as a young man with his father there and establishing that business.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, I got the honor of being shown that whole facility here a couple of weeks ago. Very impressive layout. With everything they've got. Ray was gracious enough to walk me through the whole warehouse, show me everything. So, boy, they have a great business and a great family. There's the Jackal 2112, a Grant Ingram. Again. The number 170, a Can-Am Maverick R going through there. Oh, Grant's co-driver's really got a hold onto that. He's in 5th gear, so he's working his way through those bumps.
Man, they are absolutely flying.
Yeah. And that motor is just purring right along too. And that sounds like a pretty healthy V8 that he's got in the back of that thing. That's what it sounds like anyway.
I love those cars, man. It would be so much fun to compete in something like that in one of those cars. Probably scare me to death, don't get me wrong.
Oh, I doubt it. I bet you'd have the time of your life.
I'd have to bring Tommy. Tommy had me laughing a little bit earlier. He reminded me that I raced underneath an alias. I was doing television for the short course series at the time and could not use my name because I was in the field. So I raced under an alias. It was Big Rod Johnson from San Quentin.
Not Harvey Mushman, huh?
So we had to bring Big Rod back out of the retirement ranks. had a great time that year with Danny Fodrell, and I mentioned Jerry Welchel. Of course, Jerry Welchel, just uber talented, but man, talk about a one-off, unique individual.
Oh yeah, Jerry Welchell's just another one of those guys with just raw natural talent.
I'm not sure he even knows what he does. I mean, I asked him a couple of times, what do you do? How do you use the cutting brake or the turning brake? He's like, man, I don't know. He said, I don't even know if I use it. He said, I just drive it down in there and throw it in a low gear and back it in.
Yeah, and that's one of the only guys that I've ever seen that the way he wears his seatbelts is they're so
crazy.
loose, right?
We had on board of him just coming completely out of the seat. Yeah, everybody saw it. It was pretty wild. He literally told me, he said, I would race in tank tops and board shorts if they'd let me.
I believe it. Maybe some Crocs. I don't know.
Probably barefoot.
Yeah, maybe.
Back with Alec Coleman.
Yeah, and Alec was what they had the rear view shot there a second ago, and Alec was the one that was he had started the race yesterday, and he had that rear view, and it didn't look like he had that tire tied in there that well. If you remember, it was sliding around a little bit. And, you know what? We saw some footage yesterday late afternoon. Same thing. They throw the rear thing, and that tire was still sliding around. So they knew what they were doing. It might be on there a little loose, but it didn't go anywhere.
As long as they don't lose it, I guess, at the end of the day.
Like I said, even a little UTV with a 35-inch BFG tire and a method wheel or whatever those guys are running, those beadlocks, that's still about a $700 or $800 package. So, and that's for a UTV. I mean, you start getting into the trophy trucks, it could be a lot more.
And congrats to Brent Fox as you take a look at special stage number 1 overall. Nicely done. EJ Herbst there in second. A good effort. Travis Williams will round out the top 3. The McCarthy truck there, Craig doing the co-dogging here today, and Reese Millan, we believe, in the 76-67 inside of the top 5. So nice job there, Guy Yoakum jumps up into the top 10 along with Tim Herbst, Max Gordon. That would be Max Gordon in the side-by-side, the number 77. Nicely done.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Zach Langley and Connor Pyle, who we documented had struggled there in qualifying, but definitely doing a good job out here on course day 2, stage 1.
And Jake Johnson working his way back up. So good. And Kristen Matlock, that's a very good time.
Looks
and that
like
would
Augie
probably
Rennesetter down there as well, doing a good job. He and Franz, so no real experienced people inside of that side by side today. Just about inside of the top 15, 16th it looks like there. Kristen Matlock, and we are thinking that Kristen might be co-driving today. Possibly her husband is doing the driving. Matthew Legg, no relation to Catherine Legg. It is spelt a bit different. Catherine Legg will be competing in the Indianapolis 500 here in a few weeks. Andrew Brown and Richard Sacante to round out the top 20.
And that's a pretty good race in the UTVs right there with Augie and the Matlocks. 12 seconds separating those two after the first stage.
Pretty exciting. Man, what an outing. What an outing for Augie and Franz.
But
first race, Augie's second ever.
Although Max Gordon was first, though, correct? I think Max Gordon was the first UTV.
On that front page, so Max was eighth.
Eighth
possibly overall.
You know what? And I was overlooking that because I was just so used to Max racing in the 6100 truck yesterday. So Max putting the wood down in the speed UTV. So I think
Robbie finished up third overall, if memory serves, one day ago.
Under the UTV, right?
In the side-by-sides, yeah.
Yeah. Grant's got that thing in 6th gear now.
Oh man,
he just keeps finding gears in that thing. That was a pretty shaky thumbs up from the co-driver. He was probably like, good for you. Can we get into that?
That's got to be the better part of 140 somewhere in there.
He's moving for sure.
That is absolutely wild.
I'm giving that co-driver a lot of grief here. He's doing a great job, and he's probably more comfortable than he looks. But the grip that he's got on that handlebar just kind of makes me giggle every once in a while. But doing a great job. He's got that's buzzing. Got a red blinking light going on there. Looks like they're finishing the stage. That's a little fist pump. That's exactly what's going on. Oh, maybe our first truck taking off on stage 2.
Yeah, so made his way through that transit stage, which is pretty long, 52 miles. And now ready to go racing here in the second special, which is 66.5 miles.
And Reese is probably, that should be Reese right there.
Right.
He's probably been talking to his crew and everything, and if they're following along on the live feed, which I think they would be, they probably gave him a little update and said, hey, you're running in about 6th on time, and here's your time compared to everybody else. Take that information however you want, but here's the info. So we'll see what he does on this section.
Another guy that's just uber accomplished, not just out here in the desert, but a lot of experience in rally, also drifting, hill climb. Just one of those elite drivers. It's very good at what he does.
Yeah, and if they hold the shot for a little while, this section is a pretty easy section. It's pretty smooth for the most part. He's going to be coming up to a section here. It's got a little dog leg in it. If you zoom in, he's coming up to it right now. And this is usually a little problem area for the limited cars. He's going to make a hard left right here, and he's going to make a hard right down into that sand wash. That sand wash is a lot softer than people realize. It's a lot softer than the sand that's up there in San Felipe, because a lot of people seem to get stuck in there. So if you go into that sand wash too gingerly, you're going to be pulling those max tracks off the back of your vehicle and getting it out of there. So this a pretty soft sand wash, unless they've had a lot of rain, and then it packs it down a little bit. But it's been a problem for the limited cars in the past. So, but he's just going to go back straight to jump up on the other side of this wash, and then continue having a great time through stage 2 here. And the other good thing about this section is the chase crews are only about between a mile away from them. They're running parallel with the highway, and they'll be running parallel with the highway for many, many miles. And it's great for the chase crews, because they can keep an eye on their race vehicle, just drive right along next to them, because it gets real close to the highway also.
Look at the nasty rocks on course right there.
Yeah,
I would think that'd be a real bonus there for the crew. Would really appreciate having the highway to drive on.
Yeah, it's when I was racing with Mark a couple years back, he'd get on the radio while he's racing this section and talking to the crew about, if you look at this cactus right here, these cactuses right here only grow in this area. He's giving us a nature show while he's racing, and everybody in the cab's looking at each other like, what's he doing? Isn't he supposed to be racing right now? So Mark's such a great guy. He's so fun to hang around and to race with, and boy, he just keeps it interesting and fun the whole time. And that's what this whole race is all about. And
it is crazy what they're able to comprehend, and some of those guys that can have a conversation while ripping at speed. Robbie Gordon is certainly one of those guys. Tony Stewart has, they've gone on board with Tony while he's racing, making passes, doing what he does. I had the pleasure of driving with the great Bob Bondurant at his school. We ran a few laps together, and he's talking to me like we're sitting in the living room having a beer, man. It was unbelievable. Then he made a violent right-hand turn that I wasn't expecting on R2, and I thought we were going to flip, and I thought he was killing me, and he started laughing because he knew exactly what he was doing. But it's amazing how much experience they have. They can drive at speed and carry on a conversation.
Yeah, so nonchalant while they're doing 130 miles an hour, right? Just having a full-on conversation, and you're just trying to concentrate on the road in front of you, and you don't even have a steering wheel in front of you.
I'm not even driving, and I got to
Yeah.
concentrate here.
Exactly. And even Grant here, he's in third gear right here, and those holes are big, and that car has plenty of wheel travel. So it shows you how big these holes can get. You know, and for a NORRA race, this is a rough section for a NORRA race, and you're going to go through some of these. You can't skip every rough section. You have to connect the race courses somehow.
Reese out there ripping down a nice straight line. I was going to say, I see some dust over there, but the road course just changed. He's the first one on road, so I'm like, why is there dust out there in front of him?
This is that course we're talking about. This is that sand wash. So this isn't the first guy on the road. This might be.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
Yeah. So he's hitting that little sand wash section. Third place. Yeah. This Fox, Brent Fox, looks like it. Yeah. Brent seems like he's really enjoying himself down here.
Ace had a great run, man. Got off to a good start day one and having a good run here again. And much like you have mentioned a number of times, I think that's what it is, the consistency here. And keep yourself in the game for the first 3-4 days, and then see what you can do there in the last day and a half, 2 day or final day. You can just stay consistent. A lot of times the course will eliminate a lot of your competition. Just don't want to. You got to take care of that equipment. And then if you got to push at the end and you want it that bad, then you got to have something to push with.
Yeah, and another good thing about this section, like we've been talking about, if you do want to push it a little bit harder in this section, the good thing about this section is you are right next to the road, so your chase crews are close. There's a couple times yesterday where if you had a problem, your chase crews were 20 minutes away, an hour away, whatever. But right here, you're not that remote in these areas. So if they wanted to push them a little harder, they could, because once they go away from the highway and they come right back, you could meet up with your chase crew and get a tire changed or whatever, or any other problem. And this whole section is almost like that, but it does get away from the highway a couple times on this second stage as they come into Bay of LA. I'd say the second stage, though, is going to be very enjoyable compared to the first stage. There's a lot of different terrain out here, fast, tight, twisty stuff, a little bit of everything. You'll have a little highway section coming up, but besides that, it is a fun, fast road. Travis Williams. That's who it looks like. Yep. And back before the trackers, in the older days, somebody would have figured out how to go straight on that little dog leg right there. Guys like Jack Johnson and Rob McCackman, those guys, they'd come down here pre-running and they go, oh, you know what, I'm going to straighten out that little dog leg and save me about 45 seconds, you know. So, but you can't do that nowadays, especially with the no pre-running, especially for NORRA, and with all these trackers. Sometimes they'll put little things out there, and if you don't ping those little spots, you're going to get dinged on time. So. A little off course there. Oh, or is he? I heard a beep. I didn't know if he got buzzed. He's pretty hard on the noise, though. His Parker pumper system came off. He's got to plug that back in.
I love the fact that a couple of years ago they came up with that magnetic system, and it's so helpful. Just get it up there close, and that magnet is super strong. With that said, that radio wire definitely flying around.
Yeah, that's the Maglock system. That's a great system. Awesome. And I was trying to think of it, and as we hear we see Ryan Argero here getting ready to pull into stage 2 here. We were talking about hydration yesterday, and I'm pretty sure Ryan's got the Fluid Logic set up in his truck, and what that is it's a drinker system that comes in and it goes right in front of your mouth, right next to the microphone in his helmet, and what it'll do is you'll get a little buzz or something. Like I think that's how it works. So you get a little buzz and it'll let you know, hey, you need a little squirt of water here. It's been 8 minutes or 10 minutes. We're just going to give you a little bit of water to keep you hydrated. And Ryan absolutely loves it. He believes in it. And he's got it in his truck, and a lot of other people are using it. You don't have to use, there is one that you don't have to have a little motor on it. You can just do it yourself. But, staying hydrated, sometimes you just don't have the time to go grab that hose and put it in your mouth and take a drink. And you'll go a couple hours without taking a drink when you should definitely be hydrating yourself. So.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to meet those guys. They had a display set up, our booth set up at the Long Beach Grand Prix a couple of years ago, but a great system, great bunch of guys as well, but a great system that they brought to market here for this industry.
Looks like EJ making it through that little wash area, back onto the straightaway. 2 tires still in the rack. That's always a good sign. Trevor Glidden still back at stage 1, trying to finish up his day before the transit. I'll look back here a little ways and see if I can find where our lead UTV is.
Yeah, when you say that, obviously, I think you're talking about on the road, but
yeah, transit road.
Max has been on fire inside of that category.
Yeah, he sure has.
Matlock and Renazetter, kind of the top 3 side-by-sides in that first stage, but still a lot of side-by-sides to go. So that may develop as we continue on here.
Yeah, and Augie's about halfway through his transit stage right now. And thank you, Matt Vogler. Just let me know the lead truck pulled over at roughly race mile 275, and he's having the crew change a flat tire for him on the highway. But it is part of the special. And so that should be Reese Millan. Yeah, he had just jumped on. He had just jumped back on the highway.
So we start in 30 seconds? Yeah. Okay. No, we gave him every opportunity. Yeah, I tried to.
20 seconds. Listening to the Eagles.
Yeah, not sure what they were referring to there, but felt like whatever it was, they were respectful enough.
Well, or tried to be, right?
Right. And I can see where that, even if somebody is, it could be confusing to try and get it across. I mean, in the midst of all the racing and the dust and
Yeah, Max Gordon's still on the highway, going through a section on the highway on the transit known as the Three Sisters area. That's a old school race course for the older NORRA Mexican 1000s in the late 60s when it started.
man, some pretty tough countryside right there.
Yeah, and as fast and as fun as this stage 2 is, it can also come up and bite you. Like we were talking yesterday, you start getting comfortable and you start to get into a groove. Like right here is a fast section, not a lot of tight turns or anything, and then it comes up and bites you. So you just got to keep your wits about yourself. And the weather looks nice. Look at that, still overcast a little bit. Should help with the temps on the trucks also and the UTVs. There's Tim getting ready to drop into that sand wash.
Yeah, he's ripping. Nice roost out of the back.
Yeah.
Tight right-hander here. Oh, almost missed it.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't want to. There was a rock in the berm. I didn't want to turn into it.
And you see, he didn't just flat-footed as soon as he went around that corner. He kind of feathered the throttle a little bit, so a little soft.
Nice audio. That is very difficult to get out here in the desert. Hey, Roy, talk to me about Alfacinas and Gonzaga Bay. Sounds like one of those places that's a historic Baja place if you've been down here racing. Back in the early days, and racers came ripping through there and with a paper map, and they'd stop and get some fuel. And has it some of the tastiest sea bass tacos ever.
Yeah, if that's the name of the place, that's a restaurant there at the end of the inlet there at Gonzaga Bay. I can't remember the name of it, but I have definitely had some tacos at that restaurant, and it was delicious. And talking about out in the middle of nowhere, Gonzaga Bay is gorgeous. They got all the houses lined up. They have an airstrip right there where the gas station's at. I mean, you just come around the corner and then you're like, what the heck is this place, And in the older days, in the middle of the road, and this is a road that semi trucks were using and everything to get from San Felipe to Highway 1. Those guys, for the races, they'd build a big jump in the middle of the road. I mean, you could go around it, but it was, how did MDOT let you do that, Yeah,
you could go around it, but why?
Right.
They put it here for a reason. You got to hit it.
Yeah, I could just, I could just see all the motorhomes and everything doing that. Probably, they've never been south. They decided, hey, this is the first time in Mexico. I'm going to do this and come around the corner, and there's this 8-foot jump. I mean, it was ramped up and then it ramped down, so it wasn't a drop off. But they're probably like, what in the heck is going on here? The things you see in Mexico. Ryan's got 2 brand new tires in the back of his truck and probably a brand new attitude.
Yeah, I'm sure he's hoping he has all of that stuff behind him there. Shake it off, and the good drivers will. It's in the past. Got to focus on the future here. Tim ripping. Tim's having a good day.
He is. He's really enjoying himself. And I remember the year they came down there with their father, Mr. H, as he was known, and they bring the pre-runner down here. And he got to drive that down here, and he was having the time of his life because he was involved in the original NORRA races. Mr. H was, him and the Gons and the Collins crew, all out of Las Vegas. That's where these guys got their start, and this is where the bug bit them early, and it just went on from family generation to generation. So you've got generations of herps that are racing desert racing, and the Collins boys, and even the Gons with Brendan and his brothers. So just a family orientated type event that it's so fun to come down here with your families. And even if you're not racing, you could be chasing, camping, pitting, whatever.
Saw Brendan just a couple of weeks ago. His kids are running in short course off-road. So starting to, and having a really good time, having a great run. He was spotting. Didn't get a chance to have a conversation with him, but it's good to see him out there.
Yeah.
He looked at me and said, "What are you doing here?" And I kind of looked at him and thought, "What are you doing here?" And I realized what he was doing. Certainly he knew what I was doing, but it was just kind of one of those funny moments like, "Hey, I know you."
Yeah, and Brendan just won the San Felipe 250.
He did. He had a great run at San
Felipe.
Felipe.
Yeah.
100%.
Sponsored by the South Point Casino in Las Vegas, at the family-owned industry there.
Well, Buggy's sitting off to the right-hand side.
I think Trevor probably buzzed him, and he pulled over for him. So, doing the right thing, the etiquette way of racing. Like I say, you're not racing. That was a buggy. This is a truck, so they're in 2 different classes. There's another UTV off to the side of the course there. He looked like he was having some issues.
Yeah, he looked like he was way off. Yep.
Yeah, he was. He looked like he was kind of stuck too, if it looks like it. But
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, and to get stuck on a UTV with 4-wheel drive, that just shows you it can happen. But yeah, getting back to it, Trevor just passed that buggy. He's not racing against him, maybe time wise, but he's not racing in the same class as him. So
gnarly stuff in there, man.
Yeah, exactly. And he's still in his in stage 1 right here. He hasn't even got to the end of stage 1, so he's still working his way through the northern San Felipe area. Probably back in the late 80s, early 90s, that truck would probably be running for the overall. So it just shows you how much the technology has changed. As Tim Herbst is just getting ready to get out of the desert here, he's probably going to be hopping onto the highway in just a second. And this is, it'll be here it is. Here's the highway. Now, 60 miles an hour, yeah. But this is time now, so he needs to keep it at 59 or 60 miles an hour, because if he doesn't, the guy behind him is going to do that, and he can catch him on time.
Gotcha. Yeah, exactly what we saw between Matlock and Gordon
And
one day ago.
exactly, because Robbie was sleeping at the wheel a little bit, not thinking too much about it, and I guarantee you, Robbie learned that little lesson yesterday. Going, oh, okay, good job. I wasn't paying attention, and you got me. So I will not do that again tomorrow. See, now 30 years ago when that truck was racing, that was a really good clip. He was running hard. And now you get in with Travis Williams, who's in a truck that's better balanced, probably better suspension, more wheel travel, and you can see how much faster they can go.
And a look at the Whipple truck.
Connor Pyle. The Trophy Light R8 working its way through the desert and holding his own, really. How long of a break do I got enough time to go run and grab something to drink?
Chargers on the door. PJ Jones' longtime girlfriend family is that same Whipple family.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
Like Trevor Glidden just finished his stage 1, jumping on the transit section. Going to do his 52 miles down to kind of super stage number 2. Going to be able to enjoy himself. Yobsam Yee and the 1014 luxury pre-runner. Now, I'm not too sure, but I think this vehicle is set up for hand controls also, because one of the Yees lost the use of his legs, and so he's been down here racing and quite an accomplished racer himself, and he's still enjoying it down here. So here he is in the three of them in the luxury pre-runner, enjoying a little bit of the NORRA Mexican 1000, and no strangers to the Mexican 1000, and I don't believe they're strangers to the winner circle either. So well schooled into the off-road racing family. See if I can find them on the race course, see about where they're at. I'm sure they're not through stage 1 yet. I wouldn't think anyway. Probably take me a minute to find them for sure. Here's the map. Hopefully you guys are following along on the map here. Find out where your favorite racer is at. You can see there's still quite a few entries at the start line that haven't even started yet. And you've got the lead truck already starting stage 2 way down the course at race mile 134. So race mile 134, and there's probably still over 20 to 30 cars left to start. Danny Brown in the 204. Right-hand drive. New truck to him. All the way from Australia.
Yeah, he was pretty happy at the end of yesterday.
Yeah, even with his big penalty, he was like, whatever.
Yeah, we're going to have a good time.
Yep.
They said it was a little sketchy when they got on the highway with the right-hand steer.
Right. Yeah, he said he had to ask the co-driver who was sitting on the left side, "Hey, am I clear over there?" So he couldn't see around. So real world problems for Danny Brown. Tim Herbst opening it up. Like I said, the chase crews are probably to his right, maybe 100 yards, 200 yards. So close. They're probably driving right alongside of him, watching him, enjoying every minute of it.
They're going to make its way through this second special that is 66 miles in distance.
And that cross grain he's going through, that is big stuff. And what's he doing? 45, 40, 50 miles an hour through it, jumping on it, jumping through it, tires sucking it up. See, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Nice rocky area. Don't want to get off the road there.
Yeah, really tough little area here. Easy to make a mistake, but again, I think that's where all this experience comes in. Oh, man, hard hit right there.
And this is one of those at the big the big Baja race that these guys usually run on. they're on the highway on this section. They don't even let them run on this section. So listen to these guys. They're having a great time.
Oh, dude, they're laughing. They're having a blast.
Because Tim knows usually on this section at a different Baja race, he's on the highway and he's stuck at 59 miles an hour for an hour. And look at him. He's like, oh, I get to play on this race course that I haven't ever been on. You know what I mean? And this is a heck of a lot better than that road. And probably wondering, hey, why can't we run on this road? But I'll tell you what, NORRA just has a way of sweet talking these landowners into letting them race on it, while these other series don't. So kudos to them.
Oh, we might be able to grab some of that audio between the two of them, but it sounds like the chatter has slowed down. They just went through that gnarly little area though, and he hit really hard, and obviously they both had the same feeling about it. So it was pretty cool to see the banter back and forth.
Laughing and giggling like a couple schoolgirls, you know? That's what it's all about. So getting close to 100 miles an hour.
You're like holding on for dear fucking life.
Some color commentary coming from Tim Herp and his co-writer. Nice. They got a little ways away from the highway, and now they're working their way back to the highway right now.
Couldn't tell. It almost looked like he had his thumb on the buttons down there on the controller. Maybe he's just resting his hand there and he's not actually hitting the buttons.
Yeah, it almost looks like he's hitting the button, doesn't it?
I just think that's vibrations of the truck, and he has his hand right there close. I don't see any screens changing.
Yeah, I don't either.
Third gear, though, ripping through there, 70 plus.
Our lead UTV hasn't even made it to the end of the transit stage, so we're still just leading, using just the 6100s, a couple unlimited trucks, and some unlimited buggies are pretty much the only ones that are on stage 2 at the moment.
So
Yeah, a lot of
good
this.
run here for Tim Herbst and company as they continue to do a good job here. First couple of days, second stage of 3. Well, road there just a tick, no harm, no foul. Common occurrence.
Yeah.
Go left 4-ish over rise.
Yeah. So this is mostly kind of like a rocky sand wash type terrain with a little bit of hard pack here and there. And they're going to move into the farther south they get when they cross the highway up here in a little ways.
Love these
It'll be
overhead
more hard
shots to
pack.
give you a good idea of how vast the land is, but where it is in relation to the Sea of Cortez.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful, beautiful landscape there, isn't it?
Sí, el polvo ya viene para acá, hay que cerrar el vidrio.
Looks like your boy Cameron Steele in the Guy Yoakum truck.
Yeah, yeah. Not sure if he's driving or if he's navigating, but I want to say he told me that he was going to navigate. So.
Oh, okay.
He might. I know. I kind of led you down that path, and I thought I saw him in the fire suit this morning. But of course, he would have that on if he's navigating as well. But I'm pretty sure he told me we spoke. We texted the other day, and that he was going to navigate because I told him I was going to talk some trash about it, and he said I'm navigating. And I said it doesn't matter.
That's right. See the truck, the chase truck there on the right-hand side? You just went behind that 8-wheeler. So that's how close they get to the highway. They're right next to the highway right there. This is a fun section to be racing on and also to be chasing on. I mean, the chase crews don't normally get this. They're the unsung heroes. They're out on the highway. They don't see much of anything. Usually what they get is a little live feed, maybe some weatherman, whatever, and staring at a tracker all day. So to be able to get this, especially for a good portion of this section, probably a good 20, 30 miles, they're going to go close to the highway, away from the highway, and back to it. So they get to enjoy themselves a little bit.
Love this path here as well.
Yeah, nice, smooth Baja road.
It just looks fun, I mean, there's some twisty, turny stuff. There's some stuff where you need to be on point because it's not very wide. There's some technical stuff in here, but it just looks like a fun course to race. And it looked that way yesterday as well.
And it is, and good for NORRA because they keep in mind, hey, we're going to have some, there's some vintage cars that are racing on this, and that's kind of where this started originally. So we got to keep it so those guys can have fun because racing a vintage car on today's race courses, it's not fun at all, not even remotely. So being in a 1967 four-wheel drive Ford Bronco with 8 to 10 inches of wheel travel, this is fun, even in that vehicle. So they're trying to balance everything, and that's a lot of juggling to keep everybody happy, but they've done it.
Yeah, that's a really good point when you think about all the vintage cars that are competing out here as we go back on board with Ryan Arciero.
And Ryan looks like
he's ago and struggles here today with a couple of flats, but trying to salvage this one and bring it back home, stay in the hunt. I'm sure he will.
And he looks like he's attacking a little harder, doesn't it, from yesterday? I mean, he had a couple flats. He's probably kicking himself a little bit. So trying to make a little bit of that time back, but not running hard enough to hurt the truck. And he's really good at that. He's really good about keeping his emotions in check. We saw a little emotion out of him after that second flat, but that wasn't bad compared to what I would have looked like after I got a second flat, so he's pretty good. He knows it's going to be a long day, a long week. And he's just going to slowly start reeling these guys back in, try and get his 15 minutes back.
Yeah, first flat, he takes that one in stride, and they were back in the truck and rolling, as we talked about, in what felt like less than a minute, but somewhere around a minute. But then that second flat, you could see the frustration, and it happened pretty soon after. It was just kind of weird how it all went down, and then it took him a little while to get it changed. So it was a frustrating first stage there for him. But yeah, back on point now.
Yeah, and like I said, you get 2 flats today. Not a big deal. It's it's a long day, and you can do 2 flats. But when you do 2 flats within 5 minutes of each other, that takes its toll on the driver and his psyche, and you know what I mean. Am I pushing too hard already, or starts questioning himself? But I don't think Ryan has that big of a problem that he questions himself that much. So he's been doing this for too long. He's probably mad at himself a little bit, but I'm sure he's probably over it by now.
Back down and around into the wash. You mentioned this a couple times yesterday, how green everything is. So that wash has probably been used here as of recent.
Yeah. Jonathan Faulkner in the Brenthal, still moving right along. Didn't let that qualifying mishap that put him in the back of the qualifying field on Tech Day get in his way. Here's Ryan. He's going to go underneath the highway here, and he's going to go drive on the other side of the highway for a little bit. And then they'll be driving right next to the highway on this side now. This highway section to their left, when NORRA started up again in 2010, this was all a dirt road. The highway was. And it was about 80, 100-mile stretch of dirt road that would connect you to Highway 1. And your chase crews, it would take them 5 hours. Actually, it was 30 miles, something like 30 miles. And it'd take you like 3 to 5 hours towing a trailer just to get to Highway 1. So if you were racing to Bay of LA, which is where we're going today, you'd get to Bay of LA, and then you'd be waiting about 3 or 4 hours for your crew to show up, just so you could change clothes, and then for them to actually start wrenching on the truck and getting it ready for the next day. But thank God now they got a paved highway all the way, so the chase crews are pretty much meeting them about the same time in Bay of LA. And we'll talk a little bit more about Bay of LA in a little bit, which is where they're heading. 7154. That's a Matlock entry, I believe.
Yeah, Ripton Base was just looking at some of the lead trucks up there, as it looks like Kevin Murphy still out front there, just ahead of Brent Fox.
Yeah.
And Travis Williams. All 3 trucks pretty close to each other, proximity, out around mile marker 160 or so.
In that Matlock entry, we were talking earlier, it's a Dakar vehicle, and the difference, there's not too much difference between that vehicle and the ones that they would race here in the desert. The Matlocks are testing some stuff for Polaris, I believe. A little bit of suspension, a little bit different, maybe setup or something like that, lower center of gravity on the Dakar vehicles. And maybe more stock parts, because the rules in Dakar are a little different than here in the States. So, but not a huge difference between the Dakar version and the, Mark Post missed a corner, looks like.
Hopefully not stuck.
Yeah. He looked like he was spinning the tires there, right? Oh, that's dropping into the wash there. Getting in there. Oh, he looks like he's only spinning one tire, it looks like.
It did look that way, didn't it?
It looks like maybe he broke an axle or something. Who knows? We'll tell you right here. Is it one rut or no?
Oh, they're
He's
both digging.
yeah. It looked like it there for a second though, didn't it?
It did, yeah. Your eyes weren't deceiving you. I saw the same thing. Roost out of the right rear, but not the left. But yeah, he's okay.
Armchair quarterback here telling everybody what's going on as I wipe the Cheetos off the front of my shirt, right? Sure, Mark runs his successful business throughout the year, and I'm sure the whole time that he's running this business, he just can't wait to get behind the wheel of that black number 3 again.
He loves it, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's on that truck since the late 90s, man. I don't think he'll ever sell it.
Proven that over the course of time. And just for the fans to get an idea of proximities, at about mile marker, road marker, race mile 120. It updated a minute ago. So just about the time he was entering the wash, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, the lead truck's at race mile 163,
Right.
and he's probably at the for this area so far, he's probably the farthest away from the highway that they've been today on stage 2 anyway. So that's like one of those little strategies. As soon as you start getting away from the highway a little bit, you might want to slow your pace down just a smidge, because the farther you get away from the highway, the farther it is for somebody to come out and help you. So you tend to and keep thinking of that.
The lead truck and those 3 6100s back behind him is really only about 25 miles away, maybe a little bit less even, from finishing this second special.
Yeah, and Reese Millan is still holding the lead via, up on the tracker anyway.
Yeah, and then Kevin Murphy, I believe, back behind him is the first 6100.
Yeah. And then Brent Fox is in there too, in the mix.
Travis Williams keeping the pressure on him.
Yeah. And then there's a little bit of a gap back to Zach Langley. And then Connor Piles. And Connor Pyle, he's moved up quite a bit.
Connor Piles having a day, man.
He is.
He did a nice job yesterday, worked his way up into the pack, and, man, he's having a pretty good day.
And we were talking about that. Connor Piles in a truck that was built in 2012. It's a Trophy Light R8 built by Greg Fouts way back in 2012. And
speaking of goat paths, look at this.
Yeah, exactly, right? This is out there by the Coco's Corner area. Coco's Corner is a very popular race hotspot, if you will, for the chase teams. And when you go pre-run, when you're running down here towards Bay of LA, you have to stop at Coco's Corner and get yourself something to drink. And although now they moved Coco's Corner, it's Coco was the gentleman's name that owned it down there, and since they moved the highway, they moved Coco's Corner. So all kinds of weird stuff going down there in Mexico, but really fun section too. And another section where the UTVs will make up some time on these big trucks right there. Wade Porter and the guys are pre-runner. Probably kick that air conditioner up just another click.
Cheater.
Yeah.
Can't do that, man. You're going to get water on the track.
Exactly. I just love the landscape down there in that area. Those big rocks.
So yeah, we were talking about those that group of trucks that were first on road, and they are up there around mile marker 167 now. And as we have been on board with Tim Herbst, he's about 12 miles behind him at 155. And going through a pretty tight little area there just a little bit ago whenever when it updated, which was about a minute ago, was when he was in that real tight section that I referred to as a goat path. He was going 25 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Which is pretty impressive, by the way. 25 through there is pretty impressive.
Sure, yeah. And you might have a UTV doing 30. You know, he might be doing 5 miles an hour faster because he's lighter, he's more nimble, less wheelbase, 4-wheel drive. And they'll start making up a little time on those guys. And actually, speaking of UTVs, I think they're starting to stack up down there at the beginning of stage 2. So none of the UTVs have started yet, I don't believe. Oh, wait, Kristen Matlock might be on the course.
Well, we did see Kristen Matlock.
That's right, we did, yeah, because we were talking about the Dakar vehicle. So she's out there. I haven't seen Max show up yet. But they're going to start getting through there on that section here shortly.
We think it might be Wayne Matlock driving, by the way, her husband.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I based off that interview that we saw yesterday, we thought they were going to switch up a little bit. So
I'm going to look at something here. Give me a minute. So it's looking like, well, that's stage. For stage 1, looking at the fastest UTV, that would have been Augie Renezetter, looks like, at 1 hour and 18 minutes compared to the fastest, which was Brent Fox at 1 hour and 8 minutes. So 10-minute difference there on split times there. But Kristen Matlock was right behind Augie in the same minute, just a couple seconds behind him.
Yeah, it was just as we watch these guys navigate through this much tighter area. We've seen them carrying some big speed, but now needing to be much more precise, of course. I got to, Rob McCachran had the chance, the opportunity to send me a quick little video, and I can't show you the video. I think I can play the audio if the guys don't yell at me on the truck, but it's kind of humorous. But just to explain what the video is Rob McCachran standing up to the side. Augie is out of the car, as obviously they're having a time for a driver change and their transit stage as they're getting ready to go. But Augie's taking a fire suit off, and Carl and Franz are going to get in. So just to set up a little bit of the audio here, we'll see if it comes across.
What are you doing, Augie? Just getting changed. Gotta get in the transit. How was your morning? Great, rough, but really fun. Yeah, you like it? Yeah, there was one sand section that was like totally bitching. Just like fast, fun. Did you put your B team driver in now? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We'll see. Easy on the brakes. Easy on the brakes. All right.
And of course, he's talking about his father. Next person to walk by is Carl, and Rob McCachran says, "Yeah, that's the B driver, the B team right there." And his Carl Renezetter goes walking by. So Carl and Franz about to hop in. Man, what a great time! So much fun.
Yeah, some people don't realize how funny Rob really is. Rob's, when you get Rob away from racing and, away from the cameras and everything, where he's got to be professional and all that good stuff, which he always is. But man, when he can let his hair down a little bit, he's a lot of fun to hang around.
Yeah, and I want to throw some love to Frank as well. Frank's down there. That is the father of Franz. So Frank enjoying this experience with his son, as is Carl with his son. And I know Carl lost his mom here not too long ago, but Carl's mom, just an absolute saint. But his father, one of the coolest guys, one of the funniest guys I ever hung around with at the short course races. And Frank's father as well. So it used to be Frank's father and Carl's father, Hans, that would hang out together. And just think of Grumpy Old Men, the movie Grumpy Old Men, and how funny it was. Well, that was those two characters. They were an absolute blast. So hopefully Carl's father is doing okay, doing well. I'm sure it was a tough loss for him. But great to see everybody down there having a good time.
That's good stuff. I'll look at a couple split times here at race mile 9 for Super Stage 2, which is what we're on. Travis Williams had the fastest time, followed by Brent Fox, Reese Millan, Guy Yoakum, and then Craig McCarthy. So there's your top 5 right there. And then actually Kristen Matlock, or the Matlocks, are down just a couple minutes off the pace of those guys. So the UTV is starting to pick up some spots here when we start getting into this tighter stuff. So, but I'm sure this is all going to change here as soon as more cars go through there. But I think you're going to see the UTV start creeping up here a little bit the tighter this course gets.
Again, a lot of footage here for Tim Herbst and the boys having a good week, or planning on having a good week down here.
Saguaro Cactus going flying by. Look at the size of those. Those are 20. Some of them get up to 30 feet high. Almost as high as a telephone pole. And this is also an area you can thank Mark McMillan for this story. This is the story that he would tell us about. Down in this area, there's a cactus called oh boy, what was it called there? The Boojum cactus. And Dr. Seuss used to make it popular in his books. If you the one curly-tailed cactus that went up and curled at the top, those only grow in this area, in the only place in the world. So down here by the Catavina, El Crucero area, this is where it grows. So you'll see them every once in a while. I'll point it out if I see one. But yeah, this is amazing little areas down here.
And Ryan back here ripping, and yeah, I do agree with you, man. I think he's picked up the pace there, a little sense of urgency, and almost had to use the purple comb to pick there for a minute.
Yeah. Did you see how aggressive he threw that branch back onto the truck? maybe
like a grenade, man. It came in and he threw it right back out.
Maybe he still is a little upset about those 2 tire changes. I don't know. So, but he's all over that turning brake too. So definitely picking up the pace. You can definitely tell he's a little more aggressive, but still being smart about it. But he wants to make up something on that 15 minutes that he lost. So, and it'll be interesting to see at the end of the day what he does with that.
Just had a great day a day ago. Did a pretty good job in qualifying, probably right where he wanted to be, inside of the top 5, and had a good day yesterday, as we documented. Was first in class, so a nice solid effort out of the multi-time winner down here, both NORRA and out at the 1,000, the 500. I mean, really not much he hasn't won inside of one of these desert trucks.
Oh,
nice rotation there.
He's giving that turning brake a workout, that's for sure. And we don't even have him on our tracker. I think we lost him again.
Yeah, we lost him early on, right? And I haven't seen him pop back up since.
You know, I think he's messing with this. I think the rumor was always that Robbie Gordon at the big races, he would maybe he'd loosen the bolts on those trackers, because he doesn't want everybody knowing where he's at. So we'd always make fun of him because, hey, what do you know? Robbie Gordon lost his tracker again. So maybe Ryan's playing that same game. I don't know, because it happened yesterday and it happened again today.
Yeah, I'm sure the theory is if they see me catching up, they're going to push harder. So if I can hide myself, maybe I can sneak up on them.
Hey, and these are the little games that these guys play too. You know, there's
any advantage you can possibly get. As we watch the 61-23 of Robert Riley go by, Robert Riley, part of it, I should say. David Ziegler doing the driving there out of Reno. Getting some help from Santos Gallardo.
One of many Brenthal trucks out here today. Oh, sounds like a UTV coming. See who we got here.
A nice Class 1 car ribbon.
Yep. 145. I think that's the entry out of Australia. I think teammate to Danny Brown, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. By the way, I think you were right there, Roy, because associated that is Andrew Brown. So yeah, out of Victoria, Australia.
It looks like a Murph in the Craig McCarthy entry with no hood from the Chase Cruise. Like we were talking about earlier, those guys are riding right next to the highway, so they're able to keep a really good eye on their guys. And there's the Jackal, the 935. That's that Rothman's Porsche livery we were talking about.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty sweet too.
It does. Good looking car, good working car. Got the tire hanging way off the back, and that's probably for some sort of balance. So usually, sometimes you don't want the tire hanging out there too far, but if it'll help balance the car, you can. And he's been moving right along. He's been sticking with those lead cars, even though he's in a different class. Now, even with the time that Ryan's lost, he doesn't seem to be getting into that much dust. So that's actually a good thing, because usually when you lose a lot of time or get a couple flats, you get pushed back into the slower cars or the slower guys in your class. And he has not had that problem as of yet. So he is probably making up time where he probably was thinking he was going to lose more time.
Yeah, possibly fall back into a hole and get some good clean run. But yeah, I agree with you 100%. Couldn't ask for much better vision than that.
Yeah, because if let's say you get stuck behind a guy that's doing 10 or 15 miles an hour slower than what you're normally used to, and you're stuck in his dust, and he's going just fast enough that it's hard to get, because these trucks put a lot of dust up, and it's really hard for a truck to chase down another truck, especially if they're running a pretty good clip. So it takes a lot of time, and you got to really worry about all the stuff you're going through just to try and get to that dust. So it makes it nerve-wracking, but he's not having to deal with that right now. So even though he had some problems, it could have been a lot worse.
See if he can finish up the day clean and close that gap a bit. If he can finish it clean, he will no doubt close the gap.
Oh, for sure.
He's been on point.
If anybody can do it, Ryan can do it for sure.
Well, that spare kind of bouncing around just a little bit as well.
Yeah, it just sits in a cradle, and they have a ratchet strap on the back so it can't fly out the back. But it's as long as that ratchet strap's holding it in, it will bounce around a little bit.
Matching paint there on the helmet, painted by Troy Lee, which is always a treasured gift. You get Troy Lee to paint one of your helmets. We had the same livery on our Pro 4 truck last year, and Robert got his helmet painted like that. It's pretty cool to have Troy Lee get you something back.
Geez, I'm lucky if I can get a Troy Lee sticker on my helmet, let alone a paint job from him.
Yeah, I think he was involved. I know Kyle Washington, who is the force behind Beneath Underwear, as we talked about one day ago, and Troy Lee also heavily involved in the Ducati Supercross team as well. And Barsha back on track last weekend. Didn't see anything from last night. Obviously, we were covering the action here, but it was they nearly got their first heat race win there with the Ducati team. But that's all part of an effort for the sponsor here for Ryan Arciero, Kyle Washington, and Beneath Underwear.
Yeah, my co-rider that usually rides with me, he's a big Supercross fan, and he was very proud to tell me that he shut off our commentating so he could watch the Supercross race. So thank you,
How
Wes.
dare he?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. And he's like, I don't care. I'm watching Supercross.
They headed out west. I probably could have caught it. I was just kind of tired, and if I'm honest, I totally forgot about it.
Matt Vogler coming in with some stuff for us. The 48 just got a right rear flat, and right where he crossed the highway, and the crew's changing it. So if you're going to have a flat tire, like we talked about, if you're going to have a flat tire and you're going to push it, this is the area to do it because you're close to the highway, you're close to your crews. And
now look at all the construction equipment there.
Yeah, this is the area where they were doing the new highway, and I think this is the old road to Coco's Corner, and they built in the new road off there to the right, which he's getting ready to jump on. I'm thinking right up here. You can see it up in the distance up there on the hill. That's the new highway. But this was the old road that connected Highway 3 to Highway 1. Coming up to the highway right now.
Yeah, I thought I saw a car just go by the other direction.
Yep, you did. This open highway. Oh.
And it looks like the speed limit at 60 there.
Yeah, so this isn't a transit section. This is just a highway section. So this is timed on the race course. So you have to keep it under, what's it say, 60 miles an hour over there in the red?
Looks like
it has to keep it under at 60 or below in the racing sections. On the transit sections, you can go over it a little bit and you're not going to get dinged at all. But on the race sections, you cannot go over it or you will get dinged. Looks like Brent Fox got in front of the number 48 while he was having his flat. Thanks for the update, guys. Oh, a little too hot into that corner.
A little off the beaten path.
Yeah, well,
it happens.
I'm sure that co-driver's looking at the tire pressures to make sure all the tire pressures are still up, because they have that capability.
Just glancing at the tracking map as well, that finish line for this special is not too far away.
Yep.
For the lead trucks, I should say.
For the lead trucks.
EJ back just a little bit.
And I probably sound like a broken record because I keep saying this is a really fun section, but the section they're coming up to on the highway that Brent Fox and all these guys are on right now, that Ryan just jumped on, when they'll make a right off of the highway and they'll go hit this other little section down towards Punta Prieta. That is another really fun section. I mean, it's like I said, it's just a bunch of fun roads down here. Pullman?
Yeah, Pullman out here ripping. He's had a couple of good days as well. Started off with a good day in qualifying. 2-car effort down here. Both of them have been fast.
And like I said, this is probably one of those specials that these guys will probably start reeling in these fast vehicles a little bit with the tight sections. If there's enough tight areas, they will start reeling in these 6100 trucks. Now these guys are racing right next to the highway. The highway is right there on the left-hand side, up on the top of that plateau right there. So they're racing right next to the highway.
Great info there. As you can see, mile 110 after the struggles there in the first stage. Keep in mind, he was first in class off the line, second overall, and then unfortunately had those back-to-back flat tires that put him back some 15 minutes, as I recall, as we looked at the top 10. Once the corrected came in from stage 1, special stage 1, I should say. And in the meantime, he has been trying to make it up. So it'll be interesting to see what the corrected is at the end of this second special and see what he's been able to make up.
Yeah, and like I said, he's trying to make it up. Here's our first view, or actually
Robbie.
The outside view. Yeah, right. I know we had some in-car earlier. So he just started that's a couple miles off the start of stage 2, so he's back there a little ways, which isn't, with the day they had yesterday, he's not back that far.
Yeah, another guy that's going to keep closing the gap here.
And that's a Geyser G6, I believe. 6100 truck. Out of the Geyser Brothers shop down there in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, and listening to Max at the end of the day, he called Geyser up and was like, man, I need some help here. They didn't think they'd be able to find the problem or fix it. They knew it was electrical, and they walked him through pretty much everything, and they were able to finally locate the issue. A couple of wires there, it seemed like right in the center of the dash, if you will, that I believe went through the firewall. And it sounded like they had gotten together or connected at some point. They ran directly from the battery, so they were trying to start a fire, but they were able to get it figured out and fixed it up and did a nice job to get the truck across the finish line.
Yeah, I think they went on a 3-way call with the wiring guy, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I said, hey, what are we doing here?
Geyser walked him through everything, and he said, you know what? I'm going to get the wiring guy over here.
Yeah. What do I do? I don't know.
And the Geyser brothers, they've just been out here, as you talked about before, for so long. Great guys, build great product, and nice to be able to call them up, get them on the phone just like that, middle of the race. It's like, what is Max doing calling me in the middle of the race? Can't be good.
Yeah. 11:03. Oh, B-Rad. Having a good day in his Speed UTV.
Yeah, we watched these guys a day ago, and they had a good run. Great looking car. And our Pam Hall, who was down in country, has chimed back in, and let's find out what Pam has to say. Pam?
Thank you, Ken. I am here. We're at the special stage number 3. Right here behind me is Mr. Brett Fox. We were watching as they were supposed to stop, get their time. First through was the number, it was Reese Millan, the 7662, I think is his number. I can't remember. But let's walk over here to Brett because he was running second on course and see if we can get a quick chat with him. They're getting their helmets off because right now they do have the moments, as we do know, before we get into Bay of LA. But oh wow, I have to say you were hauling the mail just now getting to this point.
Thanks, Pam. It's been a good day so far. So hopefully we can keep it going for this last section and come home with some time on some people. We lost a little bit yesterday, but we're slowly trying to pick it back up.
So I have to ask you, I mean, you were not too far behind Reese Millan and Chip Griffith back there. Were you in their dust at all chasing it, or were you pretty much gapped? Because we do have a breeze today.
You know, we actually did catch all their dust, so that kind of slowed us up a little bit. The other guys got a flat back there. We were able to get around them right before the end of the section, and so Reese was still in front of us, but we were still catching a little bit of their dust.
Well, it looks like you guys are having fun out there with a smile on your face when I was walking up. But yeah, all in all, today's been a pretty good day, it seems like, for everybody.
Hopefully. We haven't really kept track of the competition. We're just trying to get us a good, clean day, and we've still got a lot of time left, but we're trying to put them down.
Well, what do? You run your own race.
We own it. Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, we'll let Mr. Fox relax at this transit stage. We have some more vehicles coming probably here in just a little bit. He did say he passed up one that had a flat back there, but we did pass Reese on our way to this spot because we were chasing down Mr. Fox here. But you guys, the competition out there seems very strong today, and it sounds like they're all having fun. You guys in the studio have been listening to you, and you are keeping me up to date on all of it because we're watching as we're going. We're seeing the sights. And these guys are getting ready to go through some beautiful country, and I'm a little jealous personally. But yeah, he's getting out, going to run up. So this right here behind us, this is the Mag 7 pit. And the Mag 7 pit, what they do is you can pay a service to them, and they will give you fuel. They'll fix your car or whatever you need to do to your vehicle whenever you're coming through if you need their services. So they're a volunteer program, but people can pay them as in tips and do that. But yeah, so far, this is only the second truck through. So we'll see if anybody stops here. But I'll go back to the studio to you guys, and we'll see who's coming in next.
Thanks a lot, Pam. Glad we could help you out. You certainly help us out. We like that. But Roy, I've got to ask you a question. If that's Brent that was second across there and he passed somebody who was having a flat tire, it sounds to me like that might have been Kevin Murphy and Craig McCarthy that might have had a flat.
Yeah, exactly. Matt Vogler, who texted me a little earlier, said that they did. They picked up a flat, but they were looking.
Well, that's right. You said it was right there by the highway.
Yeah, exactly. So, which could have probably taken them a lot longer to fix, but with the crew right there, I'm sure they still got them out, and it looks like they're still right behind them. So they're coming up behind them. So flat tire with not having to get out of the truck for the co-driver, that's a good thing.
Just got a quick little shot there of Manlio Diaz, his 2025 19 Industries spec truck.
That's a great shot. Looking all the way down that race course, and you see just little pockets of dust. You can see the 5 or 6 cars in line there on that 10-mile long section. And looking all the way back into San Felipe, it looks like everybody is off the line. Last car on the race course is at race mile 3 in a 2002 Ford Explorer.
I have a slightly used 2002 Ford Explorer.
Right?
Just a few miles on.
I think that was the entry, the 888 of the Argentina team, I believe.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, and there's a good overview of the tracker, and you can see all the vehicles out there on course.
And look at, as a racer, I mean, not that they get to enjoy it as much, but look at how much there along the Sea of Cortez there. I mean, and a lot of that is on the highway, so actually they do get to enjoy it a little bit. But the scenery on this race course is amazing. Now we're getting to the most southern end of the course before it starts heading back into Bay of LA. And Bay of LA is one of those areas, one of the most remote areas on the Baja Peninsula. Years ago, there was no phone service, there was no internet service, there wasn't anything. So when you told your family you were racing in NORRA, say, hey, I'll talk to you at the end of day 1, but at the end of day 2, you're probably not going to hear me till the end of day 3 because we have no service whatsoever when we get to Bay of LA, which is just like a little shipping or a fishing community down there. But nowadays with Starlink and everything else, we got everything.
Yeah, I just saw one of the cars go by with the Starstream system on them, and George Hamill, believe it or not, was over here in the Midwest enjoying what I believe was the Kentucky Derby. He said he was in Kentucky. I just assumed he was at the Derby, but just saw one of those Starstream panels up on the roof of that red Polaris that we saw driving away. And yeah, you bring that up there. It looks like a panel possibly there on the top of that one as well.
Yeah, that looks like Max.
Max out there ripping now, and the speed side by side.
There it is, Max Gordon trying to reel in his dad in the geyser. He's not slouching.
Had great speed once I got that truck fixed up. We talked about that, especially during the third special. Man, he was absolutely on a mission. And as we heard him talking to his dad after the race was over, we're not sure he knew about the rule that the worst he could do was 20 minutes behind third place if he finished, but he was trying to make up time nonetheless, and he was hard on the throttle. It was impressive, to say the least. A lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, he definitely didn't know because he was like, what? Really? So actually, he changed his attitude real quick when he found that. He goes, I only lost 20 minutes instead of 3 hours.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
He's pushing pretty hard here. Because I think he might have had some trouble on that first transit or that first stage because his time wasn't up there with the rest of them. So
I thought he was in the top 8.
Let me see here. Let me go back and look.
When we showed those boards of corrected time after the results from stage 1, I know he was on that front page.
Well, I got here on the. Well, I'm looking on the NORRA tracker here, or the time, and the first UTV overall anyway would be Augie in 17th and Matlock in 18th, and then I keep scrolling down here. And then 33rd and 34th place, Alec Coleman and Ryan Pullman. And then I don't see Max until 63rd.
Wow.
An hour and 37 minutes when Augie had an hour and 18.
Just quickly, I mean, it might be a stupid question, but where it has Max, does it have the number 7 or the number 77 beside him?
77.
Okay. Yep, just double checking.
Right? So hard to say.
Wow.
You might
I'm
have
surprised.
an issue. Yeah. So, but then again, timing and scoring, it's a crapshoot sometimes.
Right.
And now looking at the stage 2, timing and scoring for stage 2, there's only 7 of them listed. Ryan Archero was the fastest at an hour and 7 minutes. Brent Fox also at an hour and 7 minutes. Only 0.5 of a second behind him. Or excuse me, 5 seconds behind him. And EJ Herb's still at an hour and 7 minutes. So there's 3 of them at an hour and 7 minutes, 16 seconds behind Archiero. Yeah. So 1st to 7th place, hour and 7 minutes to an hour and 10 minutes. And your top 7 would be Ryan Archiero, Brent Fox, EJ Herbst, Travis Williams, Tim Herbst, Reese Millan, and Craig McCarthy.
Nice. These are pretty decent hits there, as Ryan Arciero, as you talked about, making it there. And now able to take a small break. By the way, that second transit is only 6.5 miles, so it won't take them long to get through that.
Yeah. They'll probably have a minimum of 15, 20 minutes to get to the next special, which gives them plenty of time. They could actually get out, stretch their legs, kick the tire on the truck, see if everything looks good, and then get back in.
On board with Robbie. Nice, clean track ahead.
Yeah. Looks nice and relaxed, doesn't he? Gilberto Rodriguez in the 108 Cheneth. Beautiful looking car. Pretty sure it's an ex McMillan car. Maybe Mark can chime in on that at some point if he's watching.
Get in.
These people, how?
Did you just not?
So just got some information here from Scott for the overall standings after stage 2, special stage 1, which basically means day 2, special stage 1. For the pro side-by-side FIs, Tomas Olmedo is number 1 at 4:29.44. 4 hours, 29 minutes. And Joe O at 4:34. Then Max Gordon at 4:36. Addison Johnston, 4:42. And Alfredo Olmedo in the 5th position. So the Olmedo's having a great run here, 1 and 5, both cars inside of the top 5. So a nice hit there. Max Gordon hanging in there in 3rd.
They're not understanding the situation.
We have like 6 minutes.
Yep, I know. We can't get it.
No.
We got 6. We got 6. 6 minutes.
But if they're not throwing it to me. I like these guys to get settled back in before. Are you having fun?
Back on board with Bill and Isabella.
Yeah, Bill and his daughter having a nice, fun little Sunday drive.
And Pam, once again, is down there working. And let's find out who else has made it across, getting ready to start this next stage.
Thank you, Ken. I'm here, and we now have Chip in the driver's seat. Chip Griffith, you just got in the driver's seat, but over here, I just heard you had to change a flat, but your suit's really white still.
Well, it's all about my looks for me. It's not about skill. It's all about looks. So, no, Reese has had a phenomenal day so far. We just did driver navigator switch. I'm going to jump behind the wheel for the first time. Try not to scare him too much. Try not to scare myself too much, but we're going to go have a blast. It's like take your kid to work day.
I like how you just put that. You guys are always having a good time in here, though. Didn't you guys have the flat earlier on in the stage or earlier on in the day?
Early on in stage 2, bent a wheel, and don't know how. Neither one of us even noticed us hitting anything. All of a sudden, our TPS sensor started telling us we had a low tire, and we were able to luckily get it changed real quick and get back out. So, yeah, if we were gonna do it, it happened at a great spot.
Well, I'm going to let you guys get buckled back in because I know that you're so close to Bay of LA, and I can't wait to see you guys there at the finish line. But you guys were hauling the mail, let me tell you.
Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, it should be a fun run. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
All right. There we have it. I'm going to help them put their window net back up because I'm the one who distracted them. So back to the studio.
Yeah, great stuff there. Well, cool, man. It's good to see Chip get back in behind the wheel. Sounds like a great sense of humor there, and hoping he doesn't scare Reese Millan too badly or himself. But it'll be a lot of fun. 2020 and 2025 Colorado Hill Climb open wheel champion, by the way. So he's a pretty gutsy guy.
Yeah, having a good run, and I didn't realize that they had a flat.
I knew that they had lost some time. Because I could see that 6100 truck was closing up on them. But then they stretched it back out in special 2. And once again, let's get it back over to Pam.
Thank you so much once again, Ken. I am here with Kevin Murphy, as I always say. But I'm going to talk to you really quick. You don't have a lot of time here, but I wanted you to first off tell me what happened to the hood.
You know what? It was just dead weight. We just decided to pull it. No, we're on the kind of that infield section in San Felipe and the silt pit or the sand pit, and just went over the jump and just landed a little nose heavy, not hard, but the silt just pulled the hood right off.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how powerful the dirt is whenever you're in the silt like that to do something like that. Normally it's a water thing that will blow fenders or hoods and stuff off, but that silt's pretty powerful.
Yeah, it is, but we're just having another clean day. We had one flat just doing the crossover road at Chapala, and I don't know what we hit, a little rock on the sidewall as we're just coming down, and just fixed that. Brent got around us, but no big deal.
No big deal. You're not far from the last of the day up there in Bay of LA, so I'm gonna let you guys regroup, and we'll see you at the finish line.
All right, I'm ready for a Rita.
There we go. All right, and there we have it, Kevin Murphy right there in the number 48, and lots of action that you guys have been showing us, and I wanted to hear from him what happened because I heard you guys tell us that it looks like he did a little nosedive and lost his hood. But all in all, there we have it. You know, silt is powerful just like water. And we'll have many trucks coming through here, but we're going to have to wrap ourselves up and get to the finish line because these guys are definitely
through the country here. He's had a good run, and as we've documented, we've seen a couple, 2, 3, 4 different people that had flat tires. We've heard of a couple more, so that is certainly the issue here today. Going back to what Ricky Johnson said at the beginning of the day, it's going to be a really tough section. A lot of fast sections where you can make some passes, but some tough sections, and it's taken its toll on a couple of the competitors out here. They've had to make some tire changes.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of the beast in desert racing. I mean, these tires, like we talked about yesterday, they can only take so much, and these are very well built tires. You just can't abuse them all day long because at one point they're going to fail in, and some of them aren't even tire punctures. Some of them are, you hit a rock so hard and it bends the wheel, and you lose the bead and the air comes out of the tire. And same thing with the wheels. I mean, these wheels aren't made to hit stuff at 100 miles an hour, a big boulder. I mean, these wheels are made very strong. They've been tested out here in the desert for years and years and years. And you just can't abuse your equipment. You really have to take care of it. But that's just one of the things in desert racing, tires and wheels. It's just going to be because they're the first contact of the desert, and that's what's going to happen. If you're going to have a problem, that's probably the first thing that's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm talking to Chip. It sounded like they lost a wheel. Did he say they lost a wheel?
I think he said they bent a wheel, and that's why, because then the tire sensor went off saying they were losing air. So looks like a race car off to the side of the course there for Robbie as he goes flying by. And look at how casually he is behind with the steering wheel. He's not flicking that steering wheel back and forth, just nice and smooth. And when your driver's driving that smooth, it really puts you at ease in the passenger seat. You know, there's a guy that knows what he's doing. He's confident. He's real confident behind the wheel, and he's not getting excited, which doesn't get you excited.
It's so enjoyable to watch somebody at this caliber do what they do. Because you're right. I mean, they make it look easy. It's not this easy, but they make it look easy.
No, it's not. I mean, there's you know, those wheels are spinning, and that terrain is trying to upset your vehicle the whole time, and you're trying to hold it straight. And you can use the brake pedal to settle that truck down, even with your foot flat on the floor. You can touch that brake to settle that truck down when it starts getting out of the way. And there's a lot you can do if you're knowledgeable enough behind the wheel of that vehicle to settle it down. But if you do not have that knowledge, that vehicle can get away from you very easily.
Robbie with a couple of shifts there. Looked like he went down to second, up to third, back down to second now. Looks like he's ready to pull third again. There it is.
Yeah, and he's definitely not in park like it shows on his dash.
Yeah, no, he is not in park. Nor do I see shift lights really working either, to be honest. So that is, I mean, that's a guy that's been racing for a long, long time and probably shifts more by ear than he does shift lights anyways.
Yeah, I guarantee he's not, he's like, I'll shift when I want to. So.
That thing at full song. Looked like 81 miles an hour or so.
Yeah.
Tried to catch a glimpse of that speed there.
Moving in a nice little clip there.
I mean, just that soft little counter steer towards the end will tell you that he got everything he could get out of that corner.
Trying to pick up where he is here. There he is.
He's absolutely flying here. Pretty rough course too. Yeah. A rough section of the course.
Race mile 136.
And you see the amount of time that truck is in the air when they hit some of those smaller kickers.
Yeah, it looks like he's coming up on a couple UTVs. Actually, there's quite a few UTVs out on this section of the course right now too.
Yeah, and that would make total sense.
And the reason he's behind these is because of the issues they had yesterday. So it put them behind a group of cars, and so he's going to have to work his way through some slower vehicles that aren't really that slow.
So that quick glimpse of Alec Coleman in the side-by-side and Steve Smith.
And here he comes underneath. He's going to go underneath the highway here. Actually, of course, I was looking at Max Gordon in the 77 instead of Robbie in the 7. So Robbie's, that's race mile 147 where Robbie's at right now, and Max is back there a little ways. Not too far back, actually. Max is at 137. And on the tracker, it looks like the 235 of Jonathan Faulkner in the Brenthal truck. He's stopped. Could probably be a flat tire since everybody's been plagued with those today. And if we stay on with Robbie, maybe we'll see him because he's coming up to that section as far as the tracker's concerned.
And it looks like Chip has taken off with the unlimited truck. So they are back at it again.
So they just swap seats, right?
Yeah, that's my understanding. It sounds like they just swapped seats.
And that's good because you got somebody like Reese who can talk him through it a little bit and say, hey, no, you can foot it through here. Just keep going. Don't let up. You know what I mean?
And that'll be the final special of today as well. 48, almost 49 miles in distance. And then they will close the day out with a transit.
Yeah, and it's about a 35, 40-mile transit into Bay of LA. But the view coming into Bay of LA is absolutely gorgeous. So they got, not only do you have some fun racing with some beautiful scenery on the race course, coming into Bay of LA, you get some beautiful scenery coming into the main bivouac, if you will.
And now for sure, yeah, it looked like you're checking some of the engine vitals. It looked like maybe he was flipping through a couple different pages there on the race dash. And now Robbie looking over as well.
Yeah, I think that.
Oh, he's looking over the speed.
Yeah, yeah. I think they were in a little 37 mile per hour zone right there. Now it's probably bumped up to 60. And some of these trucks, they have a rev limiter, like a button you can push, so you can mash the pedal even on this straightaway, and you hold that button down, and it'll keep the truck at 59 or 60 miles an hour. So
yeah,
you don't
like
have to do
like a cruise control, if you will, but a speed limiter, right?
Yeah, speed limiter. Excuse me, that's what it is. Thank you, Ken. So yeah, they can use that. And they probably have a couple different settings because there's a 37 mile per hour zone a lot, and then you've got a 60 mile per hour zone setting. So they can flip that switch and just keep their foot matted, and it'll keep that truck going that fast. And most of the other guys do not have that luxury. They got to do that little ballet dance on that gas pedal to, in and out. These cars do not have, they're not that smooth on the gas pedal.
Pit road speed limiter. Let's go with that.
I like it. I'm sure Tommy Morris will be lighting up our phones telling us what we're doing wrong or whatever if we do that. So, but we appreciate it. We appreciate all these texts we're getting from all of our friends and all the experts that are down there. Also, keeps this live stream going because we're not down there to see it firsthand, and you guys can give us all this info, and we see it all. So we're just trying to go through it.
If a Hall of Famer yells at me, I let him go.
Yeah.
Tommy's been super helpful. We appreciate it too.
59. Great guy.
Some of the other trucks that are out here on course, of course.
That's Todd Winslow.
No pun intended.
Todd Winslow in the Mason 6100 as EJ Herbst is ready to tackle his last stage of the day.
Yeah, Winslow's been down here for a long time, running in Baja for some 20 years. Having a great time with family and friends. Owns his own business, allows him to come out here and have a little bit of freedom and do what he works so hard to do, earn that money and come down here. That's how he likes to spend it.
Well, look at Guy Yoakum there sitting at the top.
How about that, man?
Wow.
And Ryan Arciero, you talked about him ripping. Well, we saw him trying to make it up, so he'll end up P2 here in that second stage. But Guy Yoakum, yeah, great run. Brent Fox, another good run there.
That's a pretty tight field right there. Compile still in the top 10.
The Unlimited truck down there in 7th, just FYI. But much like you talked about before, maybe the first time out or first truck out, you have to tiptoe a little bit more as you follow that roadmap.
Wow. Guy Yoakum coming out of nowhere on that one, I think.
He's finding his groove, man.
And no thanks to Cameron Steele, we might add. Can't give him any credit for that. We believe Cameron's is his co-writer today and good friend of our host, Ken. There's a second teammate to the Argentinian team, correct? I believe.
Sir. Alfredo Horatio out of Salta, Argentina. He and Daniel Lopez down here having some fun, as we talked about a couple of teams getting together. And it'd be cool to find out what their story is and how they planned and plotted this trip to come down here with a couple of cars.
Yeah, exactly. I'd love to hear the story on that.
Robbie in a tight, twisty section there. I can't help but think, oh, here we go here.
1993, did I read that right?
Well, that's kind of what I got out of it as well, as I glanced over there. Maybe it was 1893.
Could have been.
The 1893 of Jorge Macias out of Tijuana, Baja, California, Mexico.
Well, he got buzzed. There you go.
And
Good
moved
job,
over,
Nick.
yep.
Right? I'll let him go. Have a good time, buddy. Let me get out of your way.
In 720 feet, 292 broken bad uphill collapse on right. 292 broken bad uphill collapse on right. In 900.
Yeah, they would not want to tie in with my onboard. I can tell you that. It would not be good.
Yeah. And sometimes you got to tell yourself, hey, you got to remember we're streaming live to the world right now. Maybe we should watch what we say on this stuff. But
That's a whole different thing, isn't it, man?
it sure is.
I was chatting with Rob Mack, and he said some of the conversations that they tied into, much like this, that were going back between him and the chase truck and whoever it may be on the team. He said, man, it got pretty vicious sometimes. And he said, we just totally forget that we're being monitored.
Nice little visual up there, guys. Thank you from the truck. They're throwing in the race mile for us. Special stage number 2.
Yeah, I noticed that a little bit earlier. It is definitely helpful.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Doing a good job. I mean,
And our production team has been adding to the production every single day. We appreciate their hard work.
Yeah, talk about herding cats. This is definitely one of those types of deals, trying to put all this together and a mobile race and everything else. And you got people scattered all over the peninsula and actually all over the country feeding this stuff. So it's a group effort for sure.
I always compare it to a race team, to be quite honest with you. I mean, the production team is very similar to a race team. We have our product that we're constantly working on, constantly trying to make better. It's constantly has failures that you have to try and find the failure and fix and or adapt. So it's not unlike a race team at all. It's a definite work in progress, and we have some very talented people that are in the midst of it all the time. We don't always have great days, but those days are quickly fixed, and we rebound and come back the next day.
Yeah, that's a great analogy, Ken, because that's what happens. We got a plan for the day, and then what happens? Somebody throws a wrench in that thing right off the bat, and so we have to struggle with, okay, how are we going to do this? Let's just keep doing this and doing that while they're working on this, and that's what we're doing. So.
Good shot of Nick Olson as he sailed by with his 2025 Polaris Pro R. And we go back on board here with Cole Woolenweber, who had a nice day one day ago.
And still some overcast clouds out there, which makes it really nice. So actually a good day of racing, keeps the heat down a little bit. So keeping these guys comfortable a little bit. Nothing like racing with some nice weather.
Yeah, Cole Woolenweber finishing up 6th in class one day ago. Did a really nice job in the Pro Side-by-Side FI category.
Yeah, that looks like a Maverick.
I agree. Yes, it is. A 2025 Can-Am Maverick R.
And those things scoot pretty good. So he's putting that thing through its paces today.
We had a chance to talk about him a little bit a day ago. Relatively new to the UTV category, but a 2-time ATV National Championship winning driver. They came out of New England. We mentioned it yesterday, but worth another mention, from Concord, New Hampshire, and Chris Anderson with him. Also out of Massachusetts, out of Forestdale, Massachusetts.
This might be the number 41 of Casey Curry, I think. Looking at that monster logo on the top. I don't know if we can get any closer.
And I apologize. I said he was new to UTVs, thinking he had been on ATVs, but he's been driving UTVs for a bit. Won Driver of the Year. Brad Halco once again.
Working his way through that sand wash. Yeah, I believe that was Casey Curry going through there.
Yeah, they got him at 58 miles here in this second special, and the special is a total of 66 miles long.
Oh yeah, he's still in the first special there, huh? Or was that the second special? Did he say second?
Well, it said the second. It should be the second special.
Okay.
Just should have been towards the end of it, unless they couldn't have been counting the transit, because it would have been over 120. So, yeah, he was just getting pretty close there, I think, to the end of that second special. Now they're back in some dust.
Oh, somebody's got to fly here.
Theme of the day.
Wade Porter and his luxury pre-runner.
Yeah, and it looks like no electric jack on that pre-runner. You have to do it old school style.
He's got air conditioning, but he doesn't have the air jacks on it, huh? Come on, Wade, you're going to have to step it up a little bit.
That was a $750,000 model.
Yeah.
He went for the 600 grander.
He's probably the most comfortable tire change guy right now. He's all air conditioned up and everything. He just has to get out from it. Actually, he probably had to get out of the truck to get warm a little bit. Yeah, look at the bubble in that tire right there. He tore it right there, right by his elbow there. You can see the tear in the tire. He doesn't have his gloves on either, so. But he's handling it. Race mile 177.
Wow, nicely done, lifting that thing up, getting it on the hub, rotating it, putting it on. How quickly they can do that, and I mean, I think that, I know the big wheel tire combinations they're upwards of 120 plus pounds. Not sure on these.
He's got the co-driver just walking behind him with moral support, I guess. Hey, you're doing a great job, buddy. I got it. Don't worry. I'll do all this.
It looks like they might want to re-rack that flat.
He's probably looking for some help. He probably wants some help lifting that thing back up. Oh, there goes Mark Post. This is right along the highway there, I believe. Or is it? Maybe not. Looks like that section, though. Oh, yeah, there's a highway in the background there. Oh, they got more problems than just a flat, it looks like. They're looking at the front end.
Yeah, they are.
Maybe steering.
So, in going back to that rule as we talked about, they want to try to finish obviously today. Worst they could be is 20 minutes behind third place if they are able to finish. If they can't finish, then it would go to 30 minutes. But if you can't finish a stage and the worst you are is 30 minutes back, you're still in the hunt, especially with 4 more days to go.
Yeah, you sure are. Which makes it nice. You know, if you had a bad day, your week isn't totally ruined. You have a window. That was Trevor Glidden a little while back, and he was at race mile 127, getting ready to jump back onto the highway in the middle of his stage 2 run. Back with Robbie Gordon. And he should be getting close to finishing. Yeah, where's he at here? Race mile 164.
Robbie having a good run here today. No issues that we are aware of.
Yeah, and he's just the only issue he's probably having is working his way through some slower traffic. And not necessarily slower traffic. I mean, there's quite a few fast cars in front of him, but if you're looking at it through a qualifying stance, yeah, he's got to go through some vehicles. And it looks like he's got Augie Renezetter in front of him. Or would that be Carl?
That would be Carl now.
Okay. So he's going to be chasing Carl's dust here eventually. And Carl must be up there a little ways because you can't see there's no dust on the horizon, so he's got a little ways to go to get to him.
Augie driving the chase truck now with Rob Mack riding shotgun. Those guys having some fun all along the way. Augie is so jacked up. He is having the time of his life, it would appear, and he just keeps telling his dad to go easy on the brakes.
The Dave Sykes Bronco.
Yeah, we saw that Bronco yesterday. What a cool race vehicle. Love it.
Yeah, they built that thing to kind of be like the newer version of the Big Ole Bronco. Chris Wilson and
sure.
I can't remember.
Oh, there we go, on board with Carl Renozetter, and that is Franz sitting alongside. Franz is the son-in-law of Rob Mack, the son of Frank, who has had a long time working relationship with Carl. Great to see Carl back behind the wheel. Of course, as we documented a day ago, 9 short course championships, competed in Pro 2, Pro 4 for the longest time. One of the absolute best in short course, but he's also been very solid out here in the desert. In fact, winning, I believe Rob Mack told me it was 2007 that Carl Renozetter won the 1000 with Mark Post in the 3 truck. So pretty cool to have him back out here. He'll get that racing bug. He's been pseudo-retired, if you will, for the past 5 or 6 years. But he definitely has the bug now and back out here ripping.
Yeah, he's been out of the desert racing scene there for a little bit, and I can guarantee you this race just cost him a ton of money. he's like I said yesterday, I'm sure he's already thinking about that trophy truck that's sitting in the back. If he wants to go dig that thing out and maybe throw a prep on that, if he wants to go play with the big boys in the unlimited trucks, or then again, maybe he just wants to go buy another one of these Pro Rs and go race with his son. But I can guarantee you I bet you he is having a blast, because normally racing these Baja races, there's a lot of stress involved. You got one shot at it. You don't, if you break a transmission or something like that, your day is done. But down here at NORRA, if you have one bad day and then you have 5 good days, it's amazing how you can work your way back up that leaderboard. And the funner part about that is after the day's done, kicking back with your crew and your friends and all these guys that you haven't seen in a while, and getting in through the old times with these guys, he's having a blast. So I guarantee you'll see him out here, and he's probably going to get into that checkbook a little more than he wants to, but good for him.
I just looked up some quick stats on him in short course. 125 career wins for him in Pro 2 and Pro 4. While I was at it, I might as well look up Rob Max, and he has 131. So both of those guys, as we talked about before, just highly decorated, very competitive with each other, and both out here doing a great job in the desert as well. Yeah, brand new car here. This is a built by Polaris. It's a pro car. They only made 60 or 70 of them as he comes back through this area, as you were talking about before, where they were building a new highway. It needs to be a little bit careful here. I think Augie had a really good run in that first special. Hands it over to Carl. Carl, very capable. Carl, always in great shape as well. He's just a super good dude, man. He's a very creative guy as well. He builds stuff from the ground up. He's created towns, if you will, and builds the apartments with the stores down below them. So he's an extremely successful businessman. So I'm not going to worry about what it's going to cost him, because he's probably okay. But he's very, very good at what he does in both business and in racing. He's always been extremely successful. And my understanding, you brought it up there, I don't know about the trophy truck, but my understanding is he still has his short course trucks, Pro 2 and Pro 4, and a lot of the equipment sitting there. So Augie's going to be kicking at him to get one of them out.
It probably won't take a lot of kicking. And
Right.
We got a glimpse of Hal Kellogg in a Class 5 Unlimited there going by. So nice to we're starting to see some of the older vehicles in there. But back to Carl. Thank you, Fish, for that. I didn't even know this, and here I was talking about it, but I speculated correctly. He said that they bought 2 of those factory Pro Rs, so that's already a done deal, and that is the plan, to go racing with his son. So
I mentioned that yesterday, that he did have the opportunity to buy 2 of those things. Only down here with 1, but they did buy 2.
Yeah. And I guess the opportunity comes in, hey, just all you got to do is pay for it. So there's your opportunity, right? So good for them. And thank you, Fish, for the update. Robbie's working his way through that little construction area where they were, where all the heavy equipment's
and you
there.
talked about him, running up behind Renazetter, and we saw Renazetter just go through there as well, and then up onto the highway. So, yeah, Robbie's pretty close behind him.
Yeah, and I think they're going to probably be jumping on the highway here pretty soon. So Robbie is probably going to have to wait until, well, let's see. Let me update this thing. Might take a second. As we watch, is that Craig's in the passenger seat, I believe, right now, and Murph is driving.
The way I understand it, I believe Kevin Murphy is doing the driving duties here.
Race mile 211. Look at that scenery, in and out of those cactus. This this is one of those fun sections I was talking about. It's left and right, and good and going at a good clip too. Between 50, 60 miles an hour. Sometimes a little faster, sometimes a little slower. But this is about the pace that they're running, and it keeps you on your toes. But man, it's so much fun to drive. Craig's telling him slow down a little bit. Hey,
the Kiwi over there with the slow down signal.
Yeah, hey, you already tore the hood off this thing. That's about it. Come on. So
that's what it's like sitting right side. I mean, there's probably plenty of times that Kevin wanted to do the same thing to him, but didn't.
Right. Yeah.
That's the difference of the truck owner.
Said, you're already buying me a hood. Do you want to buy me more stuff?
Nice solid run for those guys. Qualified well on Friday. Finished second in class a day ago.
What's happening with your car? TV. What's happening with your car?
And these guys are still broke down on the side. We're trying to determine if they had front end damage.
He's trying to do a live remote, and that guy doesn't realize what he's doing. So.
Well, that's progress. It looks like they're going to be able to get things loaded back up here, hop back on the truck, and hopefully get going again.
Yeah, it looks like the front left corner is down a little lower than it should be from that angle, but I could be wrong.
Back on board with the Z-Max, both Bill and Isabella.
They're back in that section by Coco's Corner, or in that general area, that real tight stuff that we saw the leaders going through, that in those 6100 trucks, that was, there it is, the real tight, twisty. This is where those, like a UTV, like the Speed UTV right here, that's where they'll be flying through there, or a little faster anyway. And that is not Kristen Matlock, but.
Yo.
Every time we come on board with Alec Coleman, he has that thing just screaming, doesn't he? Oh, okay. He's coming down the hill underneath the highway here. I'm thinking, I don't know about you, Ken, but that iPad hanging up on that top bar, that would irritate me. But that's probably the only place they can put that to where they can see the dash and everything else. So
I'd be kind of curious what the information was there. Obviously, whatever was on the bottom was red and now has gone green.
I saw that, yeah. Oh, and that might have been just a caution, because that's like the road book for the motorcycles, but on the digital version. So instead of him having the road book on paper, I believe that's what that is. They downloaded that onto an iPad, and it'll roll and go with the mileage. So if that red shows up, there's probably a caution of some sort. Maybe it was coming under the bridge or whatever that. 1710, I believe, or 1718, one of the two. George Berta, maybe? Polaris Pro R? Looks like it. Well, thank you, cameraman. He got right up there. He goes, it's 17 cents, sir. You were correct. Starting to see some people farther back in the field, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, what a difference. It's great to have a look at some of the different equipment and what they're out here dealing with, how they work their way through it.
And there's a lot of vehicles racing, and I'm sure everybody would love to see their vehicle pop up on the screen. And it's, that's back to that herding cats type deal. Doing the best we can for everybody.
I love that shot right there. I mean, crazy as it sounds, but I think it's beautiful. Absolutely. With all that cactus. That's incredible. I've not seen anything quite like that before.
And this is he's coming through. That was somebody's ranch, and he's in the times section. He's still live race course time right now, and he's going to jump on the highway. And what he's doing is he's heading to Punta Prieta right now, which is the right before he makes right when he gets to Punta Prieta, he'll make a 180 and head back north just a little bit and start heading towards San Borja, and then the highway into Bay of LA. So those must be your first two vehicles. That's Fox right there. So Cliff and Reese in the first truck. Right? Should have been, or it could have been the number 48. Let me update my.
Yeah, I mean, it should be Chip. Last I looked, he was still. Yeah, he's still out front on the tracker. We haven't, I haven't heard from, or we haven't seen, is the Scott Bailey entry.
Yeah, who did he finished behind? I think it was Post or maybe
27 truck. Yeah, he wasn't far back.
Well, let me go back there. What's the number on?
27.
Number 27, Scott Bailey, right? Okay, let me look back there and see if I can find him.
Larry Job had a great run in that truck yesterday. Yeah. Not sure who's in it today.
I'm not seeing him unless I skipped over him, which is a possibility. Let me go back here a little ways. Goes Murph and Craig coming through that little rancho.
Man, those
right off the highway.
That cacti is just absolutely huge.
Yes, and this is a really beautiful section of Baja. This is that same area I was telling you about, the Boojum cactus and everything like that, and it's so scenic.
I like it. I think we should go with bougie. This is called the bougie cactus.
Boojum, yep. I actually named one of my animals after. I named him Boojum. Yeah, see, now Tim's racing through that same, just north of that section from the drone footage. Yeah, you can see those, see the cactus that are just going straight up in the air? Just a single cactus going straight up in the air? That's a Boojum tree right there. And the older they get, they start curling at the top. Instead of just going straight up, they'll start curling at the very tip.
Oh, I saw one. I did see one.
See? Now you're cultured.
How about that? Always learning something.
And you're welcome.
So another shot there is that, I believe that's Max, maybe?
No, it is a speed UTV, though. It's got too many numbers on it to be Max.
Yeah. I don't think it had an orange roll bar either.
Yeah, I think that car's his is all black with the orange speed logo just on the hood.
Back on board with Renazetter and Franz. The 317 entry, as it were. It's like he's bouncing off the
78
rev limiter there, or what would look like shift lights. Of course, you don't shift those cars. Those lights would drive me crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of curious why they're there. If you don't shift the car, maybe it's for something else, but.
Well, Fish, that one's for you. What are those lights right there in the center?
Yeah, Fish, help us out, bud.
Yeah. Get to work.
Yeah. What are we paying you for?
Yeah. Right? That's a back view. It's just amazing what these UTVs can do nowadays. You can see looks like the Starlink there in the top left corner. That's probably what's hanging off. Oh, he's coming to a stop. Okay. See if I can get some time splits here. Well, it looks like let me see. For stage 3 here, the first time split we got at race mile 7, Craig McCarthy was the fastest at 8 minutes and 15 seconds, followed by Travis Williams at 8 minutes and 19 seconds, and Brett Fox also at 8 minutes and 19 seconds, followed by EJ Herbst, Tim Herbst, Connor Pyle, Zach Langley, and Chip and Reese.
Yeah, I just saw Herbst go sailing through there. Back now with Cole Woolenweber.
And actually, Danny Brown just popped in, and he just beat Reese's time and Chip's time by about 10 seconds. So, and that's going to be it. There's only 10 cars that have went through that section already that have timed it. So. See if I can see any UTVs here. And right now, And Super Stage 2, Kristen Matlock's in the Evolution Pro side-by-side. She did 1 hour and 11 minutes and 31 seconds, which is the fastest for that class so far, anyway. We still got a lot of people to go through there. And Augie's behind her, or them, the Matlocks, about 3 minutes off their pace at a minute or 1 hour and 14 minutes. And that can all change because there's only been, it looks like three of them through that area for the super stage. As we look at PJ Jones. Good look at the driver and co-driver.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much from PJ today. Saw him there at the start. Such a good run a day ago. Hopefully everything has gone smooth for him. If so, certainly very, very fast. Also has some customer cars out here that these guys are working on. A quick wipe of the face mask. And then where he builds the cars there in Arizona, I think he also does some car rentals and some tours, if I'm not mistaken, if you want to get down and hop inside of one as we take a look at the special stage 2 overall. Congratulations to Max Gordon up top. Max with a great run, 5/500ths of a second quicker than Guy Yoakum. So Guy Yoakum, as we know, was very fast already, but Max Gordon had not completed it yet when we showed this last time. So Max with a great run through there in the side-by-side. Then followed up Ryan Arciero, and third, Brent Fox, fourth, EJ Herbst. Everybody else, it looks like, stayed pretty much the same as we saw before, but Max Gordon jumps up in there into the number 1 slot.
Wow, that's an impressive run right there.
And again, a speed side-by-side. So we had a speed side-by-side qualify number 1 overall, and looks like so far in this special number 2 for day 2, speed side-by-side will be quick overall again.
Yeah, and I mean, we still got a long ways to go, but they are showing that they are a force to be reckoned with here down here at NORRA.
Well, you talked about it, Roy. I mean, just some of those tight, twisty areas were conducive to these a little bit narrower, shorter wheelbase, all-wheel drive, lighter, good horsepower, always on the pipe, thanks to the CVT-style clutch. So those things are very, very capable, as we continue to talk about. And you put somebody good behind the wheel, they are proving it here. And Max has done that. We saw Trey Hernquist do that on qualifying day.
Yeah, and absolutely. And we saw how hard that Ryan Arciero was pushing it in his 6100 truck. But you can't push that hard in that tight stuff with those big trucks with 2-wheel drive. But that's where, like these UTVs, they can really make up the time right there. And they're not really losing a lot of time on their super fast, long straightaway stuff. They're losing a little bit of time, but they are definitely making it up in that tight, twisty stuff, especially with that 4-wheel drive and as lightweight as they are. So the UTVs are making it known they're here to play.
That is just a wild shot right there. That is a wild-looking race view.
That's what I think about when I think about racing in Baja. This view right here, just racing through the cactus. You know, the only one out there, you don't see any fans out there. It's just the race car, the cactus, and you know.
Spectacularly beautiful. I mean, I could just see that. If I was Tim Herbst, I could see somebody taking a photo of that, and I would hang that on the wall. I mean, it's just so cool.
Yeah, and you saw the ranch there on the bottom right-hand corner of the the screen there when he came in, and there's the highway right up there. So he's coming through this ranch at 37 miles an hour, and then he'll hit the highway, and then he'll start heading south towards Punta Prieta on the highway, and then jump back on the race course. And I'm hearing Mark Post is getting out of the number 3, and he's going to let Josh Daniels bring it in for the finish.
Aha.
So Mark's done playing for the day.
Had his fill of fun, 1 meter peg. On board there with the 3 truck and Mark Post. Great shot right there. Love it. Help me out with what we're looking at there, Roy. Is that 2 air filters there on either side running into that Y pipe?
That's kind of what it looks like. I'm not too familiar with the Pro Rs, but I'm with the way those clips look. I'm guessing that's what it is, going straight into the top of that motor. And that's the jack right there in the middle, and then the quick fuel filler there on the right hand side. But I bet you that's probably what that is. Dual inlet for the air cleaners. EJ Herp's back hard on the noise.
Yes, he is. Very narrow road, but just flick that thing right through there, no problem.
Looks like one of the UTVs just took off from for stage 3 also. So the UTVs are already making their way known for the 3rd stage. Moving up through the field. Oh, and Travis Williams is stopped. He's stopped on the course, and it looks like he's been there for a little bit.
Ryan Arciero now making his way past the ranch.
I'll go back here and see where else. We got Augie Renazetter is stopped on the side of the highway, and I'm sure that's for a pit because he's on the transit section. Same with the Dodge. And Robbie's stopped in the trophy truck. I'm sure he's just getting some service done before he gets back into it, because they're all on the transit section now. Little mix up of everybody. We got some 6100s, class 1 vehicles.
Yeah, unlimiteds. I mean, they were all kind of mixed in there together after the 6100s took off.
Yeah, we got a little bit of everything right now. And Max Gordon he's at race mile 180. He's going to be knocking on his dad's door here pretty soon.
And any small mistake, and you find yourself, I mean, way out in the weeds, or the cactus, as it were, and I mean, they have no choice. You're racing. It's go time, and that's where the truck setup, I'm sure, is so critical. Certainly, those shock packages, as we continue to document, so that the truck will handle. I mean, I think we've all been on those gravel roads that have that washboard effect, and it'll vibrate you right off the road if you were going anywhere near this speed. So the fact that they can set these trucks up to get them to handle as good as they do on what is, not smooth, is just so impressive.
Yeah, and you don't want to get off the side of that course at all. I mean, those cactus are big and they will hurt. But this is also another one of those roads that these guys aren't that familiar with these roads. This road right here is run on a lot by NORRA, but not necessarily the other series that run down here. So they try and keep. This is almost just for NORRA, almost, So I'm sure EJ is probably really enjoying this course, because to race down here, and you've been on most of these roads, and to be able to come down here and go on a road that you've never been on before, it's really exciting, especially if you're not able to pre-run. So I'm sure he's got a smile on his face. Race mile 232. Class 10 car.
A couple of our chairs sitting out there.
And there's your Jeep truck. I believe it. Could be. Cliff and Reese. And this should be Fox. Yep. And then behind him should be Murph and Craig in the number 48.
Yeah, what happened to Travis? Travis was right there in that mix.
Yeah, he
at the end of that second stage.
Might have missed that. I saw he was on the side of the course, and he is still not moving, and he's at race mile 206, not moving.
Chip looks pretty excited, so yeah, it sounds like a tough moment here for Travis Williams.
Yeah, and these guys are
had such a good run going.
Yeah, and they're finishing up at race mile 239. That's where these guys are finishing up at.
This is Mike Murphy and Craig McCarthy sitting in the nav seat now.
Yeah, and they should probably be almost less than a mile to the finish here. Nice fast road coming in, and then they're going to jump on the road to Bay of LA. Do a 30-mile transit on the highway into Bay of LA, and then start enjoying the adult beverages and some tacos. Oh, he's moving.
Yeah, he's rolling. Wish we could pick out the mile per hour, just can't see it.
No, neither can I. There he is.
That's it.
There's those Boojum cactus we were talking about. You can get a good look at them there, instead of going by them at 100 miles an hour. Get a good look at the front of that truck with the hood off. You can see the heat wrap around the headers. That's probably right by the driver's foot there. Top Century going by that ranch.
Every time I see the Alto sign, I mean, clearly a stop sign, but I don't know why. Whenever I see Alto, I think of Mario Andretti's twin brother.
Right.
And now EJ ripping through here.
Yeah, and this is also one of those sections. It's really a fast section for a long period of time, and then you start getting into this tight, twisty stuff, and there is the agave cactus all over the place in here, a little farther up, and you really have to be careful that you don't get off the road and get into those, because they will tear up your tires. And you'll see him kicked into the race course here too. It'd probably be later on in the day though, but there will be a bunch of them kicked into the middle of the course when somebody goes off the course and hits them, and they start bouncing back into the course.
Yeah, cactus bath is no fun.
Yeah.
He hasn't updated in a little bit since 4:06, so it's been nearly 6 minutes since he's updated. EJ.
Yeah, because he's definitely past that really fast section. This is all that tight, twisty stuff. And he's climbing a little bit of not really a mountain, but more of a hill. It's an incline here, and then it'll drop down. It'll drop down into that valley that leads into the finish.
Looks like that guy has a nice piece of property there with that ranch.
He does. I've raced through there a couple times. He's
just
got
absolutely in the middle of nowhere. You just wonder what they do.
Right. It's the Whipple truck, I believe. Connor Pyle. And back to Trevor Glidden. Moving right along. Nice, comfortable pace.
Yeah, steady as it goes, man. And you're right. He's just been right there all day, man. It's been nice and clean.
And you know, he's the pace that he's running right now. It's probably perfect for his class. I'm sure that, you know, with all the technology everybody has right now with the minis and everything else, the Starlink minis, they know what the times are, and they know where his competition is. So that'll dictate how fast he's probably running. And right now he's probably running at a perfect pace for that. So.
Nice clean track too, and nobody's dust.
Yeah. And a relatively smooth track too, you know, it's not
heavy and loamy right there, man. Makes his way through that right-hander.
So PJ Jones hasn't even made it to Super Stage 1 yet.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just saw that as well, and we showed that on board of him. I remember when they were out of the car and they weren't rushing around, but we thought they were okay. Like we thought they were in a transit stage, and they must have been having an issue.
Yeah, he was at the road crossing, but maybe we mistaken that for the end of the transit. But there's two road crossings that you do, and he was definitely stopped at a road crossing, so it could have been the first road crossing, and he was having issues and they were working on his vehicle. So, and the last time we saw him, he was running, so he must have had some major problems, and because I was looking all over stage 2 and I couldn't find him. And he had a great day yesterday too.
Oh yeah, well yeah, he finished first in class.
Yeah, he's the last known. He was at race mile 57, but that was at 10:42. So he's definitely, that was a long time ago. So we don't really know where he's at. But that live footage we had of him, what was that? 20 minutes ago, maybe?
Yeah, maybe even more than that.
So
it was a while ago for sure. We just saw the 98 car go by, Steve Hilbert. That's side by side as we look back here at EJ.
Yeah, no, he should be done with stage 3 now.
EJ churning, man, he's ready to go.
No reason to go too fast. Now you just gotta transit all the way in. So
just close the day out.
And I think they give you about 45 minutes to get to the finish line from there. Yeah, it looks like Trevor Glidden's in that Coco's Corner area, that nice, tight, twisty stuff. And there is a bunch of UTVs actually going through that area right now as we speak.
Yeah, some pretty gnarly stuff in there. Wouldn't take much of a mistake there to hurt your vehicle either. And you could pick up the pace like that real quickly and just run up on something a little bit too fast and cause some damage. But everybody seems to be pretty good. I mean, I guess that's the experience out here. That would be my fear if I was doing it first time. Just I want to pick up the speed, and all of a sudden you miss one hole and you run up on it a little bit too quick, and then something's damaged.
Yeah, and it happens to the best of us, So it can happen to anybody. I mean, look at Ryan, seasoned veteran, had 2 flats within five minutes of each other, and I don't think he had any dust in front of him either. I don't know what was.
I agree. No, I don't think he had any dust. I mean, he was second offline, so that unlimited truck was gone. Yeah, it happens.
Here's Casey Curry. See, now he's in that real tight section too, and he's moving through there pretty good.
Looks like he's in some dust. Maybe that's just the lighting from the camera letting a bunch of light in, but
yeah, it's hard to say. It is hard to tell, isn't it?
But he has been clipping along, and that's kind of been his forte, right? I mean, he just shines. He has that good base overall pace.
Yeah, he's just sneaking his way up there.
Dakar guy. I mean, he's done so much racing. He's been in a little bit of everything all along the way. Competed in 2 wheels, 4 wheels, all different kinds of 4 wheels. As we talked about before, winning a Pro Light Championship in short course, but I think finished 4th at Dakar. He's an X Games gold medalist. So, yeah, his base pace is probably pretty solid.
Yeah, and, there's only so fast you can go through here anyway. But he's so talented, he's probably picking up.
Now that looks way too comfy right there.
Oh, there's PJ.
Yeah. Well, he's moving. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Because we didn't think he was moving.
Yeah. The question is he still up by San Felipe, or is he down by, stage 2?
I love the tracking, don't get me wrong, but it would be a cool feature if you could type in a number and let it search for you.
Well, there used to be one. Oh, wait. There.
Probably is. I see
there is off to the right there. See that?
Magnifying glass or... I don't know if it'll do that or not.
Yeah, it will. Well done, Rory.
See the surgical tubes there that they use to hold the pumper hose up and out of the way? As the 204 of Danny Brown cruises across. The Aussie now going through what looks like the ranch.
There we go.
And back to Casey Curry. and ripping right through here. Tough little area. I saw Casey look over to the right there a couple of times. Navigator was dealing with something over there as well, but
he's definitely getting in the dust now, though.
Yeah, he is for sure in the dust. Oh, was he buzzing that guy in front of him? That's what he was doing, huh? The Navigator?
He just hand up there? I wasn't looking at the second.
Yeah, he had his hand up there, and he pushed that button 2 or 3 or 4 times, so I bet you he was buzzing the guy in front of him.
Usually it'll light up when you hit that button, but yeah, that's probably what he was doing.
And I couldn't tell. I mean, the picture's tough. I couldn't tell if that bottom left-hand corner was lighting up or not.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, he pointed forward. Casey pointed forward, and then he reached up there and looked like he hit that button again. And sometimes, like I said, if you're not close enough, that signal's not going to reach. But Casey might be pulling the old Robbie Gordon and hitting that button as soon as he sees dust, and maybe he'll get lucky.
Yeah, so it should light up or flash or stay lit, right? If it's sent the signal.
Yeah.
And then you wait for a response.
Yeah. I think it's like green or yellow or blue or one of those. It's been a year since I've been in one of these cars, so. Tim Herbst. Got his book signed.
Book signed and hood tagged. Ready to go on.
Here comes the next one. Looks like Ryan.
Beautiful truck.
Yeah. He's probably in a better mood now. Crew's laughing at him a little bit. Probably giving him the business a little bit. Got some footage from the start of stage 2 here. That's right in that wash. Long race course ahead of them. Glidden's starting to get into some dust here.
336 keep left less visible road.
Yep. Follow it in.
Automation still talking to him.
Yep. Old lead nav.
That final distance should sound better now.
Yeah.
How's the belt, Tim? Good. 130. Copy.
In 900.
There you go.
Oh, how about that? Pretty cool.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah.
337 narrow and twisty rocks on sides. In 664 feet. 338 narrow and TWS rocks on sides.
A little delay there.
I would say, obviously, the audio delayed just a little bit from the video we're watching, but that sounded exactly like what we saw.
Yeah. Just what I would expect from the cab of that vehicle when that happened.
That's great. That's awesome.
Yeah. I loved it. I loved every minute of it. Co-driver's probably trying to suck the seat out of his driver's suit right now.
Yeah, when it first happened and we were watching it, I thought the audio was synced up with it. And I was like, well, those guys did that like it was absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
But clearly, the audio was delayed a bit.
Yeah, as soon as I heard him say right around this big tire, I said, oh, okay, there it is. 11:22.
(11:22) ripping by there. Jeff Randolph out there on course, and Patrick Parsons coming out of the great northwest of Yakima, Washington. Randolph, owner of Advanced Internet, off-road racer. "30 years of off-road racing for him, and great to have him out here with us."
And it's pretty much staying overcast all day today, it seems like. So taking it easy on these guys because it can get pretty hot out there, especially in this part of the desert. So,
well, as we heard Pam say earlier, I think it was maybe it was James that said the Bay of LA was at 60. Of course, that was a few hours ago, but if it stays overcast like that, it might stay cool there in the Bay of LA.
yeah, and Bay of LA is one of those areas it's notorious to get extremely windy. So, and there is not very many hotel accommodations, and that's the one thing about if you're an early entrant for NORRA, it assures you that you get at least one room at Bay of LA, and I think also San Ignacio, because they're really limited on rooms on those two areas. If you're a late entry, you better bring a tent because that's what you're sleeping in.
344 caution div.
Got it. Fairly straight. Switchbacks.
And giving some specific notes here through this tight stuff.
345 rocky jump.
Yep, little switchbacks.
345 rocky jump in 385 feet. 346 div. 346 div.
Those bumps are starting to get to those guys a little bit, but still having a good day. See where these guys are at here. I'm guessing they're back there by that Coco's Corner area, maybe? Or they're heading to it. That's what it is. Okay. And those luxury pre-runners. And PJ Jones still going. He must have had some sort of issue. We don't know what it was, but he had something. But it looks like he's working his way through it. And I don't think his tracker's not updating, I don't believe either. So we're just going to have to guess where he's at. Look back here a little ways. They're stacking up at the start of stage 2. Everybody's working their way south. Still got some guys on that first stage. Looks like about 20 or 30 cars, maybe 40. Just trying to get through it. What do we got? 1:30 in the afternoon right now. And I still got guys at race mile. Let me see who's the last guy here. Yep. And I think we're going to hear from the race director here. So I think that would be with Pam. Throwing it to you guys there. Maybe. LSAO. Yeah, you're on, buddy. Tell us how it's going.
And I'm heading to Bay of LA in this moment, almost at the end of.
There you go. Turn the background down. Thank you.
It down to Mid City in Bay of LA, so it's faster than we expected. I believe we're gonna have some record breakers today, but I mean the majority or the vast majority of everyone is on stage 2 right now. So far, like I said, it's been flawless. We got basically 3 different operations going on today. We got motos, actually right now, going on the transit towards Rancho Escondido. That's south of Bay of LA, where they will be camping because today is a marathon stage for motos. They started in Caravina and they went through Bay of LA, had a little lunch at the Pit City Catering, and now they are transiting into the end of the stage to get their bikes impounded into the marathon stage. So they're going to be having fun. Rancho Escondido, it's a really nice location south of Bay of LA. They're going to have like a pit fire and, have a good dinner. They won't be able to work on their motos until I believe 1 hour after they get into the impounding area. After that, they will have to wait until tomorrow to take the start. And there is no assistance for them. It's just the rider who can actually work on his bike or get help from other riders in that impound. So motos are there. And then we have the third activity, which is Safari Expedition. Safari Expedition right now is heading to some Warha mission. So Safari started in San Quintin today. They did a little section by El Rosario, and then they took the highway south, and now they're heading into some Warha to get into the mission, and then they're going to go to Guerrero Negro for the night. So we're kind of everywhere in Baja right now.
Well, LSAO, you set up a really good race course. I think these guys are really enjoying out there. I know I'm missing it not being out there, but boy, just by the look at some of this in-car footage, the roads that you picked, that you've been allowed to race on, you've done a great job, and thank you for doing all that you do. I know we talk about herding cats, and I know that's what you're doing over there. So hands up to you, buddy. Thumbs up.
Well, I got to be honest with you. Everybody has been great so far. I believe that so far in 2 days of staging, maybe 2 guys did not show up on the right check-in time. Everybody is behaving. I mean, we're not herding cats anymore. All the new teams, the rookies, the 6,100 guys that are doing it for the first time, I've been monitoring how they're doing and how they are learning to ride or to navigate, sorry. And I'm amazed. I mean, these guys, this is day 2, and I believe they're pros now. So it's a very user-friendly course. We had a few or a few options for you to choose which to use for navigation. I mean, we have the regular waypoint file that will be matching your roadbook waypoints. We have the lead nap file that we have been hearing with Kristen Matlock or Nick McPhee that we were just seeing. He's using lead nap. You might kind of wonder why lead nap is calling numbers and then the note. You might hear that it's like 145 dip or 146 ditch or whatever. So that number first, if you wonder what it is, that number matches your roadbook note. So by the time you hear that number, you can actually see the picture on your roadbook of what's coming up ahead. So you know a little bit more information than just the actual note. Like, for example, if there's a ditch that has maybe a rock on right, and the note will just tell you ditch, you might be able to see that there's a small rock on the right. And you can actually give additional information to your driver. So that's like one of the options. The other option is Baja Brian's file. He was just with us at the start today, giving support to the race vehicles that are using his files. I believe everybody's happy with it. So we got several options for navigation, and all the new guys are actually enjoying and having fun. That's the goal of it.
Yeah, and you've done a great job. And while we were talking to you, it looks like the Connor pile truck. I'm not 100% sure, but looked like he got upside down, and the Mark Post truck pulled up on him and pulled over, and they got out of their vehicle to make sure he was okay. So nice to see that even the fast trucks, if they see somebody in trouble, they're helping each other out. So we just got some quick footage of that. Hopefully we can get an update and see what's going on. But that's how we do it down here at NORRA. We want to go down here, we want to go racing, we want to have fun, but we also want to make sure that our fellow man is safe, and if somebody has a problem, we're going to pull over and make sure that they're okay. So that's looks like what's going on today. So hey, hats off to you guys. Thanks for everything that you do, and keep up the good work, buddy.
Yeah, that's definitely the Baja spirit. And, you know, one of the most important things at NORRA is to keep that, I don't know, that band of brothers feeling that we all are traveling. It's like a traveling circus for 6 days. You got 1,500 people driving down the highway chasing, driving down the race course racing, and then you have, I don't know, I mean, 700, 800 hotel rooms that wherever you go, not Bay of LA, obvious, because we only have like 120 rooms there. A lot of people is camping. Same with San Ignacio. But I mean, that's Baja. And just so you guys know, I mean, whoever stops and helps, they don't get any time back. It's what we call the Good Samaritan. You're doing it because you know it's the right thing to do, not because you're getting a reward. The same exact way, like if you have a speed zone and you stay on the limit, you stay on the limit to be respectful with the landowners or the ranchers that are asking you to go slow, not because you're getting a penalty. It's because you have to be respectful. So that's the same spirit that we're trying to get everybody to be in. I mean, right now, if Post stopped and helped, well, maybe tomorrow he needs help. And that's going to be Connor's opportunity to pay back. So that's amazing. I really like that, because on the recent races that we usually do, the actual is like you just don't care about anybody else, just you. And that's what NORRA is all about. I mean, we want to rescue that spirit of camaraderie and have everybody to become a band of brothers and make sure we all get to Cabo and have fun.
Absolutely, and you know, and that's what I love about this series, and I believe Josh Daniels is the one in the Mark Post truck right now. So kudos to him for doing the right thing, and I'm hoping everybody's okay, and I'm sure they are. Didn't look like too much damage. The truck was just upside down. It didn't look like a yard sale type deal, and it wasn't in a really fast section of the course. It's before you get to that ranch that you jump back onto the highway by Punta Prieta, so in and out of those cactus areas. So kudos again to the Mark Post team and Josh Daniels to pull over and make sure that those guys are okay, and hopefully we can get a update on what's going on with those guys. But again, Eliseo, thank you for everything that you guys do. I'm sure you got some work to do, so thanks for everything, and keep us informed with what's going on here.
Yep. Call me anytime. I'm available.
You got it, buddy. Drive
Thank
safe.
you. Have a great day. You guys been doing a great job. Okay. I think this has been the greatest show.
Thank you, sir.
Very cool. Nicely done there, Roy, as we have a chance to talk to the race director as he was making his way to Bay of LA. So super cool there. Had a lot of onboard camera here as well. And back on board with PJ Jones. Really curious about the pile truck, the Connor pile truck, because I saw them pull up to the stage, what I thought was an end of the stage there. So I thought we had some onboard of them as well. Maybe we can have the guys take a look at that onboard if we have that and just see what's going on.
And I'm hoping I called that right. I just looked at I couldn't see too much of the side of the truck, and I hope I didn't scare anybody and call the wrong vehicle. There was a vehicle upside down, and I know it was the number 3 that stopped. So let me see. There is a truck stop. Oh, well, there's a Scott Bailey truck that's not doing anything right now. So maybe it's a Scott Bailey truck. So it could have been my bad there. It could have been the Scott Bailey ID Designs truck that rolled, because the number 3 is moving again, which would be a good sign, because the number Josh Daniels in the number 3 truck for Mark Post, I don't believe would leave the scene if something was seriously wrong. So I think that's a good sign. So I think we're good on that. Sorry about calling for the wrong vehicle, though.
And our Pam Hall is down at the finish line, as I believe she is in the Bay of LA. Pam, have we had a truck come across the stripe yet?
Hey, Ken, yeah, we have had actually 3 trucks come across. And right now, though, in our Evolution Unlimited truck, we do have Mr. Chip Griffith right here. He came through first. They did start out first because they were the overall time yesterday. But you're here first in Bay of LA. We'll see about times later on because, again,
I'll be first in that, but yeah.
You won't be first in that.
No, I think Brett had a great run. I think he had a really good run today, but we were able to keep first on the road all the way today. We did have we bent a tire or a wheel in second stage. It ate up a little time, and then I jumped behind the wheel here for this last stage and had a blast. Beautiful day. Can't believe the weather we're enjoying now with the cloud cover and the cool. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a little windy here tonight, but whatever. Great day.
Definitely, I have to ask you, when we were driving in, could you feel the wind with your truck? Because it was blowing.
Absolutely. This has got some pretty responsive steering in the first place. So yes, I was chasing it all over on the way in. Yeah, for sure.
Well, here we are, though, in the beautiful Bay of LA. We all love this place. It's an amazing view behind us, probably one of my favorite sunrises. But on your drive today, what was the most beautiful part that you saw?
Getting across the line first and getting on the road. Reese and I had a great day. He ran the first 2 stages. He's just been running phenomenally. This is our first year on the truck. We each had about, 30, 40 miles testing before we came down here in this, trying to figure this out. I'm moving up from a spec truck, our Armada Engineering's VIN number 1. This truck has been nothing but phenomenal. The Falcon tires have been absolutely unbelievable. It's just been great.
Well, you know what? That's what we like to hear when you have a flawless day. I mean, you had the wheel, but otherwise, great day here at the finish line. We'll let you guys get going and enjoy the fiesta that's starting up, and we'll see you in the morning.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, and there we have it from Chip. You can see right here, Reese is checking out the tires. Let's see, Reese getting into the passenger seat after that driver's seat today. Did you have some fun?
It's great. I trust him enough to sit right seat, and it's good. As I'm driving, I'm telling him what I'm doing. So when I get to the right seat, we're just polishing it. This was obviously, Chip's first time really at speed in the truck, and it was a lot to adjust with the pressure from the guys going so quick behind us. We've been to rim on stage 2 off the start. Thankfully, it was right as we were coming onto the pavement section, still speed zone, still in stage. And the crew, I sent them ahead. They put up a makeshift pit. We pulled in, changed the tire quickly, and got back on. So we didn't lose too much time. But truck's been amazing. Chip's been great, right seat and left seat. And I think we have the lead still by 11 seconds. So, yeah, exciting.
Well, we'll see at the end of the day if that is how it pans out. But who's starting out tomorrow morning? Chip's over here saying don't know.
His event. We're partners in the truck, but it's his event. So we'll find out.
Well, coin toss maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, we'll let you guys get going. Congratulations on another successful day.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's move on over here to Brent Fox. Mr. Fox, here we are at the finish line. I mean, you were chasing them down earlier on, as we just spoke not long ago, whenever we saw you at that last special stage. And here at the finish line, you were on him again. So I want you to tell me, do you think you made up some time between you two?
You know, I think we did make up a little bit of time today. We lost some yesterday, but I believe we made it back up today. So we had just a good, clean, easy day. So nice Sunday drive today.
Nice Sunday drive. Oh, it is Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah. Wasn't able to go to church. So we went for a nice Sunday drive.
I mean, where else would you want to do a Sunday drive, coming into the beautiful Bay of LA?
You know what? Not many other places. So that's beautiful. It's awesome being down here in Baja, and just can't wait to continue on tomorrow.
Well, and again, it's another great day for you, coming in very close behind. I can't wait to see the times later on because they're going to be very close.
Yeah, I had people reporting back that they got us like 11 seconds on the overall or something like that. So it's getting fairly close. So we'll see what kind of a day we can have tomorrow.
All right. Well, we'll see you guys in the morning. Go enjoy some cool drinks over there and some probably tacos, and we'll see you in the morning.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. Let's move on over here. Let's see who was in the driver's seat. Hi, how are you?
Good.
Did you ever get in the driver's seat today?
Co-driving today, yeah.
Co-driving. Okay, so let's talk about it. I mean, Craig, great day for you guys. And you guys coming in so close together.
Yeah.
Were you chasing each other's dust?
We were having fun out there. Yeah, no, we had a good day.
Well,
It was tight and technical most of the start. A couple of fast sections through the centre and then tight and technical again, but it kept us on our toes.
Yeah.
You got to keep on the notes.
Well, exactly. I mean, well, you're the note man, so you're the one who's keeping you guys on course.
Yeah, no, it was good. We had fun,
Yeah.
That's what it's about, isn't it?
Well, I love it that you guys are here at the finish. I'm going to get Kevin over here now. He's shaking his head no because I did talk to you already. He's done with the camera for the day, but good job on the great day. I mean, we'll see where it all pans out.
Let's see where it pans out. We've still got four more days of racing, so hey, we're only a third of the way there.
You know how quick it goes, though.
Yeah, by the time you get to the mid-mark, and then you'll be, on a plane going home.
Exactly. Well, good job on today. We'll see you guys in the morning.
Again for the, great show, and hey, what a great layout and the course. Alice's done a great job. As he always does.
And thank you to you guys for coming out here and racing with us.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
All right, let's move on over here. See if this is EJ in the car or not, or the truck, I should say. And it is EJ Herbst. We'll see if we can catch him once again. Mr. EJ Herbst, hi, how are you doing today?
Good, mellow, cool day.
It is, I mean, speaking of cool, this is probably the coolest weather I've ever felt in Bay of LA.
Yeah, for sure. No, we were pretty relieved to have this cold air all day, and clean day for us, only one little flat, but it seemed like, a lot of people were getting that problem, but overall it was a good, clean day, and happy to have made it.
I mean, you guys were not too far behind these three right in front of you, and having that good, clean day is what it's all about. Tires definitely seems like it was an issue today.
Yeah, I think for everybody, chewed up some rubber for sure. There was a lot of loose rocks, a lot of stuff on the inside of apexes, and they ran us through some mountains today. So, but overall, it was a fun day, and ready to get some tacos.
I don't blame you right there. So congratulations on getting to the finish, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, thank you.
All right, and there we have it from EJ Herbst as well. And we don't have any other vehicles coming in right now, but you guys back in the studio, we'll let you guys take it back, and we'll be back here at the finish line in just a little bit.
An incredibly good day.
Yeah, he sure is. And I apologize for calling out the 6122, saying he was in that accident, which he was not. I should probably do a better job of making sure I got the facts straight before I open my big mouth. But good to see that everybody else is doing all right there. Ryan had a good, strong run, still running good, along with McCarthy and EJ and Brent Fox. But Guy Yoakum still holding the top spot there, just in that stage. So good for him.
Yeah, impressive, man. It's great to see. Congrats to him. We'll see if he can continue on that momentum throughout the rest of the week here. Yoakum and Richardson in there together. Yoakum out of Norco, California. And a nice, clean, crisp shot right there of the Zimics doing what they do.
And just doing what they've been doing all day long. Yeah, and I'm sorry about that, guys. I won't.
Good onboard shot, still ripping. Bill and his daughter having a really solid day here so far. Making their way through this final stage. Great to hear from our race director as well, as we talked about before. Alessio doing a nice job, man. What a it's been a great course. Heard him mention the different opportunities, or different options, I should say, for navigation as well. Did not realize there were so many different options, but that's pretty cool. And I know he said he was listening on just to follow up on that. But Baja Brian, I believe it was, that comes up with one of those options, is who RJ used, Ricky Johnson used a day ago, and he was extremely happy with those notes. So hats off to everybody there that's providing the notes to get these people through and to their destination. They're certainly working well.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of notes and everything with the co-driver, I really love the setup that that Bill's got in his car. He's got all the GPSs kind of low. He's got his own little GPS there off to his right just a little bit, but everything out of the view of that front windshield. So the layout on that race car, setting up for racing, they did a really good job on that.
Yeah, and he has some decent headroom. You can really get low in some of these cars. And my son is 6'4", and we were able to get him down so low that we actually had to raise it back up just a little bit, because you can't see over the nose of the car. You're almost looking up. So you can really get low in some of those side-by-sides, but it looked like they had him placed perfectly. So clearly can see over the dash, but still you can see it here too. Plenty of headroom there.
Absolutely.
For the roll bar.
Yeah, and the layout on that too. Nothing is really higher than the dash, and it shouldn't be. You know, you don't want anything blocking your view, because you want to be able to see just over that hood. And if you've got your GPS a little higher, you're blocking some of that. And when you get in that tight, twisty stuff with all those big rocks and stuff, that can get in the way. So nice layouts on some of these cars. I take some notes every once in a while, trust me, because when I'm setting up my race cars and stuff, I want a nice clean dash like that too. So taking notes here.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. And obviously the two-seaters here in short course, they're pretty much just drive on the left-hand side, but they'll clean them up with some sheet metal to the right, and the Zeus's, of course. But I'm with you, man. I love to look at the different layouts, because everybody gets creative with them, and they really do a beautiful job. There's a lot of electronics, a lot of information that's available to the navigators and the drivers as they compete against each other out here in the desert. All right, we'll go back down to the finish line here for day number 2 of racing, and Pam Hall.
I can't hear program. My headphones decided to put on me yesterday. Okay. You ready for me? Oh, hi, I'm here with Ryan Arciero at the finish line for stage number 2 in Bay of LA. Ryan, first thing you said to me was you win some and you lose some.
Baja has a way of humbling you. I've known that through my entire career, and today it did too. San Felipe hasn't been nice to me for some reason. Between 3 weeks ago at the square race and then today, we got just 2 unlucky flats. We had a right rear that went down, no idea why, and then changed it out, and 4 miles later, the left rear did. So I mean, that was most of our time. We got stuck for a little bit trying to get going again in the soft sand, and then got going again, and then it was just trying to save the day. So knowing that first stage was done. Stage 2 and 3, seeing if we can pull a little bit more time back. I don't know where we ended up in both those 2 stages, but now we just every day, every stage, we're just going to try to pull a little bit more of that time back we just lost today.
I mean, really, that's all you can do is just exactly like you're saying, pull it back. I mean, we have 4 more days of it, so it's such a bummer that happened though, because we saw it, we were watching it on the live feed, and we're like, oh no, what's going on? Because you had such a great run going.
No, for sure, and I said, we'll we'll make our comeback, and it's going to be one stage at a time. Like I said, Baja does have a way of humbling you, has a way of kicking you, and you know what. But we're happy to be here. We're here in Bay of LA, onward and upward of saying Nasu tomorrow. So we're excited for it.
Exactly. Well, we'll see you tomorrow, but maybe tomorrow will be better for you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Pam.
All right. The Baja bug actually bit him today, as he was just saying. So bummer for him, but he is here at the finish line, and that's really all that matters. We have another vehicle that came through. I believe it's Tim Herbst in the driver's seat. So we can grab him really quick. Hi, Tim.
Howdy.
Can we grab you for a minute for the live show? Okay. I'm going to put your window net in.
I gotta do my hair first.
Oh, the helmet hair is what it's all about. We're live right now. We are live right.
Do my hair.
He said he needs to do his hair.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. All right. I'm going to put your billboard out too. But Tim, let's talk about your day today.
That was another good day. The boys did really well in their stages and stuff, and then they gave it to dear old dad, and he decided to get a flat tire. But other than that, we had a good run and just trying to stay consistent to get obviously 4 more days to go. So let's keep us a little bit in the hunt and work our way down the peninsula.
Well, I have to ask you, your birthday was yesterday, and I didn't know that till after we were live.
Yeah, my birthday was yesterday, so it's a birthday week, so we'll have another birthday party tonight. If anybody's got carrot cake out here in Bay of LA, come find us because that's my favorite.
Well, I would have found you some if I would have known that, but yeah, I didn't even know it was your birthday. So happy birthday for everybody that was watching yesterday that I didn't know. But all in all, you're at Bay of LA, like you were saying. It's a beautiful place. We have 3 more days after this, or 4 more days after this. So a long 4 days to go to just have some more fun.
That's right. 4 more days and a lot more excitement to come and some great racing.
Well, congratulations on getting to the finish line, because there are some people out there still having some issues, but you're here.
No, thank God we're here.
All right. Well, there we have it, Mr. Tim Herbst. And we again have no more vehicles coming in right now. We're going to come to you here in just a minute, though. We're going to do a little bit of a feature about what it is that they're coming into after they're done for the day on the course. So we'll be back to you guys here in just a few minutes.
Thanks a lot. And once again, great job, Pam. And I never knew I had something in common with Tim Herbst. We both, our favorite is carrot cake. However, not a favorite here for the 521 as they have rolled that car. And it looks like the left front is missing.
Yes, it is. And what did she say? Bit by the Baja bug? Well, here's a Baja
bug. He's really bit in the bug. Yeah.
Yes. So, but they're still in the car, and nobody's running around like crazy. So that's always a good sign. I don't know if he lost a wheel or lost a spindle. Kind of looks like the hub's still on the car. He might have just got he's right next to the highway, it looks like, because a lot of people are sitting right there. So, yeah, the hub's still on there.
Yeah, it looks like the wheel's been busted off. Like the center wheel looks like it's still attached.
Yeah, he might have got a little sideways there and got a little, just had a bad day.
And they'll get the jack out there with the extender to get on the bumper and get it up in the air. I think that might have been the tire wheel combo sitting over there as we go back and watch Josh Daniel at work there behind the wheel of the 3 truck. Ricky Johnson was on that before. By the way, I want to throw a little bit of love there to Thor and Pierce Herbst. Well, my apologies is what I really want to do. We just did not realize you guys were in the truck driving. It would be great again, and maybe this is something we can develop as we move forward with NORRA and the series. But if we could get those helmet identifiers, we would know who is inside of the truck driving, because we want to give you guys some love and give you your due. But clearly, according to Tim, both Pierce and Thor did some driving there today, with Jeremy Munyon doing all the navigating.
Yeah, that's just one of those things that, that's the last thing you're thinking about when you're getting ready for a race, right?
Pam has helped us out a lot in that area, but no way she can know it all or get it all. But we just want to make sure we give the drivers some love. And how about the 53 truck back and going after their moment?
Yeah, exactly.
It had a flat tire, and we're looking at the left front as well. We thought maybe they had some steering issues that might have been going on there, but they were able to get everything put back together and back out on course now for Wade Porter and the gang.
Yeah, maybe they just bent a steering arm or something like that and took a look at it to see, do we need to change this right now or do we have a spare, one of those deals. But it did take them a little longer. They were than just doing a tire change. So it seemed like it was more of just the tires. So they definitely took a look underneath that truck to see if it was going to be okay to take them any farther.
Some audio here from the Zimics.
They've been doing what they're supposed to be doing. They are just keep moving south. Just keep moving south without stopping, and that's what you got to do.
Looking for them on the tracker. It looks like they're a little bit back behind the 3 truck of Josh Daniels, who is about 232. Race mile 232. And that updating just about a minute ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
And then a bunch of cars are bunched back up in there, so really got to expand it out to start separating some of them to find everybody. I got them here, 935. If I can grab it, looks like there's a couple of cars in there, so it's kind of hard to get them. But yeah, they're at mile marker 204 last it updated anyways. And again, that one pretty recently, just about a minute or so ago, 33 miles an hour, and they're making their way through this final stage, doing a nice job as we go on board here with Cole Wellenweber.
And it looks like
he's back behind him just a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks like the number 77, I believe that's Max Gordon today, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
In the UTV. He's stopped at race mile 205, which is where the number 935 is coming up on right now. So I don't know what kind of issues Max is having at the moment, but right now, and it could be just like everybody else. He stepped out a little bit and whacked one of those tires, and he's out there changing one. You never know. So keep an eye on that.
Wellenweber at race mile 198 as he continues forward. Great shot there as well, and we're going to go back to the finish line and Pam Hall.
Thank you so much, Ken. I am here with Zach Langley in the number 250. You are the 5th 6100 Evolution truck coming in today, but I want to talk about today, stage 2.
Just a clean day, just like day one. That's what this race is really about. It's hard to put together 6 clean days, and that's always our goal here. And so day 2 done, 4 more to go.
Exactly. I mean, so you're sharing driving skills as well, too. So were you in all day today?
No. Steve Henscheveld did the first special, and I did the second 2 specials. We're trying to balance it out so we kind of have about the same miles. So, yeah, it's a team effort.
Yeah, definitely a team effort for sure. Sometimes, it's a team effort, and then, your team's your family, but sometimes the family's down here with us as well. But all in all, down here at the beautiful Bay of LA, tacos right over there and some cold drinks, and you're ready to go get those, aren't you?
Yeah, give me a margarita. Let's go.
All right, well, Zach Langley, we'll see you tomorrow at the start line. Congratulations on getting to the finish today.
All right, thanks, Pam.
All right, and there we have it, Zach Langley. And again, we're going to go in and give you guys a little preview of what we have and what we're talking about when we say let's go get tacos and margaritas. So we'll be back in just a minute.
They can keep us safe. It looks like Josh Daniels is pretty motivated for a margarita as well.
Yeah, and he looks like he's having as much fun as Ricky Johnson was yesterday. Another one of those guys that got the call here probably a month ago and said, "Hey, I know you're busy, but how would you like to come down here to NORRA for the Mexican 1000 and drive the number 3 Black Diamond, you know?
And she was teasing us with it. We've heard about these margaritas, and we've heard about the Bay of LA and how beautiful it is. I have not had the pleasure of being there, so this is as close as I can get as Pam's going to give us a walkthrough.
Thank you guys so much. This is what it's all about at the end of the day when these racers come in from, being out on course, getting all dirty. I'm here with Poncho. Poncho is going to give us a walkthrough right now. Normally this room is completely packed, but we only have had 6 drivers come in. So we're going to do a little walkthrough here. So I want you to talk to the people that are watching live, and Ken and Roy who are watching, wishing they were here. So
Yeah.
Poncho, here you go.
So, basically, obviously, we know that all the racers arrive here tired, thirsty, and hungry, right? So, we have what we call the Bahía de Los Ángeles welcome fiesta party, which consists of food, from some really, really good sources. Like, this is a restaurant. It's called the Rocavela, a really nice restaurant here in Bahía de Los Ángeles. Luis, which is the owner, is the guy right here with the beard and the hat. He has some nice dishes for us. Do you want to go through and see the dishes? Let's walk in and see these dishes that you have prepared for us. Luis, you want to give us a little hand down of what you got here for everybody?
Hola, ¿qué tal?
¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? ¿Quieres darnos una idea más o menos de lo que tienes por aquí?
Sí, claro que sí.
Del otro lado, por favor.
Ok. Muy bien. ¿De aquel lado?
De ese
Ok.
lado.
Sí, aquí pues tenemos la cocina de Rocavela junto con la cocina de Muelle 30 de San Quintín y les ofrecemos esta vez en NORRA chamorro en barbecue. Tenemos de este lado.
Lamb shank, I believe.
Pasamos aquí, tenemos pechuga de pollo con amaranto en salsa de almendras.
Oh man, that's kind of hard for me to explain, but I know it's chicken breast with some spices and almonds.
Hey,
And
I'm gonna
almonds,
be a
I'm
beer
sorry.
reporter next year.
Aquí tenemos vegetales babies y un poco de arroz a la jardinera.
Rice, which he calls a rice jardinera, and some vegetables.
Aquí tenemos la crema de almendra para el pollo y aquí tenemos un poco de crema de poro y papa.
These are some sauces, potato sauces and like a type of gravy. And
Aquí tenemos lo fresco y típico y clásico aquí de Bahía de Los Ángeles, que es el ceviche de jurel.
Obviously a fresh ceviche made from yellowtail, caught right here, right in the waters. That like you can literally grab a rock and throw it at the waters right here. So this is a little bit of idea of what they have for every single racer that's going to arrive. Good food. He's telling me it's combined by 2 restaurants, not only his. There's another Muelle 33.
Muelle 30.
Muelle 30. I'm sorry, and his from San Quintín. The food is great. That's what it should be. For all these guys, so they can relax. Come in and enjoy this. And there's also a bar over there. We want to go see the bar.
You're welcome.
This is all the same thing. Same thing.
That looks like the second table.
So, but all in all, though, I have to ask you this while we're walking over to the bar, because this is the place that all of them like to end up at every single evening. But, but all in all, you guys, we're literally going all the way down the peninsula. So the planning for this that you guys do, what all does it take to get from all the way up there? I mean, you have to come down, you have to basically pre-run the restaurants. I mean, you guys know them and set it all up, but pre-run the restaurants and what you guys want to do as well.
Well, basically, the planning starts
last year,
tomorrow. Tomorrow. Before we leave the area, that we're at. Pepe is running around making the reservations for the next race, and basically pretty much contracting the services and all. But yeah, prepping starts tomorrow here, and after tomorrow, the next day, prepping starts. Before we leave, Pepe's already on planning for the next. Obviously, we don't have the dates. Just send my contract, and then once we give the dates, you lock it in and send the deposits in. I guess.
All right, so here's the place that a lot of people like to show up to. So this is the bar. There's all kinds of stuff here, but you know what to talk about. Looks like we have margaritas. We got fruit punch with gin. What else do we have back here?
Yes, this is the bar here at the Fiesta. This bar is ran by Miss Gigi. I don't recall her last name. Oh yes, Gigi from Villa Vita. She owns the hotel that's across the street from the area that we're at. She usually does the bar service and the drinks and all that. I know she speaks some English, so we're gonna let her explain a little bit of what she does not want to do it, but tell us what you have. Tell us what you have to drink here, man. What do you have for us?
We got a hibiscus margarita right here, lemon cucumber margarita, fruit punch with gin. We got beers, clamatos preparados.
You know, basically refreshments. You know, refreshments for everybody to cool down, and them and their chase teams, and you know, basically everybody.
Well, and with that too, right, we said right now the room's fairly empty. We only had a few people come in, but let's talk about too. LSA was talking about the stuff that was made specifically, the plates and stuff. Let's
so
go over to that.
I'm guessing he got this somewhere in. I guess he went to Dakar and saw this idea of, you know, basically using some trays, the trays and placemats, you know, just to make the facilitate a little bit quicker, you know, because it looks empty now, but we're gonna have at least, you know, 400 or 500 people here at once.
Well, and what's really cool about this is like the placemats, but it has all our sponsors on it and everything. And it's just, you know, it's presentation, right? Presentation's everything. And really with NORRA, you guys really do a lot. I mean, there's always banners up every day. There's a whole crew of people that jump to the next spot to make sure it's all decorated right for everybody. So it really takes, we always say for race teams that it takes an army to, you know, get yourselves to a race or out of a race or fixing the race car. But in reality, like with this, you guys have so many people. It's definitely an army to a small army that does all this.
Yes, small army.
Yeah.
You said it right. You know, we try to do our best always. You know, it's so everybody that comes and participates in these races with us, you know, leaves happy.
Exactly.
You know, happy, satisfied. You know, make them return the next year or the next race, which is our 500. But yeah, that's basically it. You know, keeping everybody happy so they come back. You know, and it's what racing should be. Enjoyable, right?
Well, and everybody's having fun, but you know what? This food is smelling really good. We're going to have our racers coming in here, so I might have to go grab a bite myself and before they all get in here. But thank you so much for giving us a tour. And I know you, Ken and Roy, you guys are probably wishing you were here having all this fun with us, but maybe next time you guys can come down.
Come here. You're missing out. Yes.
All right, so you guys, let's go back to the studio, and we'll come back just a little bit when we have some more racers come in.
She is a smart girl. Yes, go now before the line gets long. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I love to see everything that's going to take place and where they're at. Man, the food looked fabulous. So, and of course, the drinks sound wonderful as well. So I'm sure everybody will have a great time tonight. Thanks for the walkthrough, guys. We appreciate it. As we come back out here on course, we'll watch a number of the competitors that are still trying to get to that finish line so they can go to the social gathering there tonight. On a bright note, I did see an onboard of one Mr. Max Gordon that is on road at speed.
Yeah, I saw that too. And just to follow up with Pam, I don't think I like her very much anymore. So she's having a great time down there being the pit reporter, you know, shaking hands, kissing babies and all that good stuff. And we're over here sitting watching TV, but I'm enjoying it. I'm glad to be here, but I have enjoyed eating down there in Bay of LA and having a couple adult cocktails after driving a historical race car like McAdoo from Mark McMillan. So I don't have much to complain about. So, and here we are in another one, Trevor Glidden in the Class A truck, and he's actually seemed like he's picking up the pace a little bit. So he's feeling a little racy. And like you were saying, it's good to see Max Gordon back up and going. Maybe he just had a little flat tire or something. So good deal.
I'm sure Pam will follow up on that when he gets his way to the finish line. You said he was pretty far back, as I recall, right? I'm not sure where the 77 car is.
Well, he wasn't too far behind his dad there. And then the next time I checked him, he was back a little ways. But I did I went back for the timing for stage 2. And surprisingly, up at the top, or not surprisingly, but we hadn't checked it in a while. The number 76100 truck of Robbie Gordon led stage 2 at 1 hour and 6 minutes and bumped Guy Yoakum down to second. So
how about that? So
yeah, exactly.
And then, look at that Porsche, dude.
Oh yeah,
my goodness, how cool is that?
Yeah, and I think there's 2 or 3 of those things racing down here, and I had a chance to look at those things down in Bay of LA one year because they've been racing quite a few times, and those are some neat cars right there.
That is really cool. Love it. Saw Randy Manier slip by there as well in the 4-seater, the Milwaukee sponsored machine.
And also checking the timing at Bay of LA. finishing in the 14th spot, first in the Evolution Pro side-by-side FI class, was Max. So Max Gordon, with an hour and 11 minutes, he's leading his class through stage 2 anyway. And I know he just had a flat tire. And is this frozen? What was that?
Oh, that was Robert Riley that came up to the finish line there.
Yeah, and then it froze on Max there for a second. I'm hoping it was frozen, but Boyd James in the Bronco. This guy has won a lot of NORRA races, and if you look on the door there, those are Baja Peninsulas, and those are like a World War II vehicle. Every time they would shoot down an opposing airplane, he's got the wins of all the times that he's won in insignia in the Baja Peninsula. So, they're good. There's Max moving. So it was just a frozen screen on us. So we'll see if Max can keep it going for stage 3, because he did lead stage 2 in his class, and Kristen Matlock led her class with her husband in the Evolution Pro side-by-side. So looks like we got quite the battle.
Max had a flat tire here in this third special.
I'm thinking so. I'm hoping so. I mean, you don't want anybody to have any real troubles out there, but whatever trouble he had, it seems like he got it together. Travis DeTemple finally making an appearance here with his Class 7 truck, the 759 old Malcolm Vinci truck from the late 80s. I'm so excited for the vintage cars. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool, man. I love it that you know all of them.
Here we go. Here's the map for stage 3 here. You can see it in probably the middle of the screen. There is about the start of stage 3. On just to the left where the black line is, that's the highway. Then it heads hard right here, and you'll see it. It stays on the right side of the peninsula for a little bit, and then it goes to a point down there. That's Punta Prieta on the upper right section there, and then it heads back into Bay of LA. So from Punta Prieta all the way to the black line there. Then the black line is the highway into Bay of LA. So that'll kind of give you guys a layout of that stage.
Yeah, and we heard from Herbst down there, EJ, that it has been a nice cool day for the competitors.
Yeah, anytime you can get some overcast down there in Baja, anytime after late April or May, that's going to be a nice cool day for you. Especially the farther down you get on the peninsula, it seems the hotter it gets.
Quick little flick of the fingers there to give Dad an idea of where the road was going to go, and right on point there to the right, and then back to the left just a little bit.
Yeah, and if that is just missed the Boojum cactus there. And there is a couple little areas on this section where you really got to keep your eyes open and be on top of the game here, because you go too far off to the right or to the left, you will hit one of those big cactuses. But that's also what makes it so fun in this area. And with this being a 4-wheel drive car, it makes it better. Steve Roberts in the 368 Speed UTV. Steve's an old 1600 guy back in the late 90s. Early 2000s, had a 1600 car. He'd race in the Baja races. Also an Arizona guy. I know him pretty well. Got one of the Diatley boys riding with him. I don't know if the Diatley's riding with him right now. That guy looks a little too old to be one of the Diatley boys, but nice to see those guys still moving. I'm going to look up the 368, see what race mile they're at while we're not doing nothing. And he just started his stage. So he just started stage 2. He's getting ready to go into that little sand wash. Ah, little Wampus Kitty Funko. Look at that.
Come on, baby. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah. That's Tim Martin. And I think that's probably a 1970s NORRA vehicle. That's what they used to race when this series just got going. So and that was a full-fledged race car in the 1970s. That wasn't just a dune buggy with wheels and tires. That was specifically built by Gil George from Funko to go racing. And good for Tim. He's been restoring a couple of these old cars and coming out here racing with them. And man, those guys are having fun. And he started a registry on these cars. And oh, I love to see that as we ride in with Max Gordon in the Speed UTV, who we think is still leading his class.
Yeah, and it's good to hear you mention, Gil George, another one of those just historic names, synonymous with off-road racing, both short course and out here in the desert.
And another one of those off-road motorsport Hall of Fame
Robbie.
guys. Yep, there he is. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think Max is that far behind him. Let me see. Well, he's probably in there. He's at race. It looks like Max is at 217 and Pops is at 239. So not too far behind him, though.
No, really not.
And it looks like Robbie's got a brand new tire on the back of the deck there. See, it wasn't as dirty as the other one, so he might have had a flat tire at some point.
Yeah, I was looking at that tire on the left. It looked like it might have been flat, so they might have had a moment as well.
Yeah, he's going to stop right here and have a chat with his guys. And if I know Robbie, he's going to jump online and see what we're doing. Maybe text us and ask us what's going on.
Well, a much better day for the 7 truck here today. Either way it goes.
Yeah, the Geyser truck looking like he's putting together a good day, and I probably don't. Robbie might not even realize that his stage 2 was that he was at the top of the stage 2 there. So, be interesting to see how that goes, and actually see if these guys have updated good enough here. Because showing stage 3, the times as of yet, it looks like Guy Yoakum is still at the top of the leaderboard. I think we looked at that earlier, but with all these guys starting to finish, Robbie looks like he's in 6th on just for his times on stage 3, but only about 3-ish minutes out of first place. So that's a pretty good.
That might have been a flat tire, right? I mean,
yeah.
It sounds like he was on point.
I mean, 51 minutes to 54 minutes in the top 8 positions. That's how much time. That's crazy.
Really tight.
Yeah.
Steve Roberts is clicking the miles off here. Still in stage 2. Starting a little bit deeper in the pile, but so far having a good run.
Yep. He's still moving, so he's having a good day. Still a little cloudy out there. Looks like the clouds are kind of, the sun's trying to break through there a little bit.
Yeah, mid-afternoon here. Just about 2:30, 2:25.
We'll see how it is here in a couple hours down there in Bay of LA, because it usually towards the evening the wind starts picking up, and usually you do not talk like that. You don't say the W word while you're down in Bay of LA. But guess what? I'm not in Bay of LA right now. I'm in Arizona, and if it's windy in Bay of LA tonight, then it's windy.
It's you're clear already. One of the interviews that Pam did, they mentioned it right away. So I actually meant to say good call on the wind there, Roy. So it is apparently already starting to pick up. And Pam asked him if the wind had affected him at all on course. As we take a look at Max.
Yeah, he's going through the ramp. Yep. Sounds like something squeaking there.
Yeah, maybe the brakes or some rock or something rubbed on a rotor.
Probably got it. Yeah, I probably got some dirt in there somewhere. That's a testament to those to that speed UTV, because I'm sure Max is not being very nice to that thing today. You know,
I don't think Robbie is either. I mean, I think they push those things as hard as they can be pushed.
There's my buddy Chris.
Dude, I love these Broncos.
Now the paint job on that has a story. That's an old Parnelli Jones paint job before the big Ole Bronco. Oh, and look at this, Mac Johnson taking a little shortcut, trying to catch him.
Yeah.
We're starting to see a couple vintage cars. It just makes me happy. And this looks like the Matlock's coming in to the finish line. Yeah. We'll see who gets out of this one. Another nice run. They got the windshield in it. That might be part of that Dakar package.
Yeah, and we were thinking that Wayne was driving today. Of course, if we could just get any sort of shot in there. She has extremely long hair. They were in a long braid yesterday, so we'd be able to tell. They'll be climbing out of the car here in just a moment. We'll get an idea if it was Wayne or Kristen.
Yeah, and I bet you we could probably get, if we can pull Pam away from the margarita machine, maybe she can go over there and talk to them and get an update, you know, if she's not busy, of course, you know.
She might be eating dinner.
She might be.
Brunch.
Yeah, with a margarita.
A Rita Runch.
Those darn pit reporters.
Cole out through the cacti field.
Just a scenic ride, isn't it? It's just beautiful down there.
Getting closer to the finish of day 2. Day 3 holds a total of 260.8 miles. We'll kick things off with a transit stage for 15 miles, and then they will go racing for the longest that we've seen so far. Racing stage, a special stage of 80.7 miles, then a quick transit of 5.5 miles, and then another racing stage of 86.6 miles. And we'll close it out with a special stage of 68 miles. So a total of 235 miles of racing tomorrow, which will be the farthest so far, some 55 miles farther than they went today under race conditions.
Yeah, and I can tell you from experience that usually was the longest day, because they're only going to San Ignacio tomorrow, and usually the day 3 was a Bay of LA to Loretto, and that was they would call that a marathon stage. You would do 136 miles of the first stage to Vizcaíno, and then drive down to San Ignacio on the pavement, and then do another 175 mile stage into Loretto, and that was one day. But NORRA decided to break that up here recently, and now you're just racing to San Ignacio. So if we hear anybody crying about the mileage tomorrow, then they need to talk to some other guys.
Well, they can't get too excited, because the next day they're going to have a 100-mile race stage, so they might as well get used to it and enjoy the 80 miles stages. Okay, let's go back to the finish line. Pam, who do you have?
Pam, you're on.
Here with Wayne Matlock. Wayne, you are the first UTV into Bay of LA today. You are in the Evolution Pro side-by-side class, but I was just asking you, I saw a little thing down here. You said you had some brake cap.
The master cylinder, the cap was off of the master cylinder, but we got it taken care of.
Yep.
I think that was our only issue today, and it wasn't even an issue.
Well, that's good. That's the only issue.
Yeah. No, Kristen gave me the car, first UTV. She actually started, I think, 4th or 5th on the road in the second group. And then by the second road crossing, she was first car on the road. She passed the 3 trophy trucks that were in front of her and just kept it going. So gave me a great car, and here I am.
So you guys sharing a car. Normally you guys have your own cars, but you're sharing a car now. So do you guys coin toss to see who's going to start and who's going to do what day or not?
No, we just kind of planned it out, like trying to get equal mileage. So I think we're within like 20 miles of each other. So it's fun. It's all, anytime you get to drive the cars down here, it's a great time.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, coming into Bay of LA is always a gorgeous place, as we've been talking with all the racers. So you're here at the finish, first UTV, and so far, obviously, we got to get all of our timing and everything. But
Yeah, no, it was a great time. Course was, I did the last special, and that special is always so much fun. It's made for this rally car. It's made for it. Yeah, it was a great time.
And it's absolutely beautiful too. Like not only fun, it's absolutely gorgeous. Like that's a lot of people's favorite run.
Yeah, you're just through the big cactuses, and it's just tight, twisty, big cactuses and boulders and stuff. You don't want to go off the road. You don't want to make a mistake. Yeah.
Definitely not. Well, congratulations on a great day. You know, that little thing wasn't even an issue. So, but here you are at the finish line, and the tacos and everything's ready for you guys. So enjoy your evening.
Perfect.
All right, Wayne Matlock right there. Him and his wife Kristen sharing driving duties all week long. We have 4 more days of this. So first on the road into Bay of LA, and we'll see who comes in next. Back to you guys.
Yeah, car looks great, and thanks for clarifying for us who was driving. Yeah, it looks like they're sharing the duties, and miles almost equal. So Kristen started things off and did what she did a day ago, which is kept pace and put that thing up front, handed it off to Wayne, and Wayne closed it out. So congrats to them on another solid day. 2 days in the books, 4 days to go, and we'll see if they can remain up there in contention for the win inside of that category as we go back on course.
And Wayne's probably real happy to have his co-driver, Kristen, handing off to somebody like that who he knows can bring the car around and not lose any time. She is definitely a hot shoe behind the wheel, and if she wasn't, she wouldn't be given a Pro R, factory Pro R to go race. So hats off to the couple there for the Matlocks. Great run for them. And glad to see them out there, and nice to see them testing a Dakar vehicle for Polaris too. So starting to see some stuff. And I did notice, Ken, you were talking about those air cleaners. I was looking at the car while they were talking to Wayne, and I saw a big scoop there on the side in the rear, and it looked like an inlet for one of those air cleaners. So good call on that too.
Nick McPhee and company still ripping out here at speed now. Uh-oh, that's
there's
not
the
good.
sand. That's the sand wash. And they don't look like they're in a big hurry, do they?
No, helmets off.
Yeah, they're looking for somebody to dig them out.
And I was just going to say, I mean, the attitude of the truck, it looks to me like it might be buried in the back, but hard to say really from that angle. They might just be facing up the hill. Oh, well, the shovel gives it away, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna refresh my map here and see if I can see who that was. Looked like a luxury pre-runner for one. So let's go down
I
here.
believe that was Andre Lauren who just made it to the finish line.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a number there, so. And there's the 1976 Geyser behind him.
That old truck made it to the end.
That old truck that was built 2 years ago, that one?
Yeah, the peering truck.
Yeah.
That is state of the art. Congrats to them. Good to see PJ back at full steam still.
Yeah, plugging along. Matthew Legg, that's who it is. 1976 Geyser F100. Desert Special. The number 64. And he's actually having a pretty good run himself. I don't think he races all that much. I think I only see this truck out here racing at NORRA. So I think this is his once or twice a year fun time in that vehicle. So good
Yeah,
to
and it
see
seemed
it.
like he had a decent starting position, if memory recalls. We
Yeah.
saw this buggy, as you talked about before, that had rolled over. Looks like they're working on that left front. Maybe they can get it going again.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had too much damage. They might have bent an arm or the front end a little bit, but the good thing about those cars, even if it's bent in the front, as long as that suspension can cycle, they should be able to bring it on home and maybe fix it, straighten it out in Bay of LA. Yeah, they're working on it. Like this.
Manlio Diaz crosses the finish line. Good looking truck, good looking 6100 truck, and followed up by a Class 1 car.
Yeah, that's that's that four-seater. Didn't you say he? Yeah, the Milwaukee WD-40 sponsored four-seater, and he races that down here all the time. And another Can-Am.
Randy's super successful, does a great job in business, and loves to come out and play. Did a lot of time in short course, and there's the Argentinians.
And Larry Trim driving the old Donaby Jeep. Good to see him still going. Yep, that's the Argentinian team, right? Is it Tinian? Is that how you would say it? I don't know.
Sounds good to me.
There you go. Thank you, sir. I'll take that.
It's said with affection, no matter how it goes down.
Yeah, just make them think.
Yeah, that's Sergio Nunez and the gang, Tomas Olmedo, and they had a great run with a couple of cars inside of the top 5. As we take a look at this special stage, number 3 on official overall top 20, as Guy Yoakum having a great day, as we've documented a number of times, really has been good here today. Congrats to that team. Ryan Arciero and Craig McCarthy. We know Kevin Murphy was also behind the wheel, so congrats to that team doing a great job. EJ Herbst and Brent Fox all inside of the top 5.
Yup.
Max Gordon there 6th, so a good run for him up inside of the top 10. There's a look at Kristen and Wayne Matlock's effort there in the 12th position, followed up by Tim Herbst. The 10 car of Eduardo Laguna.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Max shows up here, because Max hasn't finished this stage yet. And even if Max had his flat tire, he might still be leading his class. So the UTVs are making their presence known.
Yeah, it's, I find a little confusing whenever you take a look at the results there, why Max would be in there with the 77 car.
Yeah, and I think I just saw a little flash of, well, I'll have to refresh that before I comment. There's Larry Trim right there. That's an old Jeep Cherokee. I think Kurt LeDuc built that. Hall of Famer Kurt LeDuc built that thing years ago for the Donaby team. And Larry bought it here a couple years ago, and he's been racing this truck down here for the last year and a half, 2 years, and having a good time. Little bit rougher of a ride, maybe not as fast as most of the guys out here, but we're starting to get into the vintage type vehicles, short wheelbase vehicles. This isn't quite that vintage, though. I mean, he's got a little bit better suspension than maybe some of those other Broncos from yesteryear, but a good vehicle either way. And Larry used to own Trail Ready Wheels. I think he still might work for them, but definitely in the Trail Ready family. And he looks like he's just getting started in stage 2 in that area anyway. Yeah, and that's actually a pretty good day for him. It's 2:40 in the afternoon. He's just starting. He's got a little bit of ways to go. $55. No, that's the wrong one. You got 2 more stages to go. 66 miles and then 49 miles. So he's got a little ways to go, but he's over halfway there.
Casey and company still out here ripping. They've had a really solid day from what we've seen. How about that, man?
That's
All
what I wanted
4
to see.
shoes back on.
Yeah. They got, I could see the hammer sticking out of that bag there, so they had to do some banging on that thing. But you know, the guys at the Fab School, Troy Johnson and those guys, helping Hap Kellogg with this car, and shout out to the Fab School, who they're sponsored by. The Fab School, they come out here and they bring a trailer down here, and they will work on your vehicle for free. And they go to every stop overnight. They let everybody know where they're at. And if you have an issue with your car, you can bring it over there. And if they can fix it, they're going to fix it for you. So, and they don't ask for anything. But if you want to donate them some tacos or whatever, that would be great.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Now, it looks like they got out of that hole. The back of it isn't buried. He just handed his shovel back to that guy, but I don't know if I would have. Maybe I'd have strapped that to the back tire there.
Just in case.
Kept it. Yeah. Here's $5. Thank you.
Ditch on left.
Ditch on left.
A little in-car. Dakar vehicle. I think Darren Skilt's in that vehicle with him. And Darren Skilt, one of those guys that puts together a rally race here down in Sonora, Mexico. And he helps the U.S. team get ready for Dakar and a couple of those other rallies. So they bring a rally car down here to come down here and play. So nice to see them out here.
Right here. Over the top. Straight. Little left. Little veer. Yep. Yep. Veer left. Very small switch back. Veering to the right.
Looks like he's got his amber lights on there, Ken. Can you see the amber light reflecting off the ground there? Or is that just my TV screen? Could be my TV screen.
I do not see an amber light.
441 caution did.
I guess I should stop drinking these margaritas, huh? I'm just drinking coffee.
You start singing, we'll know you're at your limit.
That's right. Oh, don't worry. I'm pretty sure James will have me cut off the mic very quickly if that started happening. James or Caleb, one of the two.
Nice quick adjustment there. And another car to the finish line.
That's the 935. Father and son, or father and daughter.
Oh, yeah. The Zimics.
That's right. Bouncing along with Larry Trinnigan. Yeah. Yeah, see, if you remember, we were in with the Herps in this same area doing, I don't know, 100. and you can't do that in one of these. I mean, he's probably doing 30 miles an hour and creeping up to 40 every once in a while. And you can only push these cars as far as the suspension will let you go. So quite the difference between the first cars running through and then the 110th car running through. He's got some AC vents in that thing, though.
Yeah, I was noticing the same thing there on the right-hand side. Possibly heat or AC. Not sure how much you need the heat, but, I mean, especially if you're going to run a long mileage desert race, and they get down here, it can get cold at nighttime, and not to mention some weather as well. So I could see some of these cars utilizing heat.
Yeah, they probably should have left the windshield in it if they were going to do that, though. Right? Little hang loose sign from the co-driver.
Might have been some fans over there on the side waving.
I think so. They usually tease you with holding up a nice cold Tecate.
As long as they don't throw it at you.
PJ he's on the gas.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he's frustrated. Whatever held them up a little bit earlier in the day.
Well, Class 5 car, they're still working on it. If we can tell our cameraman to have that guy moved just so I can see what he's doing, that'd be great. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. Looks like he's kind of into the steering area. They might be adjusting the toe with those tie rods right now, trying to get those tie rods straight. That's that's probably exactly what he's doing, because he's directly under the center of that car, and that's where the steering box is on that thing. Hey, but good for them. You know what I mean? They're getting ready to get back in the car. He's tightening the lug nuts over there. Starting to put the tools away.
If you don't like to work in a dirty atmosphere, probably not the job for you.
No.
459 narrow bushes. In 1031 feet. 460 double caution broken rock on left.
Those old Baja bugs, man. That's what pretty much the suspension on those cars. That's what they've perfected in Baja. So those cars are built so strong, you can take a hit like he took, and I looked like he hit a big rock, is what it was, because that's where his tire ended up, sitting right next to a rock. So this isn't their first rodeo out here hitting stuff. So suspension has come a long way, and these Volkswagen type suspensions work great.
Hood going back on, as you can see there, or as they say in the UK, the front bonnet.
Yeah, and I'm sure the first thing
go here looks like pretty quickly we get the driver and navigator back in and get them suited up and hopefully get back on their way.
And when we first saw that photo, what were you thinking? He's done, right?
Oh,
Upside
I did.
down?
I for sure thought he was done.
Yeah, the wheels missing, whole 9 yards. You're like, okay, well, he's done. Well, no. 2 hours later, look, he's back on the road. Speaking of plugging along.
Yeah, I was looking down through there, trying to find some of these competitors on our tracker. Not sure where Casey is on this final stage.
I got a little, I don't know, did you get the same update from Travis Moores, Ken? Travis Moores is the co-rider for Ryan Argiero. Basically said he had a rough start, got the 2 flats. The first one, they don't even know how it happened, but it was a slow leaker, so they changed it and went about 4 more miles and then got that second flat on the other side of the rear. When he went to take off, he got stuck. They dug it out. And then Ryan took off and got stuck in the sand again. So they got stuck twice there, and it took them a little bit of time to dig out, and then they got going. But the rest of the day, they had a good day, and
By the way,
even with all that, they didn't lose much.
Good update. I did hear, obviously, Ryan talking about having the right rear flat, then the left rear flat. He failed to mention getting stuck, as we see Max Gordon coming across the finish line. And I don't know what Max was doing there, but he was steering the car hard left and right. I mean, as though he was trying to figure out if there was something wrong with it. However, the official was standing down there and started to walk one way, and then Max steered back the other way. It looked like Max was purposely trying to hit him, and I think the official was like, "What are you doing, dude?" I mean, clearly he was going slow. He was not doing that intentionally to aim at the guy, but he was trying to figure something out there right at the very end. Maybe just poor timing. You get past the finish line and then try to figure it out.
Yeah,
did not realize that Ryan Arciero had had gotten stuck. Yeah, he did not mention that to Pam when she was interviewing him. So that is what took them so long to get going again.
He probably felt bad enough that he got 2 flats, and he didn't just he was already beat up, so he didn't want to make it worse.
He's trying to forget about that part of it.
Exactly. Yeah, that was in
Insult
the
to
past.
injury.
Why are you bringing up old stuff, Ken? Right?
Well, I think, honestly, I was thinking about that with some of the other cars. You know you have a flat. You want to pull over out of the way, make sure that the racing line is clear, but then you put yourself in a bad situation, and you get stuck.
Yeah, so as of right now, I'm if this is correct, if they updated it that quick, because Max just finished, it's showing Max finished 29th in the stage, but as of right now, of course, he's leading the Evolution Pro side-by-side FI class at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 51 seconds, and he was stopped for a little bit. The Matlock did it in 55 minutes and 39 seconds. So that would probably explain why Max was 12 minutes slower, because he was stopped for a little bit. Maybe it could have been that flat tire. If it was a flat tire, it could have been something else. So we don't know.
Saw Wade Porter there at the finish line. Also a quick shot of Matthew Lambrecht, who's competing in the Evolution Sportsman Stock side-by-side.
In 1,098 feet, 455 ditch on left.
Yeah, there you go. Sweeper back and forth. This is tighter right, tighter right.
455 ditch on left.
Pull on left. Straight.
61 miles to target.
Straight
ETA
sweeper to the left.
hours.
Yeah, there you go. Sweeper to the left. There he is. Follow it in. Yeah, back and forth, pretty straight. Little bit to the left right here. Yep, there it is. Good job, fairly straight. Little bit to the left right here. Then to the right. Then a long sweeper left. Fairly straight, but sweeper to the left.
I guess you better not take your eyes off of those notes, because it would not take much to get lost and read the wrong directions at the wrong time, which would be disastrous.
Yeah, and you know, as mentally tired as that co-riders probably will be more mentally tired at the end of the day than the driver will, and you know, and not counting physically, but you know, towards the end of the day here, they tend to call out lefts when they're rights, and they call out rights when they're lefts. So that's when they start getting tired. So it's a lot of work for these guys. It really is.
And sweeper to the left. Long sweeper.
0.3 miles to waypoint.
Looks like a long sweeper with a hair's tighter in it.
Boy, some debris there in the middle of the course that he's run over, you know, 4, 5, 6 times. I mean, I think they cleared him out. It hasn't done any damage, but it looks like rocks or some other sort of debris. Maybe it's a big chunk of dirt, but certainly something in the middle of the line.
That could be all those agave cactuses that are out there, because that place is covered with them. And when you get off the course and you hit one, sometimes it flicks it. It'll flick it out into the desert or onto the course. So, and I just know that because I've hit a couple of them. So,
Casey and somebody's dust.
Absolutely, and he can't see anything.
And I can see the green light up there.
I just saw him pull over. It was a red vehicle, looked like a red Pro R, and it had pulled over to the right there. So now he's dust free running right now. Just picking them off one by one. He's talking to his co-rider about something.
He's pretty animated, isn't he?
He sure is. He used that hand with force, didn't he? He's probably like, hey, man, I'm just riding as fast as I can. I don't know what else you want me to do over here. Wow, we still have race cars that have not even finished the first section.
And that is a look at Matthew Lambrecht that I was speaking of before. Unfortunately, those guys having some issues here. That is the sportsman stock side by side, 17 competitors inside of that category. Owner of Caliber Custom Speed Shop, been racing on the asphalt for some 20 years, but now out here giving some off-road racing a try. And we'll take a look at this tracker here, and Roy, I'll let you walk us through it, but starting off from the back to the front.
Yeah, it looks like we're up in the San Felipe area, and we still got a vehicle out there, and that looks like the 964, the Porsche. It's still running, and now we'll start heading south. You'll see it littered with some cars heading down the peninsula here on the highway section.
There you go. Let it run. Yep, right.
And then right there, that's where they jump back onto the course. Stage 2 right there to the top left there. And then you'll see everybody still out there scattered across. You can see the arrows. That means they're moving. If it's a solid green, that means they're stopped. So there's quite a few still moving, but you can also see there's a few of them stopped. So and that could be hopefully just a flat tire or stuck or whatever. So we keep moving south here.
Straight sweeper to the left.
Coming down here to the very bottom. You come to the very bottom, that's Punta Prieta. That's the most southern section of this course, and then they start heading back up north a little bit, back up to the Bay of LA turnoff. And that would be where that solid green dot is right there. Right where that solid green dot is right there, Robbie Gordon, or actually that should be Max. He's stopped at the pit just after the special stage, and now that's the transit all the way from that point all the way to Bay of LA.
Yep, there it is. Okay, you're right. Yep, you got it. Straight and then to the right. A little bit tighter. About the same as the last one. Yep, there you go. Following around to the left. There you are.
56 miles to target. ETA 1.7 hours.
It's going to be interesting to see these guys that are still in the San Felipe stage in stage 1. If they get down to stage 2, if they decide to take it, or if they just decide to stay on the highway and drive straight into Bay of LA and take the time penalties, because it's going to be a long evening for them if they're going to end up taking the race course all the way in. So, and they might do the first 2 stages and then jump off and skip the 3rd stage, and just take the time penalty and then get themselves ready for day 3. So, be interesting to see how those guys do that.
Yeah, interesting thought for sure. Thought I was seeing dust in front of him, but now it seems to have cleared up.
Coming up on just a little bit of
164 keep straight.
Good job.
Maybe we can get a hold of Nick and tell him to clean that camera off for us. Here's that red UTV. So I wonder if the number 41 finished right in front of him, and I didn't see if Casey Curry finished. That would have been the one he passed.
Yeah, that was Pullman that made it there to the finish line of that stage.
Oh, okay.
With the red Polaris. That was the 2062.
Yeah, and Casey's still at race mile 215. So, well, as the tracker said anyway. And that was 5 minutes ago though, so he's farther up. So 215 to 240. 240 is the finish line ish. So he's still got a little ways to go. He hasn't even made it to Punta Prieta yet. $18.93. Jorge Macias? Think so. Evolution Pro side by side. Pro R 2022.
The star stream up there on top, as you can see.
Nice to see we're getting some in-cars from some different vehicles from yesterday. So good. George Berta, 2025 Polaris Pro R. He started in the 70th position today. And he's at race mile 200.
Yep. And we want to welcome Madeline to the broadcast. Madeline is going to give us a little bit of insight about the safari tour. Madeline, welcome.
Fisher here. She's one of our safari customers. We are here at San Francisco de Bora Mission. Adventurous trail to get here to the mission.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot of fun.
And we thank you, Madeline. Thank you very much. I know we're back here once again with McPhee, but we were on board there before with George Berta out of San Marcos, California. One of the pro side-by-sides, the number 1710, a little bit earlier, finished up 10th one day ago in class, which is no easy feat. A lot of really good pro side-by-sides out here.
Yeah, there is a ton of UTVs out here as we watch Robbie Gordon come into the finish, making his truck a little bit lighter on the passenger side. See if they're going to try and get a word with him here. Or not.
I'm going to let him get clear of the finish line here for other people to pull up, and I'm sure Pam will get over there to chat with him in just a couple of minutes.
There you go, your left. Going.
In the meantime, we go back out on course.
Switchbacks for a little while.
Once again, really thankful for the relationship between NORRA and Starstream to give us some great onboard video and pretty decent audio too.
Yeah, it's a ranch, so that they're in the speed zone and they're going to be making it to the highway here in about a minute. So good run for them. Yeah, it's really nice to be able to listen to what these guys are talking about out on the course, get you a feel for what's really going on there.
Okay, we're up on the highway. This is 747. Everything's good. 29, 30, 30.
Radio into his crew, let them know what's going on.
474 straight.
20, 21, 22, 23. Get it on 30 and you're good. Run.
Yeah, he's trying to speed up. Tell him speed up a little bit. Come on. Here's 1710 again. I'm going to go to
And
the
there
little
is
boys.
1710 of George Perza as Mike Honcho, the 64T, comes across here. Trying to line that one up. It was Matthew Legg, as we've been documenting. Mike Honcho up on top of the door, which was probably part of the livery, but Matthew Legg, as we've documented over the past couple of days, in that cool-looking 1976 Geyser.
Casey found him some dust.
Yes, he did. That is legit right there.
Yeah. Where is he at? Oh.
¿Y el helicóptero? ¿Este no trae helicóptero?
Wow, good-looking truck here.
Yeah. Nice little luxury
Raptor.
pre-runner. Yeah. 1034, was that what it was?
1034, I believe, is what I saw out of it. Did not have him on my entry list. Oh, 1934. That's.
Is it 1934? Okay.
Yeah, that would help out a lot.
Okay, yeah. 1934
is Frank Jenkins and Scott Kiger
Tisco pre-runner
out of Pennsylvania. Made a pretty long trip, PA and Virginia. So pretty long trip to get over here.
back on board with Larry Trim, bouncing along. Your insides will never be the same after after a ride like this, let me tell you. I think that's I'm going with it again, the Argentinians.
Yeah, two different cars, and both of them pretty solid. They've been fast. There's your buddies. The 3-seater, actually a 4-seater, but a cooler in one seat.
Yep, that's Alan. Got his Penhalt 4-seater, still moving. Looks like he's in there at the at the ranch. $259, 6100 truck.
Oh, interesting onboard shot there.
Yeah, it sure is. Hey, you know what? I like when people try and think outside the box.
Room for a camera up here. Let's give him a
Yeah.
shot.
Why not? That'll be out of the way.
That was Todd Winslow, by the way, in the 259 out of Clovis, California. Pre-run truck category.
Who do we got here? Oh, first view of our Ranger Raptor here, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I love the V-Box information. This
Yeah.
is great information, especially if you're running on a loop track where you're running laps, and if you have a teammate, you can lay your information over their information, and you can help each other out. Where they might be better in one turn, you're better in another turn, but the V-Box stuff gives you some great data.
Another off-road motorsports Hall of Famer, Brad Lovell.
Yeah.
With Adam Lovell, with some factory
Very,
sponsors.
very talented people.
Absolutely. Rock crawling, off-road racing, they do it all. Looks like this might be the Bronco. I don't know if that's the DR Bronco or which one that is, but that's one of the newer Broncos from Ford. Jamie Groves, there it is. Vehicle number 725. Bouncing along just nicely. And Ford doing some real world testing down here at NORRA, as they should be. Any manufacturer should be down here testing their equipment. I mean, you can't test your stuff better than running it down here in a Mexico race like the NORRA Mexican 1000. So kudos to Ford. Yeah.
Out of Michigan as well, as you might imagine, but part of the showroom stock late model category. There's 3 of them.
Yeah, some other manufacturers could learn a thing or two by coming down here again with putting some vehicles out here. You can learn a lot. They're jumping off the highway here. Let's see what the Raptor will do here. Oh, he's already pulling him over.
Time to go.
That's right. And Brad Lovell's no slouch, even though this is a showroom stock Raptor, and not really that showroom stock. I'm sure they've got some updates on it, but not too much. They want to test this thing and make sure that it can do what it can do. You know, they had to put the safety features in it and stuff like that, but Brad will put this thing through its paces, that's for sure.
Yeah, Brad Lovell, a pro light champion in short course as well.
Yeah, he's been in it all, hasn't he?
Yep.
That's probably
just
his
below the highway there.
Yeah, that's probably his chase crew right there on the left. Probably got his hand out the window filming him at the same time. Get on Instagram here in a couple hours and just look up hashtag Ranger Raptor. You might get it.
773 race, 1.7 miles after end of stage. Here on the right side, 2 tires ready to go.
You know, they had a legitimate effort going on in the 1000 last year as well with these trucks.
I hear flat. They had a rear flat. He's fighting that wheel a little bit. Sounded like he was radioing ahead to his crew, which there's a road crossing up here about a mile or two, and the crew is off to the left there. So if he is having a problem, he's just hoping he can limp it to them, and they can do whatever they need to do.
Crazy all the stuff he has to dodge out there.
You guys, if you guys can keep an eye on that footage.
Back on board here with George Berta. Truck, yeah, he has just pulled off to the side, so good call on that, Rory. They might be stopping to help them out then, the Good Samaritan
Yeah.
that we heard Sergio talking about. And continuing on, it looks like, oddly enough, throughout the brush.
Well,
Hopefully they don't get stuck here.
Oh, yeah, His co-driver said, "Don't go any farther." There was a car upside down back there, but there was already a couple cars stopped there, so that's,
Trying to find a way around it, it would appear.
Yep. I'm just kind of looking at the timing for the end of stage 3, and if I'm reading this correctly, yeah, this should be the accumulated time for day 1 and day 2. I don't know if the truck has the actual graphics for this, but it looks like Guy Yoakum's leading the rally at 5 hours and 55 minutes, followed by Chip Griffith and Reese Millan at 5:57, a couple minutes back, or a minute and a half. And then Brett Fox, Craig McCarthy, EJ Herbst. Ryan Arciero is 11 minutes out of the lead, so he actually made up some time there, because I think he was 15 minutes back after he had his second flat. So, and then Kristen Matlock is in 10th overall at 6 hours and 18 minutes. Now, of course, all this can change with everybody else coming in, but as of right now, that looks like the standings for the overall for day 2. And that's going off of the NORRA timing. So,
Yeah, and like you say, I mean, this is a great example right here. I mean, Casey Curry's, from what we've seen, has had a really good day here. So somebody like this could come in and change that order up a little bit.
yeah, for sure. And he's been working hard to move up in that order too. He's been picking cars off the hard way, not the easy way. He's not passing them on the highway and moving up a couple spots. He's fighting through the dust and dodging rocks and cactuses and everything else. So look at how clean he looks. Look at those guys.
Right.
They get their laundry done after stage 2. Right.
I'm just looking for him on the tracker, but I do not see the 41. There's a bunch of cars punched up in there, so it's kind of hard to pick them out.
Yeah, he should be next to he should be almost to the finish, I'm thinking, isn't he? Yeah, he's like third car from the finish right now on that stage there. He's right behind the 303, which is Dave Sykes. And if he gets behind Dave Sykes, that thing's going to put off a lot of dust. So, and I can't tell if he's yeah, they're going to have to move that rear view mirror for us. We can't see. Where's Pam at? Can she talk to Casey Curry and have him move his rear view mirror for us?
Production meeting with
Yeah,
Curry.
yeah. This is not going to work for us.
Let's slow the pace down here just a little bit.
Yeah. And now if you ask Larry, he's like, what are you talking about? I'm flying right now. He's like Scotty from Star Trek. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. that co-driver. He's looking in that road book, just waiting for that next waypoint to come up.
Yeah, and I never gave it a thought. Like you said before, I mean, maybe for some of the people that are back here, like you said, there's still a couple people in that first stage. I mean, it might be worth a time penalty, like you said, rather than trying to go through that entire third stage.
Yeah, I mean, and if they don't have any problems, that's if they have a clean run. If they go through that, to get through that third stage and then come into the finish, we're looking at 11 o'clock at night. So that's if they don't have any problems. No problems. So that's when you got to start thinking, hey, what's the best thing for the team right now? Do I want to, we got to prep this car after the race. We have to look it over. Whatever problems we were having earlier that put us back, we have to address that. And the later I get in, the later my guys are going to be up, the less sleep that they get in the overnight, and then another long day for them tomorrow. What's the safest thing for me and my guys?
And our Mint 400 and California 300 winner, Addie Johnston, just crossed the line there with the 29.59, the Pro Side-by-Side FI entry out of Tucson, Arizona.
I was going to say, she must be out of Arizona because she had the Arizona flag on the top of that car. So,
Oh, that was the finish line, or was that the end of stage 2?
that might have been the end of what was the number?
29.59.
Yeah, she's heading to Bay of LA now.
Good for her.
Yeah, because then right after hers should be Dave Sykes in the Ford Bronco, and then either the Can-Am of Steve Fugate. Where did no, it looks like it actually looks like Casey got in front of the 303. So Casey should be the next guy to the finish line. He should be coming up to it right about now too. So it should be the number 41 of Casey Curry, followed by the Ford Bronco of Dave Sykes. .221.
The tracker just updated there for Max Gordon at race mile 265. If that's what you have there, Roy, it looks like he's getting close to the end as well.
Yeah, he should be on the transit. Yeah, he's on the transit at 265. Yeah. So he's not really being timed right now, although he can get points docked if he doesn't. I think it's 45 minutes from the end of that transit stage to get to Bay of LA. So you have to be there in 45 minutes. If not, then you start getting a time penalty. There's Casey Curry finishing stage 3.
That's why I show him there, right there. I just looked mile 239. So, and it probably needs to update. That was a minute ago. So congrats to those guys on a solid run. And like you said, they really had to work there today. They dealt with a little bit of everything. But I don't think we didn't see that they had any flat tires. So we'll see. I'm sure once he gets to the Bay of LA, that Pam will cruise over there and have a word with them. But it looked to me like they had a pretty solid day.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of in-car from them. He's in the fuel injection class, same class as Max Gordon. So we'll see how he ends up here. George giving it the beans there.
Yeah, George and Scott Ulrich teaming up in this one, and Scott doing a good job back in 2019 at the NORRA 500 Class 8 grabbed a win. Has been racing in Baja since 2004, so has been out here a lot. Class 8.5, 1600, 5, 16, Class 6, Class 7. Love it, man.
All right. He's testing all those classes to see which one he likes best before he actually decides to pick one. Good
just
for
an
him.
opportunity to go race. What are we racing in? Doesn't matter, man. Can we go race? Let's go.
That's right. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And I bet you every one of those race cars, there was just something he loved about each and every one of those cars, too. Nick McPhee in the 747, which we've had a lot of in-car with. He's coming up to the finish here pretty soon, very shortly.
Yeah, I see that as well. Good feeling, and then a nice cruise home.
Yeah. Quite a few SUVs coming, UTVs, excuse me. Not SUVs. Come on.
Yeah, Chris Holloman getting close as well with the 1802. Matter of fact, might be there.
There he is, right there. There's Chris. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he did all the prep on that. Probably all the fabrication on the rear of that. That's not your normal rear end on the back of one of those. I'm sure he built all that, made it look like a Class 1 car. I love the look of that thing. So kudos to you, Chris. Put his own personal touch there on his Polaris Razor Pro R. Well, and if I know Larry, he's going to stop and make sure these guys are okay.
What's the best way around? Okay.
Yep. You guys good? Okay, I'm out. Bye. Oh, and that looks like Chris Greenwood.
Ay, cabrón, viene volando.
Looking back here a little ways, it looks like good news. Scott Bailey in the number 27 ID Designs truck with Larry Jobe as his co-rider, co-driver, whatever. They're back and going from being upside down. So they're finishing their stage. Well, they're just coming back to the highway, going through the ranch section. So that's good to see. No harm, no foul. And again, once again, kudos to the Riviera team for stopping and making sure those guys were okay. That's some good Baja karma, and hopefully that'll come back, and that karma will come back to them sometime this week and help them out.
Yeah,
here it is, and here's the truck. Not bad. That's cosmetic. But the problem was that truck was upside down for so long. All the oil probably leaked into the cylinders and everything, and they probably had to be careful on starting it because you don't want to hydraulic the motor and all that stuff and damage your motor. So it probably took a little while to do some safety precautions to make sure that didn't happen.
That is an unlimited truck, right? So it might be a dry sump.
Probably, yeah, most likely. Is he pulling over for somebody, or did he just?
No, I just think he got a little hot around that right-hander.
I think he was reading a text message or something. Maybe, I don't know. It looks like teeth on the front of that car, doesn't it? Almost.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Another factory Pro R.
And once again, yeah, go through the procedures here and make sure you are legal. The book signed, and there's a look at Max.
Yeah. Having another good day. Spare axle there showing on the Pro R right behind that spare tire. I mean, if you would have told me 10 years ago that these, or even 5 years ago, that these UTVs would be fighting people for the for the lead against some 6100 trucks and stuff like that, I'd have told you probably need to go see a therapist. But I mean, just look what these things are doing right now.
Yep, good race cars as these guys are making their way towards the end as well. The George Berta driver and record car here, entry, but as you can see, Scott Ulrich doing the driving here, at least in this final stage, and gave him a little bit of love a moment ago about all the different cars and classes he has competed in. Series as well, a little bit of everything with the NORRA and Score and Best in the Desert, so along with a couple of others. I believe we have a couple of drivers that are calling in, so it'd be good to get some perspective from the drivers themselves. Let's find out who we have.
Put this together, right?
Might be a second, I guess.
Yeah, we haven't had anybody call in yet, so they're trying to pipe them in and continue to work on this production, get us some more information.
Yeah. Another four-seater coming in. This might be Alan in the 444. Yep.
That is
Alan
444 for sure.
Yep.
Good looking car, man. Luggage rack up top.
And Chris Ullman in the 1802, which was that Polaris Razor that just finished not too long ago here, came through the start finish or through this area here about 2 or 3 minutes ago. He said that they took some oil to the Stronghold trophy truck, which is the number 27 that rolled. They bring them some oil so they could keep going. Oh, it looks like Ryan's waiting patiently. Sorry, Ryan. Go ahead, Ken.
Oh, yeah, we're good, man. Talk to us about the day there, Ryan. Fill us in, man. What was it like out there?
You know what? Being down here on some of these roads that NORRA puts on, man, I love it. It's just a little different than Score, but it's been a blast. Baja bit us today, though. It humbled us. We had a good day yesterday. Put the 1.9 truck, the Beneath truck, in the top spot yesterday. And today we just got 2 unlucky flats. We got a right rear flat just leaving San Felipe, not too far out, and I got it changed. Travis did a great job changing it, and then 4 miles later we got a left rear flat. No idea what we hit, no idea what happened. Just unlucky. And then when we got it, we were in some soft sand, ended up getting stuck. Travis did a good job again. That's why you got to have a good navigator. Got us unstuck, and we kept motoring. Finished the stage, and then now it's just, it put us back a little bit, but now it's just we have so many stages left to go to the finish. Now if I can just steal some time back, one stage at a time, we'll be back in the hunt. But it was a fun day today.
Yeah, you guys had a great run yesterday. I know you finished first overall in the class, so it was a great run there. I mean, just short of that unlimited truck. And we watched you had that first flat, and boy, he hopped out of the truck and back in, and I was kicking myself for not starting a stopwatch because it really felt like it was less than a minute. But then immediately you guys had another flat, and then obviously it took you guys a lot longer. We did not realize that you had gotten stuck at that moment. But whenever we heard about that, and I wanted to ask you about this, it's one of those situations where you have an issue, you want to pull over, you've got to get out of the way and clear the race course, but if you end up in a bad spot, then you end up stuck.
Yeah, no, 100%. And obviously, not knowing exactly where we were on course because there's nothing that I had been on before. If I would have gone another 200 yards further down, we would have had a hard packed road, but we couldn't see it because we were knee deep in a wash. So it was dumb luck. But I said that's why it's so important to have a good navigator. Like I said, Travis, he probably did a sub 1 minute stop in that first one, and then the second one it would have been the same thing had we not gotten stuck. So all of our time today, our downtime came from being stuck, and then obviously the two flats, which were I think minimal. But we pulled some time back in stage 2, and we pulled some time back in stage 3 to try to lessen the blow of today. But there's still a lot of racing left to go, and there's some great roads ahead of us, especially leaving Bay of LA, heading to San Ignacio. Attrition can still play. We got over 900 and something miles left in this NORRA race, so let's get after it. I need to start pulling some time back. So cheer us on.
I know Roy's got a question for you, but I got to let you know we've given you some love in the beneath underwear. I have a pair on as we speak right now.
Oh, good! I love it.
They are the most comfortable underwear. As you know, we've enjoyed some love from that area as well with Robert at the Pro 4 truck last year. So, and you might want to know that I think Kyle qualified on pole in the Porsche today out there at Thermal Club. So I'm not sure how the race ended up, but he was having a good day. Oh, looks like we might have lost him. Roy, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Maybe we can get him back.
Oh, that's okay. I was just going to give him some. I was just going to give him a what for,
Well,
but that's okay.
He might be able to call back in.
He might call back. Who knows? It'd probably be better if he didn't. On board with Steve Roberts and the Speed UTV. And the 1934 truck making it back from the end of the. There we go.
Oh, we got him back there. So,
Ryan. Hey, Ryan, it's Rory. Just had a question for you. Hey, were you able to recover with your thumb pressing on the button to lift up the side of that truck for Travis while he's taking all that tire and everything?
Roy,
I mean, did you?
Roy, my
okay?
thumb is sore. I mean, I could use a massage on it right now, but
maybe you can have Travis run over
I have
there
a big
and get some
job.
ice. Yeah.
If I don't do my job right, then he can't change the tire. So it's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Travis was worried about you, wanted to make sure. He probably wants to ice that thing down for you tonight. So, like a good co-driver should.
We're gonna do it. We got a little olive oil. We're gonna massage it a little bit. We'll be ready to go for tomorrow, Roy.
Hey, you guys had a good run, and even with the bad luck that you had there for those two tires and getting stuck a little bit, you did actually seem to make up some time because it seemed like you were about 15 minutes. You lost about 15 minutes, it seems like, in that first stage, but in the last two stages, it looks like you picked up 2 or 3 minutes from that. So you've already started doing that.
Yeah, no, you're right. And Travis and I's goal is like, okay, we got to go, but we still got to keep it clean because we don't want any more downtime on the stage. And the stuff, after Chapala, the last two stages are so much fun. It's such a driver's. Both of those are such a driver's stage. Very technical through the boojums and still rocky, but they're so much fun to drive. And I think you get a good truck, you get a good driver, and there's time to be made up. And I'm excited for us to be able to do some of that tomorrow too, instead of the real long fast roads. I'm excited to go back through the technical again. I love that.
Yeah, Ken and I were talking while we got some in-car with you, and we could tell you had kind of picked up the wick a little bit. You were driving a little more aggressive than yesterday after those flats. So we picked up on it. It was easy to see, and you kept your emotions in check because we know you were probably kicking yourself with that, but you got through it.
100%. Yeah, I mean, yes. Of course, you kick yourself in the ass, and but at some point you got to regroup. I got to push it behind me. I was pissed when we were trying to get unstuck, but once I got going again, you got to pull that out of your head because the chance of making more mistakes becomes a lot greater at that point. So you got to figure out how to push it aside. We'll deal with it over beers back in Bay of LA. And wash our sorrows away. But tomorrow's a new day. We got 3 more stages tomorrow. So each stage, our goal now is just to start pulling a little bit of that time back.
Yeah, it's no good to just win from the front anyways, dude. You got to work a little bit. Every time I talk to him, it goes dead. I'm beginning to feel tainted here.
Yeah, that's all right. He'll get over it.
Yeah.
There. Yep.
Yeah, congrats to those guys who are persevering. That's what they do out here. We've seen that happen in a number of different cars and categories. But Ryan Arciero and Travis doing a great job there, and will be a threat, I'm sure, for the rest of the contention here on the Mexican 1000. Total of 1,400 miles that they will contest out here. So it'll be a lot of fun to watch them as they try to work their way back up through the pack over the course of the next couple of days.
Yeah, and he answered some questions that pretty much me and you were thinking the whole time when he was driving, and it's good to see that Ryan's thumb is okay from pushing down on that button while his co-driver was doing all that work.
Well,
so
and to take care of it tonight anyway. So
yeah,
that's good.
hopefully he can get some rehab on that thumb and be back up 100% by tomorrow.
Clearly has a good sense of humor.
Yeah, Ryan's a good guy. I've known him for years. We got here two.
Yeah, the 559. It looks like sitting here as well. We talked about them a little bit earlier. Juan Campos.
No, that's I think that's a sponsor 259.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
it's
it is. They are, because that's clearly not a Class 5 truck.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Campos vehicle, the car you're thinking of, that's actually an old vintage Class 5 car. So,
Yeah,
interrelated story.
vintage
Oh,
Class 5 car.
what we got here? Oh, this is just checking in. Okay.
259 was Todd Winslow. Another one of those pre-runner trucks.
Yeah. Steve Roberts coming in, getting ready to jump on the highway to head to the. Let me see, where's he at here? This should probably be race mile 184. So he's having a good day.
They got to sleep in a little bit, start a little bit later, and they'll drive a little bit later. Kind of that accordion effect, if you will. Scott Ehrlich back up to pace.
Yeah. The 1710. Good friends of Mark McMillan. Maybe that's where that McMillan blue came from for that roll bar. Maybe Mark paid for the blue paint for that thing.
Some might argue that it's petty blue.
It's always known as McMillan blue, just so you know.
My apologies, Mark.
That's right. Yes.
And once again, Pam is down there, and we have a few more vehicles that have crossed the stripe to call it a day. So let's get it down there to Pam.
I am here with Robbie Gordon at the finish line for stage number 2 over here at Bay of LA. But Robbie Gordon, you were in the UTV yesterday. Today you're in the truck. Differences? We know you know how to drive both, but all in all, the day.
No, I think the day was good. You know, we had a small misunderstanding with 61 truck starting order today, but it is what it is. You know, we lost 5 minutes in that first section trying to get through those cars, and then we won stage 2, and then stage 3 I got a flat. I hit a rock and got a flat. So all in all, you know, we're back where we're supposed to be. You know, we should have won a couple stages a day. We ended up winning one, which is a good thing. And I think it's gonna be a close race. You know, if you look at it right now, we're 13 minutes back from Ryan, 22 minutes back from Brent Fox. You know, it's only day 2. We got to put some wins together. We got to win some more stages. So my deal with Max is he qualified and ran stage 1. I'll run stage 2. He'll run stage 3. I'll run stage 4. He'll run stage 5, and I'll run stage 6. So it should be good. We got a car that just started in front of us. Let him get out of the way here a little bit. But you know, it should be good. It's going to be a close race. I think there's going to be about 7 of us within about 20 minutes, and that was the whole idea.
I mean, it really was. I mean, and today when we were coming into Bay of LA, we had the top 3 trucks. One of them obviously was the Evolution Unlimited, but the top 3 trucks coming in neck and neck. So they were really battling out on course today.
Yeah, I think so. You know, I really don't know what the finishing order was because we started, 40 minutes back, so I can't really talk about that. But, you know, I think it was good. I think, I think tomorrow we'll get them all re-racked the way they should be, and we'll have another good day. So, it's good to be here in Bay of LA. Normally it's really hot here. It's kind of cold. It's going to be cold here probably tonight. Wind is blowing like normal here at Bay of LA. But, the wind blowing is a good thing for the racers because it blows the dust right out of the way. So hard on my eyes getting sand in them. But, as far as for the racers, it blows the dust right out of the way, which is a good thing.
I was actually saying that earlier on. I was talking about this is probably the coolest it's ever been when we came into Bay of LA. But like you were saying, tomorrow, another day. It's a brand new day, whole new strategies and going into it. But we can't beat the views and the food that's going on. We've done a tour for the people at home to see what the racers come into at night to show the realness of what NORRA is about. So, Robbie, it's been a great day today for a lot of the racers. Some of them still battling it out, but again, tomorrow's a new day.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I did hear some guys talk about it, but the 6100 cars, they put on a very, very competitive race. If you look at the top 4 right now, you're talking just a couple minutes. I think there's 9 minutes up to 5th place right now. Call it 500 miles into the race, which is good. And that's what we need to have. We need to have a bunch of cars there right on top of each other. And hopefully we'll have that at the end of this as well.
Yep, exactly. And that's what we want to see. That's what they want to see at home. But thank you for chatting with us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and we're only 330 miles or so into the race. So, we've got a long ways to go, no doubt. And that 6100 class is extremely competitive. So, sorry that they had a little bit of confusion there at the start of that, and sounded like he started a little deeper than possibly he should have. But they'll get it all sorted out. Good attitudes amongst everybody, and they'll start battling again tomorrow.
Yeah, they sure will. And we got a quick glimpse there of the 521 Kellogg entry, and that was the Baja bug that was upside down missing a wheel. So nice to see the Baja bug got back up and running as we ride with the 1710 of Jorge Berta. Again.
Got Ulrich doing the driving. And
yeah, there you go.
That car, man, look how clean that car is. I mean, the technology and the layout of everything inside there. And it looks like, I know you mentioned this, I want to say yesterday, maybe during qualifying, but I think it was yesterday. But that looks like a clock up there, a digital clock on top of the dash here in front of him, so he can hit the button whenever they want to start timing for that next stage.
Yeah, and that's one of those deals that he's done this before, and he realizes that that's a must. If you're a new guy and you're walking through tech inspection, you should probably be sticking your head inside vehicles that have been down here before and see what they got going on in their cab of their vehicle, because it'll probably give you some ideas. Oops.
Yep.
That could be Todd Sanderson in the Bronco. That's that's the same spot that Bronco, the Baja bug rolled at, I believe.
Yeah,
I think that he did. If you come
off to the right just a little bit, maybe.
There's the wheel.
Yeah, obviously it's blind, and it looks like they came off to the right-hand side there just a little bit. I mean, you can see the orange cone up there, or the marker, but maybe they went to the right of it and should have stayed to the left of it.
Yep. He zigged when he should have zagged.
It looks like they might have got it stopped before it caused any real damage, but man, they're right there on a boulder.
Yeah, if he goes any farther, he's gonna get high centered on that. And it looks like this chase truck, which might be his chase truck, which I'm pretty sure it is. They're gonna hook up to that thing and pull him backwards, and probably tell him, "Hey, don't even put it in 4-wheel drive. Let us just do this real quick." Yeah, it's a good friend of mine, Todd Sanderson. I used to ride with him in a Class 5 Unlimited with a buddy of ours, Mike Jacobson. So nice to see him out here in his Bronco as another Speed UTV pulls in to the finish. Stage 3. See who this is. Won't even slow down for us.
Just looking at that front bumper, it looked like he smacked that boulder there with the front bumper. It was kinked in the middle and pushed back.
And he might have.
Yeah, super easy and a mistake to make there if you can't see what's on the other side of it.
Yeah. And not a big deal. That's just one little thing he's dealing with. So that's a You know, as long as he didn't get into the steering or anything, he should be fine.
1453 of Scott Kell and Clinton Pierce just motoring on by there for the heavy metal entries. And that was a good shot of the Baja dirt. Yeah, winching that thing back up the hill.
Yeah.
Like I said, that right front tire was flat, but I think it's okay.
Yeah, I think it is. And it didn't look like he bent up that bumper that much either. So, like I said, I think he might have been able to back out of that unknown as another speed UTV goes by.
Quick little fist pump.
Yeah.
Many thanks for the help.
Yeah, and instead of just putting that thing in reverse and four-wheel drive and trying to power out of that, that's probably the best way to do it. He could even tried that, but he's probably like, hey, the crew's right here. Let's just do this. It'll be easier on the vehicle. We don't need to put any added wear and tear on this thing. And that's race mile 177, if anybody was wondering. On board with the 1710 again. Mr. Berta and Mr. Ulrich.
Clean, tidy car there. Looks like a number of support vehicles up here in this area.
Those guys are getting the Ulrich entry is getting ready to finish right now. And this could be a sweep vehicle.
Yeah, and explain that for us, Roy. I mean, sweeping the track, making sure that there's nobody that needs any help out there, right?
Yeah, it's there's a bunch of volunteers that come down here in their own vehicles, and they'll be set up strategically around the course. And if anybody's having any problems, the sweep teams, which we love very much, as we ride in with the Class 5 car that had some problems earlier, these guys will come in and be your knight in shining armor if you're having a really bad day. And they can, if you're not able to move, they can hook you up to their vehicle and they'll start towing you in. And there's been times that we've seen 2 or 3 cars being towed by that one vehicle out of the middle of the desert. So the NORRA sweep crew, hey, thank God for those guys, because they are a savior for your race team, especially if you've only got one chase truck and maybe you don't have communication with them, or you're out in a really remote area. You don't want to bring your truck and trailer out there. You can just hook up with the sweep team and they'll bring the car to you. So another great reason to go race NORRA, because they're going to help you out. And it looks like the Class 5 car catching somebody.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, I wonder how many times a Class 5 car deals with dust, but clearly happening right here.
Yeah,
he's actually got some good pace, it looks like to me.
Yeah, for a guy that was upside down an hour and a half ago with missing a wheel, he's doing pretty good.
Well, and like you said before, right? I mean, if you fall back far enough, you're going to be back with some cars that are probably slower than you are, and you start to run up on them.
Yeah. And that's the thing. He started to catch him. He almost got to his back bumper, and then that dust cloud got a little thicker, and he had to let off on the gas a little bit, and then got deep in that dust, and then it cleared, and then he had to go chase him down again. And he could be doing that for 2 minutes. He could be doing that for 15 minutes until he gets back to that guy's back bumper again. So it gets frustrating. And that's the longer you sit behind that car, the more frustrated you get, and the more chances you start taking. So just another thing you have to think about while you're down here racing.
Nice looking Razor there.
Yeah, looks like he just started. Look at how clean that thing is.
It really does, doesn't it?
Did he wash that
Clean
thing
as-
before that? Yeah.
Clean as they come right there. Nicholas Olson doing a nice job hanging in there today. He and Wes Leffler, along with a couple of other folks, Fred Rojas and Greg Olson, all competing here. A couple of them, one out of Nevada, one out of Utah, one out of Peoria.
Another shot of the Ulrich Berta team in the 1710. And they should just about be done with their stage 3 and then heading into Bay of LA for the finish. So a good run for them.
By the way, going back to that 9:30 entry of Fred Rojas, Wes Leffler, the gang there, their first time racing this event for a couple of those folks, and one of them racing with his son, which is super cool. That's great. They qualified 20th, so pretty solid entry right there.
Hey, and they're running a good clip. I mean, they're running up front, or at least mid pack, and they're in Bay of LA at before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll tell you what, they're doing great, especially for your first time, because the odds of you finishing this event your first time is their odds are against you. So good, kudos to them for putting this together. A nice run. Back on board with Hap Kellogg in the 521 Class 5 car, sponsored by the oh my gosh, why am I the Fab School? Sorry guys, Troy Johnson's Fab School, and they almost needed the Fab School.
I was just thinking the
Right?
same thing. Weren't you just talking about those guys? I mean,
Yeah.
I felt like they were out there helping them. The Fab School was, so
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, they're probably like, hey guys, that's a great sponsor to have down here, and they almost needed him. So, but he's moving right along. He didn't slow down at all, did he?
Yeah, he's cruising.
Just shows you how tough these cars are. I mean, you come down here, put it upside down, tear a wheel off of it, sitting upside down, you just roll it back over, change the tire, tighten some nuts and bolts, and you're back on the road.
I mean, ripping the center of a wheel out is no small thing.
No.
So to think that everything else on it was okay. I mean, we do know that they looked like they had to realign some of the steering arms underneath there to get it so it wouldn't be too towed out or too towed in. But aside from that, man, it looks like the car's A-okay.
And it doesn't look like he's limping into the finish by any stretch of the imagination.
Not at all. He's going for it.
Yeah. And this is a good working car. I mean, they've got this thing figured out, and this is not their first NORRA race. These guys have been down here for a long time racing this car, and it's a good working car.
Yeah, it looks like some real shocks on there, the shock towers. So that thing with some suspension travel. Visor up, and it looks like the 1710 has made it across the stripe there. Well, not the stripe yet, but the end of that stage, and we'll be able to cruise home in that final transit.
There you go, Mark McMillan. If you're listening, your boys just finished stage 3, and they're on their way to Bay of LA. And I believe, actually, Mark's in his Raptor right now, heading down there just to follow the race all the way down, just to have some fun. So nice to see the friends are going to be back together, having a couple adult beverages down there in Bay of LA.
Man, and that car looked great. It looked really clean for whatever reason, but great colors on it, great scheme. Eating a little bit of dust right there.
And this is the pace that a lot of the guys in the back are running right here. This is a good pace for these vehicles, but it just shows you we've been having all these in cars with the Class 5 cars, the 6100s, the UTVs, and a couple Class 8 trucks and Class 1s and all that, and the speeds that they're going. And here you are in these guys with limited motors, limited suspension, and they're just doing what they can do to get to the finish line.
Yeah, and certainly no less of a race for them than it is for somebody in an unlimited truck. It's just as difficult. You have to be just as tenacious to get to the end. Vehicles need to be prepared. You've got to be able to take care of them. You've got to get as much speed as possible, or somebody else will pass you. So it's just as important to them as it is to anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, the pace is a little slower. Driving one of those unlimited trucks, or tell you the truth, even the 6100 truck or anything that's pretty quick, even the UTVs, they're going so fast that you really have to be locked in. And if you're not locked in, you're gonna make a mistake. So you're gonna be tired at the end of the day. On these other vehicles where they're not driving that fast, I mean, you still need to pay attention. But what really gets you is you're out there for so much longer. That's how you're tired. You're tired from physically and a little bit of doing all this stuff. And here's the Yobson Yee entry. And I don't know if you were around for this, Ken, but I believe that this entry is set up for hand controls. If you look, you'll see on the right-hand side there's that lever, because one of these gentlemen lost the use of his legs in a racing accident. But they split up between the drivers, so you can use the hand controls, or you don't have to. So if I'm correct on that, hopefully somebody can check in on that.
You are correct on that. Not only did he lose his use of his legs, he also lost a hand in that off-road racing accident. So driving with a prosthetic and hand controls, as you mentioned there, very, very impressive. Talk about tenacity. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and still fast too. That looks like the
other Argentina car, right?
Well, no, 808. I don't know if it was 808. Yeah, 888 was one of them. I don't know if that was the other one.
Yeah,
was it?
And there was a second one as well.
Yeah. And I think we just got a view of the Bob Briggs Class 8 truck that was right in front of that. So he was the one that I think was having some problems right off the start, or at the third stage yesterday. Pulled over to the side, and his son had the Pro R. So there's a two-car team for that.
Yeah, the 808 entry is Blake Conley. Blake and Gavin, it looks like, along with Micah and Richie. So out of Salina Beach, California. Third year racing, Norra. So Blake Conley, driver of record in the 808. One of the Sportsman stock side-by-sides.
Take a look at, I'll get on the tracker here. See where our buddy Larry Trim is on the race course. He should be down there, probably down there by the El Crucero area, maybe. 301. Race mile 168.
And once again, a few more cars making their way to the finish line of the Bay of LA, so we'll get it back over to Pam.
Thank you so much, Ken. I am here with John Holmes and Nick McPhee. We were just now discussing, the day, and you're like, what a day. So, John, I want you to kind of tell me what you were talking about before we turn the camera on.
Yeah, I mean, started out really well qualifying, right? First qualifying, and So we took off and everything was looking really good. I mean, last year we made it, what, 45 miles or so and got wrecked. So then this year we make it about 43.5 miles, and we ended up having an alternator wire problem, which then caused us not to have any battery power. So with that being said, now we sat out there waiting and waiting and waiting. And what was really crazy is, I mean, a lot of people stopped for us. That was so nice that, you know, at least they gave us a second. I didn't want to wait there very long because I was afraid we'd get hit. So they'd stopped and they were really cool about it. Nobody had anything for us. No, there was no jumper box to be found. So what was crazy is we were there long enough that one of our guys hiked in like 2 or 3 miles. He hiked into us, which was a while. And when he got to us, we were able to jump start the car because I'd fixed the wire enough where it would make it into the road crossing. And we decided at that point, for as long as we sat out there, that it wasn't worth going the whole way and having another issue. Maybe with that wire, we didn't have a new wire to put on it for that power wire to keep charging up. So we went ahead, went to our local AutoZone in town, right here in San Felipe, and they got a wire put on that thing, put a new alternator just for security reasons, just to make sure it wasn't the alternator. And yeah, then we turned her over to Nick this morning, and he put it down. We just we had a couple issues. It wasn't anything us doing the problem. We ended up lost a secondary clutch, so we lost the belt. But we're like, what happened? Then we put a new belt on. It went right up and started spiking hot, you know, and we're like, okay, let this thing up onto the highway, which we weren't too far away from. Got it up to the highway, got our guys, get all our parts out, got a secondary clutch put on it, put a new belt in it, and here we are.
Yeah.
We made it.
It's awesome. I know it's good to see you guys here, but man, you start telling me that story, I'm like, we need to do this for everyone at home to hear about too. But so Nick, about the day for you, I mean, obviously he just went over a lot of it, but relieved that you're here at the finish line.
Yeah, it's a rough day. San Felipe is not a smooth ride unless you're on a transit. The ruts get bigger and bigger every single year, and it's exhausting. And we just bought these new foam cushions, and man, if we didn't, we're sore with them. So if we didn't have those new cushions on our seats, we'd be in a lot hurt than we are now. We're getting too old for this.
We pay way more than $350 for those seat cushions. I'll tell you what. I'm like going, man, we would have been broke.
You must have the Sparko seats with the UPRs, right?
Yep. That was the only way to go.
Those are a back savior. Trust me, I had those myself. But Nick, I mean, all in all, being here at Bay of LA tomorrow, are you guys switching back and forth every day?
Correct. So I'm doing 246. He's doing 135. So tomorrow he'll be driving. Typically day 3 is typically where we tend to have our problems every year. So hopefully we have a clean race tomorrow, and we got little just stuff that's creeping up on day 1 and day 2. We need to have the rest of these days cleaned, and hopefully we get back in contention.
Well, I'm going to let you guys go and get some food and get some drinks. I'm glad you guys are here at the finish line. Congratulations on that. Hopefully tomorrow will be better.
Thank you, Pam, and thank Yokohamas for keeping us aired up the whole way. We had really no issues with tires. And NORRA, thank you for doing everything that you do. We are having such a blast.
Any last words?
Nope, that's it. He said it all. Thank you so much.
All right, there we have it. We have Nick McPhee and John Holmes right there. We have racers coming in. We're kind of in the way right here. Racers coming in all evening long is what we're going to be having. But right now, we'll go ahead and we'll give it back to you guys at the studio.
Boy, Roy, can you imagine having all those problems and making it this far and nothing but smiles on their faces? I mean, they've had a rough go of it, and they still have smiles on their faces. That's great.
Yeah, I mean that says a lot. I mean, just listening to him tell the story, and you couldn't wipe the smile off with a jackhammer. So happy to have. It seemed like.
Yeah, glad they were able to forge forward and get things going. But that is exactly the story of Baja. I mean, and you hear it time and time and time again. These people do not quit. And if there's a way to get it fixed out there, they will get it fixed. And to hear that one of their crew members made a trek 3 or 4 miles through the country by foot to get them what they needed is pretty impressive, man. That's some dedication.
Yeah, they better be buying that guy a couple cervezas here at the finish line for sure. And if he's sleeping in a tent, they better give somebody some
Let
money
him
and let
be.
him sleep in a room. And that's the other thing. If you notice while they were watching the video how windy it was when she was having that interview, it's going to be real windy tonight. So if you're, that's another thing. If you're one of these late entry guys and you come in late and you don't have a room, you have a sleeping bag and a tent, it's going to be hard to sleep with that tent blowing around with 50 mile, because there has been 50-mile-per-hour winds down there at 1:00 in the morning,
Okay.
and it's hard to sleep in a tent with that kind of wind. So if you've had a long day, you're probably not going to sleep very well at night if you're sleeping in a tent. So
Yeah, you might be better off sleeping in the car with a sleeping bag. Okay, let's go back over to Pam.
Is that? It's a bouncy house?
Well, we're here talking about tents because that's what you guys are talking about. I'm here with Dodge Pullman. Dodge, you just said that you brought an inflatable tent. I don't know if that's going to hold up in this wind.
I doubt it, honestly. Bay of LA has always been windy. We've been down here a couple times, but this is our first time actually at NORRA ever. And so we're learning a lot and we're having a real good time.
Well, I mean, you've been down here, so you know about the wind and everything. But, you guys can get rooms, too, so you don't have to tent camp it. But it's exciting to see you guys here, though, at NORRA, because I know you do all kinds of other stuff as well. But, all in all, what are your thoughts on NORRA so far?
So far, I'd say this is like an amazing race, an amazing experience. We actually brought my dad and I, my two little brothers, we're racing bone stock straight off of the lot Pro Rs. Kind of trying to prove that like anybody could come and do this. And so far, I think we've changed an axle on my dad's car and some tires, but other than that, we haven't had any issues.
Well, and that's amazing because a lot of people are having a lot of problems. So bone stock, off the lot and only having, an axle or tires or whatnot's pretty good. That means, are you guys being smooth and steady to make sure you just get to the bottom, so not push it too hard then, or are you holding off till the end?
Every day I look at the scoreboard and it looks like we're sitting in like the top 5. And so my competitive nature is definitely coming out, and getting to the bottom is going to be a feat, but we're always going to try to go for the win.
Some people's strategy is, they wait till they get to like Loretto and then Loretto down. That's when they're going to turn up the heat. So any kind of strategy with that?
I've never done this before. So we're just going as fast as we can for as long as we can. And if we make it to the bottom, then that'll be great.
Well, it's good to have you guys here. So welcome to NORRA. This is actually one of the best events. Everybody that comes and does it, you end up coming back. So I'm sure we'll see you back again. But congratulations on getting to the finish here at Bay of LA, and we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you so much.
All right, there we have it. Dodge Pullman right there. We do have a couple of the racers. I want to go over here to Blake Wilkie really quick. We found their race bag on the highway today. It fell off in front of us. So let's get here with Blake. Come here, Blake.
Okay. Here I am.
Pulling Blake in over here. Have to talk about this really quick because, today it was a fun day for a lot of people, and you guys were chasing, and everyone that was watching the live show all day long, literally the bag that came off the chase truck was not Blake's, it was Adam Fitz's.
Yep.
But Blake, you were actually doing a video at that time.
I was recording an IG story, and we heard that and we're like, dang, that sucks. And then you opened up the bag and saw that it was Adam Fitza, a team member of ours, and you called him, and yeah, it was like, it's just a random coincidence, but pretty funny.
Yeah, it was funny for sure. I mean, when I watched that story, I just started laughing because it's like legit, like you guys are right in front of us. But let's go on to this. So you are here with that whole the XCOM team, basically. And what is your strategy of when you're getting in the truck?
Tomorrow, Adam's going to start. I'm going to be co-driving with him. And we haven't had to get out of the truck. Andre and Dalton haven't got out of the truck once this whole time so far. So 2 really clean, solid, smooth days. Just going to continue to try and drive smart and not have any downtime. If we can do that, especially on the new XComp SX Shreddy tire, like that's a huge, huge win. And we should be right there in the top 10, no doubt, maybe top 5. And I know like the front runners are pushing really hard, and they're getting flats or they're having other issues, and sometimes it's the tortoise and the hare,
Yep.
So right now my hair's going crazy. It's a little windy out here, but
I'm kind of glad that you're facing me, because otherwise my hair would be in your face right now. But no, that you just kind of hit that spot on though. Like the front runners, they are pushing hard. They're wanting to get up there, so they have more of a gap on time and stuff. But also what's going to happen every time they get that flat or something happens, that's downtime, and that's where you guys can catch up.
yeah, it's just strategic. It's 6 days, a lot of stages, a lot of desert, a lot of gotchas, a lot of dust. I mean, today we were at the finish line when our truck came through, and there was a lot of vehicles from different classes kind of stacked up right there. So the dust is huge, and if you don't have the patience out here with not being able to pre-run it and just kind of going off your GPS, and that's when big mistakes can really happen, and you can throw it all away. And
Yeah.
just smooth as fast.
Smooth as fast. That's what we always say, especially all of us in racing do that. I mean, last year you were in a class 11, and then this year you're in a truck. So, I mean, going from a class 11 to a 6100, big change.
Yeah, the class 11 is not smooth out here, nor fast. So it's a long days. You know, I've never been able to get here and really hang out with a lot of my friends because we start later, we end later. You know, we break a lot apart. We didn't break too much, but we broke enough to make for a lot of sleepless nights. And I think I averaged maybe 4 hours of sleep last year. This year, I've been getting a solid 7.
That's a good night.
It's amazing. It's amazing. But I'm excited for tomorrow. Going into San Ignacio is beautiful. It's like you're in Georgia, the jungle, cruising through all those palm trees and the big rocks and the riverbed. And the mission, it's so magical. The first time I ever got to do the NORRA, I was like, I ain't missing another year from here on out till I can't freaking walk or whatever, you know. But that's why I'm here once again. And even though it's not with one of my vehicles, it's with another team to just soak it all in.
Yep. Well, I mean, honestly, you are ex-comp as well, so it is part of your team because you're all one big family. But thank you for taking the time. I took you completely from a conversation. Sorry about that. But good luck tomorrow in the truck.
Thank you.
And there we have it, Blake Wilkie. I mean, you know, we have our good days, we have our bad days, whether you're chasing and your bag falls off, whether you're on the race course and you have flat tires or you break axles. You know, every day is a new day. So you guys back in the studio, take it away.
Thanks a lot. And looked like that dog had a rough day back behind her. He's just laying down taking a nap right in the middle of it all. But great to hear from Blake. Blake, a solid competitor as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those dogs are going to eat very well down there in Bay of LA tonight.
Yeah, they'll get some good leftovers tonight.
They're all hanging out real close to where that trash can's at for sure. Had some good racing last year against Blake Wilkie. He was in his class 11 car, and we started kind of close to him in the McMillan McAdoo Cheneth, and I got to race against him. We had some fun going back and forth a little bit because we were on some pretty fast roads, and he was willing to go a little faster than I was since I was in somebody else's vehicle, and I don't like to push that hard when I'm in somebody else's vehicle, and because that way, if you do push too hard and you do wad it up, guess what? You have just lost that ride for the rest of your life. So I try and take it easy. But Blake Wilkie was we were having a lot of fun going back and forth.
On board with the 1014, Lobsam Yi, the driver of record. And yeah, talking about Blake, saw him compete at Crandon the past couple of years in the class 11, and yeah, he's fast, man. He can certainly be very tough as we go on board here in this 3-seater.
Yeah, and especially when you get on a smoother section, you would think a class 11 is not that fast. But I'll tell you what, when you get in a fast road, even those tight and twisty stuff, those guys rail those things. I mean, they are pushing those things harder than you would think they would. And he actually surprised me a couple times because I went by him, and I'm in a flat 6 Porsche motor going up a sand wash, and I went by him like he's standing still because he's limited motor and limited transmission. But I slowed down a little bit getting into the tight stuff, and man, there he was. He was right there again. I was like, holy moly.
Oh, dude, it's one of the most exciting races on Labor Day weekend at Crandon. Of all the races that are there, they come sailing through turn 1 like everybody else and fly the jumps with them. It's great competition, and you're right. They push those things, man. They are not afraid.
Yeah, the resurgence of the class 11s in the last 4 to 5 years has just been phenomenal. There is a ton of those cars out there, and they're just bringing the excitement back. It's just another class that people can get into, you know, besides the UTVs. If you wanted to stick to the old school type stuff, you see a lot of guys jumping in these class 11s. So, but they definitely are not as forgiving as a UTV. I can tell you that.
Steve Roberts here picking his way forward.
Yeah. Arizona native, driving his Speed UTV. He's having a nice little day today.
They're good-looking cars too. I mean, just naturally good-looking cars. Makes
Yeah,
me
right
wanna
off the
buy
showroom
one.
store.
And Pam, who do you have now?
I am here with Mark McMillan. I saw him over there chatting. And Roy, I just heard you talking about what you are saying is his old car. But Mark, we're here at Bay of LA. You're just having some fun this week.
Hey, Pam, I'm having a great time. I came down here with a good friend, Tim Rodriguez. We decided about 3 weeks ago. Rory, we're going to race this thing next year like we did last year. And I pulled the plug on racing it this year about 5 months ago. I don't know why. But glad I'm down here. Rory, you're doing a good job. Ken's doing a good job. Pam's doing a great job. And I have no job. I'm just chasing everybody responsible for nothing, but I'm having a good time. Now I'm going to go over and inspect that car. I can tell in 5 minutes if it was mine.
Do you have some kind of signature on it?
No, I really don't. If they think it's mine, I'll let them believe it. So anyway, Nora's done a great job as always. Eliseo, he makes this stuff happen. So
Yeah, it definitely takes a whole team. I mean, you've been in this kind of world for a very long time, so you know that it takes a whole team to get everything together for this.
it does take a team. I hate that word village.
Village.
I
say army.
It takes a team. And I'm down here in Bay of LA. Looks great. It's not windy. It's breezy, but it's not. No, I've seen this place where you can't even stand. But having a great time.
I was saying earlier, and actually Robbie mentioned it as well, I think this is the coolest it's ever been when we came here for a finish.
I was out over by Chapala and I was looking for a sweatshirt.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a big boy. I don't need a sweatshirt. It's all good.
Well, Mark, I'll let you go check out that car. Thank you
I'm
for
good.
chatting with me.
Hey, you're welcome. I'll see you later.
You said La Paz is where you're coming down with us too?
I'm going to La Paz and flying home because it's Mother's Day and it's Luke's my grandchild's 3rd birthday.
Nice.
So thanks for grabbing me.
Oh, well, you're very welcome. Thank you for being here, having some fun. You go enjoy a cerveza for me as well.
I will. Bye.
All right, and there we have it, Mark McMillan. We are having some other cars coming through here. Again, it's going to be like this all night long. They'll trickle in. We do have our closing time, which last night it was at 8 o'clock, so I'm not sure on the closing time tonight. I need to look at that schedule. But anyways, you guys are missing out down here. But Rory, it's pretty funny because I heard you saying that, and Mark was literally in my sights, so I wanted to go grab him. So that was awesome of him to come over here. But what we'll do, go back to the studio, and we'll bring you some more action if we can here from the finish line.
There you go, man. I heard it, dude. You got a ride for next year. Congrats.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a copy of that video, guys, and because I see Mark's really comfortable. He's got his left hand where it needs to be, encircling that beer can. So he's in his happy place right now.
Yeah, next year around April, I would send him a copy of that video right there.
Give me a second, guys.
Another one of the Can-Am.
Steve Roberts still moving right along in his Speed UTV.
Yeah, just saw that was Jeff Randolph with the Pro side-by-side. The number 1122 that finished the stage off.
Another 4-seater going by. And another Speed UTV. There is a ton of those out there this weekend. 35-35.
Yeah, they look good, man. They do look good. 35-35 is Ed Evans. Congrats to them on a looks like a nice day as they're making it into the end of the stage. And let's get it back over to Pam.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. Once again here at the finish line, like I said, we're going to have trucks and cars and everything coming all night long. This is Mike Honcho with Cowbell Racing. Mike, he's been in here for quite a while. I didn't catch you when you came through, but your daughter and your wife got to wave the checker flag. So, but tell me, Mike, what about your day?
Today was a great day. We did have I want to say stage 3. We made up a lot of time. I feel like from yesterday, we started 30th today. We did pretty good. But stage 3 today, the truck shut off a couple times, and we have no idea what it was. So maybe a crank position sensor. We'll change that out later. So lost probably 6 positions on that. Otherwise, yeah, great day. Hooked up to somebody, flipped them back on their wheels, and just kind of kept our pace after that, though. Pretty consistent.
Well, that's good. And you saying that you flipped somebody over, that's awesome that you guys do that, because that shows that you guys care about all the racers on the course, which everybody does. But that's like sportsmanship.
Yeah, I will say, had the truck not shut off like 5 miles or 2 miles prior, I would have been more in the hunt. I would have been less likely to pull in, hey, we were wondering where you were.
This is his daughter, Tammy, coming in over here.
Yeah, I would have been less likely. So it's it just kind of stuff happens for a reason. So there's a reason that truck shut off. We saw him holding up a strap. We pulled in, yanked him over, and then he asked if we wanted to hang out. And I was like, nah, man, we're still racing. I don't want to have beers. So, but yeah, it's, it does. We do care, and we'd love it if people, pass it forward and did the same for us if we were upside down. So.
Well, and that's exactly it. I mean, usually that's what people will do, but you're saying unfortunate, that you had an issue earlier on. But I want to also talk about this. You guys, his truck, I like all these vehicles, but his truck's my favorite one. And I jokingly were like, what year is your Ford? But you're like, it's not really a Ford under there.
It's not. It's a 76 Ford F100. We call it the Desert Special. It's a 2004 Geyser chassis. It was Bob Shepard's winning truck. We got it, did a lot of stuff to it, made it our own. It does have an LS motor in it, so it's Chevy powered Ford, but it's pretty legit.
The body looks good.
Yeah, the body does. Yeah, that was her college fund. She was going to go to college. Now she's probably going to get a job as I'm not going to say that.
She's going to race that truck is what you're going to do, aren't you, Sammy?
Oh, yeah.
There we go. That's the truth right there.
Yeah, I look forward to it. I'm ready to have her race it. I'm ready to have her step up. So.
And if anybody's been following NORRA, she's usually at the finish line with this and doing the checkered flag, and has helped us out for the last couple of years that I've been here. But are you excited to be chasing your dad once again down here?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. I want to ask you, what's your favorite part about NORRA?
Probably like the community. I feel like everyone's just like a really good family, like Natalie and like Lisa. I miss Lisa. Yeah.
Don't forget Pam. She's part of the family now. Hey, but we do miss Ginger and Sherry and Riley. Yeah, we're like, hey, where are you guys? Yeah, for sure Lisa too. But yeah, we knew Lisa wasn't coming. We didn't know Ginger, Sherry, and Riley weren't. Yeah. So.
Well, here we are though at the finish line. Did you guys already go eat?
We did. Yeah, it was really good too.
That's what I was going to ask you, is how was the food?
Yeah, it was really good. Did you eat yet? No, you haven't. That's why you're asking.
I haven't eaten yet, but I have to say, I got guacamole across the street at the hotel because it's a really good guacamole.
Yeah, your usual. They do have ice cream inside though, so you should go get the ice cream.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the ice cream. You guys see, this is not only just a race at the end of the night. It's, you guys are all in there telling your stories, having the good food. You just reminded me of the ice cream, so I'm going to have to go get some of that. But at the end of the night, coming in here and talking to the racers, is that fun? Like, getting to hear the stories or the problems or what they're going through or what somebody might need a part or, some kind of fix?
Of course it's fun. Yeah. We were even watching, I think, Instagram, and somebody needs a steering rack for a geyser. So we were like, hey, we have an extra steering rack. But yeah, it's always great. You come in and you kind of get to see where you stack up, who else is here, and then you get to see all the people coming in. And, we've been doing this, I think this is our 9th year. So we've been doing this quite a bit, and it's great to see all the same faces and a lot of familiar people, and this is a great race.
Yep.
So
I agree, and I got to meet you guys here as well, so good job on getting to Bay of LA, and tomorrow's a new day. You guys ready?
Yeah, we're ready. All right. So thank you.
I'm ready for Cabo.
Yeah, me too, very much so. I'm like, we're 500 miles in now. I think it's time to go to Cabo.
Yeah, exactly. All right, there we have it from Mike Honcho. I called him Matt earlier because his name's Matt, but Mike Honcho right here in team. So you guys at the studio, we're going to go back to you, and we'll see who we can get later on.
Thanks a lot, Pam. Yeah, great to hear about that truck, and sorry to hear that was Tammy's college fund, but at least you did end up with a really cool truck.
Yeah, I'll take that truck over the college fund.
And I have to apologize to Robbie. He called this about 500 miles. I should have known he was correct. I was busy adding up racing miles and not total stage miles. So yeah, with the transit stages, we are pretty close to 500 miles. Hey, let's take a look at some of our leaderboards here on day 2, and we'll kick it off with the historic era drivers. Roy, Mark Post, the number 3 truck up top.
He sure is, and he's got Trevor Glidden behind him, and Drew Norman. So Trevor's kind of bringing a knife to a gunfight against that vehicle, but he's still holding his own, and anything can happen. And then you got Jim Greenway here in the Legend era, and he's in an 80s era 1600 car, and I believe Jim's in his 70s or late 60s at least, and he's doing a great job. And he's won a lot of these races. So good to see Jim out there still going.
And let's talk about the vintage era. This is your world, man.
Yeah, well, Gilberto, excuse me, in the 108. Mark McMillan's actually going to clarify if that is one of his old cars. So I'm sure he'll get back to us on that. And then followed by Dave Sykes in the 303 Ford Bronco. And Pat McCarthy in the 147. And I think that 147, that's a Jimco Class 2 vehicle.
And we move on and go to the Evolution era drivers. These are the newer vehicles that we've been following pretty much throughout the day. Guy Yoakum having a great run here.
He sure is, and he's Chip Griffith and Reese Millan are right on the heels of that in second place in that what was it, the Frankenstein, the Frankenherbst. That's it. There we go. Yeah. Say that 3 times fast.
Yeah, look at the times there for second and third. I mean, separated by just a few tenths, actually just 1/10. So pretty impressive there between those two, how close they are at the end of this one. And then, of course, Mike Murphy and Craig McCarthy. McCarthy coming from down under in Australia, having a good run of it. And E.J. Herbst rounds out the top 5. Ryan Arciero, who was first in 6100s a day ago, had his fair share of issues today. But once they got past him, made up a little bit of time, ends up inside of the top 10 here, followed up by Tim Herbst, Zach Langley, and Connor Pyle doing a nice job as well inside of the top 10.
Yeah, and Connor Pyle did not roll his truck today like I had thought he did. So good for Connor. So, and he's hanging in there.
We go to page 2 here for the modern era here, and Chris DiStefano doing a nice job, and Matt Cullen, Danny Brown. I'm not sure about the math there. We had 9 on the first board, and we started off with 11 on the second board. Well, I have to double check that a little bit, but okay, got it. Missed that one. But Danny Brown back there in 13th, and Danny had some issues as well, and he had to work around them.
Yeah, and he made a nice recovery from that. And instead of being upset with the penalty that he received yesterday, he just said, "Oh well, no big deal. Let's go."
Dave Ziegler, Bo Johnson, Andrew Brown, Wade Porter as well in the 53 truck. They had a flat tire. It looked like they might have had something happen to the front of it as well, maybe steering or suspension, but they pulled over a little bit and did some work on that truck and then got it going a little bit later on. And then the 888 out of Argentina, Tomas Almeida has made his way inside of the top 20.
So good run for all those guys. Everybody's keeping it together. There's a good view of the finish line at stage 3. And I was told by my buddy Larry Russell that this is Rick Boyer driving the Steve Roberts car right now. So Rick Boyer is no stranger behind the wheel of an off-road race car. He's been racing all kinds of race cars over the plenty of years, 1600 cars, class 10 cars, class 12 cars. Him and his family, his boys, they've been racing in the desert for years. So good to see those boys out there having a good time. They should be working their way to the finish of this stage here pretty soon, I'm guessing. see if I can find them.
Well, in 1990, rolling up there at the close to the end of the final stage, and Toby Farnsworth.
Yeah, the 368 Steve Roberts entry is at the right around the 204 race miles in. So he's got a little ways to go, but he's over the hump for sure. Because the finish line's right around 269, 270, somewhere in there. So he's got a ways. I believe that's a 27. That's the ID Designs truck. Nice to see them get to the finish line after been sitting on top of not on four wheels for a little while. So he was upside down for a little while, but pretty sure it was mostly cosmetic right here. So everything looks good. They'll probably, they might finish just tearing the rest of the body off tonight. Who knows? Or just get some duct tape out and start taping stuff up. But good to see that everybody's in good shape and all that good stuff. So congrats to those guys. Suspension there to see how that works, or all you guys have never seen a unlimited truck with the skins off of it, or at least half of it. I'm sure they're just happy to be down there in Bay of LA right now.
We're pretty much ready to wrap day 2 of racing up here. It has been an exciting day, to say the least. Of course, we've seen a number of trucks that had to deal with some adversity, and they do exactly what they always do best, and that's somehow persevere and work through it. Roy, it's been an exciting day, and I have to give some credit to RJ. He always comes through. Thanks, RJ. He called it very early on. He said, hey, man, it's going to be a rough day. The course is going to be rough. It's full of holes. There's going to be some trouble along the way. It's going to be very fast, and very fast it has been.
Absolutely. And pretty much NORRA gave us what NORRA usually does. It was a very challenging race course. Everybody pretty much mind their P's and Q's. We had a couple little incidents out there, but nothing major, which is good. And it's nice to see the competitors taking care of each other. You got guys pulling over, hey, you okay? Do you need any help? All right, whatever. So everybody's taking care of each other, which is the way NORRA has been. That's just what it is when you come down here and race. Everybody's competitive. Everybody wants to win, but hey, we got to look out for our fellow man. So, and that's what they've been doing. So good job to everybody. Great job for Eliseo and the whole NORRA crew to put this event on, and all the racers and everybody in that truck that's putting this TV show together for everybody. I mean, this is one big team here, and we're doing the best we can. And I think it's showing today that we had a good show today, and it's a pleasure to work with you, Ken. I can tell you, I'm having a great time.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, man. Yeah, hats off to the entire team. As we talked about before, this is a big animal to accomplish. We're getting better every single day, and I do think it's a very legit broadcast for sure. So, yeah, we've seen some things happen here today. Some people that did really well a day ago struggled today. Some people that struggled a day ago did really well today. At the end of the day, it is a very long race, but for sure, the race is on. Tomorrow morning, the rally leaves Bay of LA and heads inland to San Ignacio, and it's a completely different kind of test. It'll be long, remote stretches, changing terrain. We'll see some of the longest racing stages we've seen so far, and the kind of isolation where small problems can turn into big ones in a hurry. This is where strategy is going to matter. It's where experience shows, and this is where the racing can come undone or could get locked in if you have a good day. We'll be right there to bring you all the live racing, every mile, every move, every moment for that matters. We'll be here for you. For all of us here at NORRA, of course, Pam, you've done an outstanding job. Roy, you've done an outstanding job. And they took the camera off of me. I don't know why, but I was going to salute everybody. I have a nice margarita ready to go. Certainly that seems to be the theme here tonight. There we go. So margaritas to everybody. And by the way, here at the Stout Studio, it sounds like enchiladas are on tap. So have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Pacific time. Until then, so long.